One eagle and the fox. An eagle and a fox formed a friendship and decided to live close to each other, hoping their daily interactions would strengthen their bond. The eagle built her nest high up on a tall tree, while the fox made her den in the bushes beneath. One day, when the fox went out to find food, the eagle, struggling to feed her young, swooped down into the bushes. She seized the fox's pups and took them back to her nest, feeding them to her eaglets. When the fox returned and saw what had happened, she was filled with grief, not just because her pups had been killed, but because she had no way to take revenge. Being a creature of the land, she couldn't chase a bird of the skies. Standing at a distance, she did the only thing left for the powerless. She cursed her enemy. But fate soon brought justice. One day, as some farmers were sacrificing a goat in the field, the eagle swooped down and snatched a piece of burning flesh from the altar. She carried it back to her nest. A sudden gust of wind fanned the flames from the dry twigs, setting the entire nest on fire. The young eaglets, still unable to fly, fell to the ground. The fox, seeing her chance, ran up and devoured them all before the eagle's eyes. Those who betray friendships may escape human punishment due to the weakness of their victims, but divine justice will always find them. 2. The jackdaw and the eagle. An eagle swooped down from a high cliff and carried off a lamb. A jackdaw, watching in admiration, decided to imitate the eagle. With a great flutter and much noise, he dived onto a ram. But his claws became tangled in the ram's thick wool, and no matter how much he flapped his wings, he couldn't break free. The shepherd noticed what had happened. Running up, he caught the jackdaw and clipped its wings. That evening, he took the bird home to show his children. When they asked what kind of bird it was, he said, "As far as I know, it's a jackdaw, but it thinks it's an eagle." Competing with those far superior to you brings not only failure but also ridicule. 3. The dung beetle and the eagle. An eagle was chasing a hare. The hare, finding himself in a deserted place with no one to help, turned to the only creature he saw, a beetle, and begged for protection. The beetle reassured him, and when the eagle approached, pleaded with him not to harm the hare, who had sought sanctuary with him. But the eagle, dismissing the beetle's insignificance, devoured the hare right in front of him. From that day forward, the beetle bore a grudge. Whenever the eagle built a nest and laid eggs, the beetle would roll the eggs out, smashing them. The eagle, frustrated and unable to protect his offspring, sought refuge with Zeus, as eagles were sacred to the god. He begged Zeus to provide him with a safe place to lay his eggs. Zeus allowed the eagle to lay his eggs in his own lap. But when the beetle saw this, he made a ball of dung, flew up and dropped it onto Zeus's lap. Startled and wanting to shake off the filth, Zeus unknowingly threw the eggs to the ground, breaking them. From that time forward, it is said that eagles do not lay eggs during the season when beetles are active. Never underestimate anyone, for no one is so powerless that they cannot take revenge if mistreated. 4. The nightingale and the hawk. A nightingale was perched on a high oak tree, singing as usual. A hawk, who was desperate for food, saw the bird and swiftly captured it. As the nightingale faced death, she begged the hawk to release her. "I'm too small to fill your stomach," she said. "If you are truly hungry, you should go after bigger birds." But the hawk laughed and said, "I would be a fool to let go of the meal I have in hand and chase after what I haven't even seen." People, too, are often irrational when they give up what they already have for the mere hope of something greater. 5. Athenian debtor. In Athens, a man deeply in debt was being pressed by his creditor to repay the loan. At first, the debtor begged for an extension, claiming that he was in financial distress. But when his pleas failed, he decided to sell the only possession he had, a sow. The creditor stood by as the sale proceeded. A potential buyer approached and asked whether the sow was productive. The debtor confidently replied, "Not only does she give birth regularly, but in the most remarkable way. During the Mysteria festival, she produces female piglets, and during the Panathenaea, she bears males." The astonished buyer was taken aback by the absurd claim. Seeing this, the creditor quipped, "Don't be surprised. At the Dionysia, she'll probably give you goats too." The story illustrates how some people driven by personal gain will not hesitate to make even the most absurd and impossible lies. Note, the sacrificial offerings during Greek festivals were sows during the Mysteria festival, bulls during the Panathenaea, and goats during the Dionysia. 6. The goatherd and the wild goats. A goatherd led his goats out to pasture. When he saw them mingling with a group of wild goats, he herded them all into his cave as evening fell. The next day, a fierce winter storm prevented him from taking them out to graze as usual, so he cared for them indoors. He gave his own goats only a modest amount of food, just enough to keep them from starving, but he fed the wild goats more generously, hoping to tame and make them his own. When the storm passed, he led them all out to pasture. However, the wild goats seized the chance to flee back to the mountains. The goatherd complained about their ingratitude, saying, "After all the special care I gave you, you leave me?" Turning back, the wild goats replied, "That's exactly why we are leaving. If you treated us, newcomers, better than your long-time companions, it's clear that if other goats come along, you'll abandon us for them." One should not trust those who favor newcomers over old friends, as they will likely abandon you just as quickly for someone new. 7. The cat and the birds. A cat heard that some birds in a certain coop were sick. Disguising himself as a doctor, he carried medical tools and went to the coop. Standing at the entrance, he asked how they were feeling. The birds replied, "We are fine, as long as you leave us alone." This story shows that wicked people cannot deceive the wise, even if they pretend to be kind. 8. Aesop at the shipyard. Aesop, the storyteller, had some free time and entered a shipyard. The shipbuilders, mocking him and challenging him to respond, prompted Aesop to speak. He said, "In the beginning there was chaos and water. Zeus, wanting to bring forth the element of land, advised the earth to drink the sea 3 times. The earth began drinking. The first time it revealed the mountains, the second time it uncovered the plains. But if it chooses to drink a third time, your craft will become useless." This story shows that those who mock their superiors often bring even greater trouble upon themselves. 9. The fox and the goat. A fox fell into a well and was trapped there. A thirsty goat came by and saw the fox inside. Curious, he asked if the water was good. The fox, eager to seize the opportunity, praised the water and said it was excellent. She encouraged the goat to come down and drink. Driven by his desire to quench his thirst, the goat jumped in without thinking. After satisfying his thirst, he and the fox began to look for a way out. The fox said, "I have an idea that will save us both. Place your front legs against the wall and hold your horns upright. I'll climb up your back and pull you out afterward." The goat eagerly agreed. The fox climbed up using his legs, shoulders, and horns, and managed to escape. Once out, she quickly walked away. The goat, feeling betrayed, accused her of breaking their agreement. The fox turned back and said, "If you had as much sense as you have hair on your chin, you wouldn't have jumped down without thinking about how to get back up." Likewise, wise people must always consider the consequences before taking action. 10. The fox and the lion. A fox, who had never seen a lion, happened to meet one by chance. At first, she was so terrified that she almost died from fear. The second time she saw the lion, she was afraid, but not as much as before. The third time, she saw the lion in such a way that she even approached him and spoke with him. The story shows that familiarity and the frightening nature of things make them more approachable. 11. The fisherman and the flute. An experienced fisherman, taking his flutes and nets, went to the sea. He stood on a prominent rock and began playing his flute. At first, he thought the sweet sound of the music would lure the fish toward him. However, after playing for a long time with no success, he gave up on the flute. He set it aside, picked up his net, and cast it into the water, catching many fish. As he pulled the fish onto the shore and saw them wriggling, he said, "You wretched creatures, when I played the flute, you wouldn't dance. But now that I have stopped, you're doing just that." This story is relevant to those who act at the wrong time. The fox and the leopard were arguing about beauty. The leopard, showing off the variety of her body's spots, said, "Look at how beautiful my body is, how magnificent my spots are." The fox, taking the opportunity, replied, "But how much more beautiful I am than you, for I am not only beautiful in my body, but also in my mind, which is full of variety." The story shows that the beauty of the mind is more valuable than physical beauty. 13. The fisherman and the stone. The fishermen were hauling in their net. It was heavy, so they rejoiced and danced, thinking they had made a large catch. However, when they finally brought it ashore, they found only a few fish and a very large stone filling the net. The fishermen became quite disheartened, not so much because of the small catch, but because it was the opposite of what they had expected. Then an old man among them spoke. "Let us not be too upset, my friends. After all, joy seems to have grief as its sister. And considering how much we rejoiced earlier, it's only natural that we must now experience some sorrow." The fable shows that we should not despair over failure, knowing that the fortune of life can change unexpectedly. 14. The fox, the monkey, and his ancestors. A fox and a monkey were travelling along the same road and arguing about their noble ancestry. As they passed a cemetery, the monkey said to the fox, "All the people buried here were the freedmen of my ancestors." The fox responded, "This is a perfect time for you to make such claims, since none of those buried here can rise up and refute what you're saying. This serves as a reminder of how easily people can make unfounded claims when there is no one left to challenge them." 15. The fox and the grapes. A hungry fox saw some grapes hanging from a high vine. She wanted to eat them, but couldn't reach them. As she walked away, she said to herself, "Those grapes are sour anyway." Similarly, some people, when they cannot achieve something due to weakness, blame the circumstances. The fox and the grapes and the mouse, variant version. A fox saw ripe grapes hanging high in a vineyard. She intended to eat them but couldn't reach them. A mouse saw her and smirked, saying, "You're not eating anything." The fox, not wanting to be defeated by the mouse, said, "Those grapes are sour." 16. The cat and the rooster. A cat had caught a rooster and wanted to find a reasonable pretext to eat him. He began by accusing the rooster of disturbing people by crowing at night, making it impossible for them to sleep. The rooster responded, explaining that his crowing was for the benefit of the people, to wake them up so they could begin their daily work. The cat, not satisfied, then made another accusation, saying, "But you also violate nature's laws when you mate with your mother and sisters." The rooster answered, explaining that this too was for the benefit of the masters, as it resulted in a large supply of eggs. The cat, frustrated and with no more excuses to offer, replied, "Well, even if you have endless excuses, I will still eat you." This fable shows that when someone with an evil nature is determined to commit a wrong, they will do so openly and without shame, even if they cannot come up with a reasonable excuse. See fox with the cropped tail. A fox was caught in a trap and had its tail cut off. Embarrassed by this, it found life unbearable. The fox gathered other foxes and decided to make them share the same shame, hoping that this would make its own flaw less noticeable. So, it encouraged the others to cut off their tails, claiming that it would not only look better, but also be more comfortable because of the lighter weight. One of the foxes replied, "Humph, if this didn't benefit you, you would never have suggested such a thing to us." This fable shows that those with wicked natures do not give advice out of pure goodwill, but rather for their own benefit. 18. The fisherman and the small fish. Fisherman cast his net into the sea and pulled up a small fish. The little creature, seeing its fate, begged him, saying, "Please don't catch me now. I'm too small to be of any real value to you. Let me go, and later, when I've grown bigger, you can catch me again. I'll be worth much more to you then." But the fisherman replied, "I'd be a fool to let go of the profit I already have in my hand, even if it's small, in exchange for an uncertain hope, no matter how great it might be." This story shows that it is unwise to give up what is certain for something uncertain, even if it promises more. 19. The fox and the bramble. A fox was climbing over a fence, but when she was about to slip and fall, she grabbed hold of a bramble bush for help. The sharp thorns scratched her paws, and she cried out in pain, "Why are you hurting me like this? I only grabbed onto you because I needed help." The bramble calmly replied, But you made a mistake, my dear, thinking you could safely hold on to me. I'm the kind that holds on to others, not the other way around." Likewise, Among humans, it's foolish to seek help from those whose nature is to do harm instead. 20. The Fox and the Crocodile. The fox and the crocodile were arguing about their noble lineage. The crocodile boasted arrogantly about the greatness of his ancestors and eventually claimed that they had served as distinguished gymnasium directors. The fox responded, "My good sir, even if you hadn't said a word, your skin alone shows that you've been out in the sun for many years training hard." It is clear that reality itself exposes the lies of deceitful people. 21. The Fisherman and the Tuna Fish. The fisherman went out to fish, but after a long struggle with no success, they became very discouraged and began preparing to leave. Just then, a tuna fish, fleeing from larger fish, jumped into their boat. The men quickly caught the tuna fish and returned home, filled with joy. The story shows that luck often provides what skill cannot achieve. The Fox and the Woodman. A fox, fleeing from hunters, saw a woodcutter and begged him to hide her. The woodcutter suggested that she hide in his hut. Soon after, the hunters arrived and asked the woodcutter if he had seen the fox. The woodcutter denied it with his words, but pointed to where she was hiding with his hand. The hunters didn't notice the woodcutter's gesture and left, and when the fox saw that they had gone far enough, she quietly came out and left without a word. The woodcutter criticized the fox for not thanking him for saving her, to which the fox replied, "I would have thanked you if your words matched your actions, but your hand betrayed me." This story applies to those who speak well but whose actions do not match their words. 23. The Roosters and the Partridge. A man who kept roosters also bought a partridge and brought it home to live with the other birds. When the roosters pecked at the partridge and chased him away, the partridge became very sad, thinking that the roosters were attacking him simply because he was different. After a little while, however, the partridge saw the roosters fighting and attacking each other. He then put aside his grief and said to himself, "Well, I will no longer grieve over this, now that I see them fighting among themselves." This story illustrates that wise people can tolerate the insults of strangers when they see those same strangers mistreating each other. 24. The Fox with the Swollen Belly. A hungry fox, seeing some bread and meat left behind by some shepherds in a hollow of a tree, entered and ate her fill. Afterward, her stomach became swollen, and she found that she could not exit through the narrow crack she had entered. She groaned and cried out in pain. Another fox, passing by and hearing her groaning, came closer to find out what had happened. After learning what had occurred, the second fox said to her, "Well, just stay there until you become as thin as you were when you first entered. Then you'll be able to get out easily." 25. The Halcyon and the Sea. The halcyon is a bird that lives at sea and avoids human hunters by nesting in rocky coastal cliffs. Once, when she was about to lay her eggs, she came to a promontory, saw a rock jutting into the sea, and decided to build her nest there. However, when she left to find food, a fierce wind caused the sea to rise and flood her nest, destroying her chicks. When the halcyon returned and saw what had happened, she said, "How foolish I was, thinking that I was protecting myself from danger on land, only to be betrayed by the very sea I sought refuge in." Similarly, some people, while trying to protect themselves from their enemies, end up falling victim to friends who turn out to be far more dangerous. 26. The Fisherman and the River. A fisherman was casting his net in a river. He stretched it from one side of the stream to the other, completely blocking the flow. After securing a stone to a rope, he started striking the water, causing the fish to panic and swim blindly into the net. One of the locals saw what he was doing and protested, saying, "You're stirring up the river and making the water muddy. We can't drink it like this." The fisherman replied, "But if I don't disturb the water, I'll have no fish to catch, and I'll starve to death." Likewise, demagogues thrive in cities when they stir up unrest in their homelands. The Fox and the Mask. A fox wandered into an actor's house. As she nosed around, examining every little thing, she found a beautifully crafted mask used for performances. Picking it up in her paws, she remarked, "What a fine head! Too bad there's no brain inside." This fable speaks of people who are impressive in appearance but lack good sense. A poor man, who was very ill, prayed to the gods. He said, "If I recover, I will offer you 100 oxen as a sacrifice." The gods, curious to test him, quickly restored his health. After getting better, the man, unable to afford real oxen, made 100 oxen out of fat and burned them on the altar. He declared, "Dear gods, see, I've kept my promise." The gods, wishing to punish him, appeared to him in a dream and said, "Go to the shore, to this exact spot, and you will find 100 talents of gold." The man, overjoyed, woke up and rushed to the location to search for the gold. But instead, he ran into a gang of robbers who captured him. The man pleaded with them, "Please let me go. I'll give you 1,000 talents of gold." This story shows that deceitful people provoke the gods' anger. 29. The charcoal burner and the fuller. A charcoal burner, who was working in a certain house, noticed that a fuller had moved in nearby. Approaching him, he suggested, "Why don't you come live with me? We'll become good friends, and it will be much more convenient and profitable for both of us to share one house." The fuller replied, "That's impossible for me. Whatever I whiten, you'll cover in soot." This story shows that opposites are utterly incompatible. 30. The shipwrecked man. A wealthy Athenian was sailing with some companions. A terrible storm arose and the ship capsized. While the other passengers swam to safety, the Athenian kept calling upon Athena, making numerous promises if only she would save him. One of the other shipwrecked men, swimming past him, said, "While you pray to Athena, why don't you move your arms as well?" This story teaches that, while we should call on the gods in times of trouble, we must also take action ourselves. It is better to gain the favor of the gods through our own efforts than to neglect our own responsibility and hope to be saved by divine intervention. In times of disaster, we must first strive with all our strength before asking the gods for help. 31. The bald man and his 2 mistresses. A middle-aged man had 2 lovers, one older and one younger. The older woman, feeling embarrassed to be close to him when he was young, would pluck out his black hairs when he came near her. The younger woman, not wanting to be seen as having an old lover, would pluck out his grey hairs, making him bald. In the end, the man was left with a bald head, having been plucked by both women. It is harmful everywhere when something is not in harmony. A man had committed a murder and was being pursued by the victim's relatives. He reached the Nile River and encountered a lion. Terrified, he climbed a tree by the river to hide. However, he saw a snake slithering toward him and, nearly fainting from fear, threw himself into the river. There, a crocodile devoured him. This story shows that neither land, air, nor water offers safety to those guilty of murder. 33. The boastful athlete. A man returned home after a journey. He went around the town, loudly boasting about the brave deeds he had accomplished in the lands he visited. He claimed that in Rhodes he had made such a long jump that no one alive could match it, and that there were witnesses to prove it. A bystander then said, "All right, if that's true, here's your Rhodes. Go ahead and jump." The fable shows that talk is useless when a demonstration is all that's needed. 34. A man making impossible promises. A poor man fell seriously ill and was in a dire condition. The doctors had lost all hope as he had no money to pay them. Desperate, he turned to the gods and vowed, "O great and shining gods, if you restore my health, I will sacrifice 100 oxen to you." His wife, who was standing by his side, asked, "And where will you get 100 oxen if you recover?" The man replied, "Do you think I'll even get out of this bed for the gods to come collecting?" This story shows that people often make promises easily, but never really expect to keep them. 35. The man and the satyr. Once upon a time, a man and a satyr are said to have formed a friendship. One winter, as the cold became severe, the man blew on his hands after bringing them close to his mouth. The satyr, curious, asked why he did that. The man explained, "I'm warming my hands because of the cold." Later, when a steaming hot meal was served to them, the man brought the food to his lips and blew on it. The satyr asked again why he was doing that. The man answered, "I'm cooling the food down because it's too hot." The satyr, taken aback, declared, "I want nothing more to do with you from now on, for you blow both hot and cold from the same mouth." The story shows that we should avoid friendships with those whose nature is inconsistent. 36. The Man and the Oracle. A wicked man went to Delphi to test Apollo. He took a sparrow in his hand and hid it with his cloak, then stood by the tripod and asked the god, "Apollo, the thing I carry in my hand, is it alive or dead?" The man intended that if Apollo said dead, he would show the sparrow alive, but if Apollo said alive, he would strangle the sparrow and present it dead. However, Apollo, seeing through the man's malicious plan, replied, "Do as you wish. It is up to you whether what you hold will be living or dead." The fable shows that the divine is unchangeable and cannot be tricked. 37. The Blind Man and the Wolf Cub. A blind man had the habit of identifying any animal placed in his hands by feeling it. One day they gave him a wolf cub. After touching it and being uncertain, he said, "I don't know if it's a wolf cub, a fox cub, or some similar creature, but I do know for sure that this is not the kind of animal that should be with a flock of sheep." In the same way, the nature of bad people is often revealed through their outward appearance. 43. The Two Frogs in the Pond. Two frogs were living in a pond. When the pond dried up during the summer, they left it behind and went in search of a new place. They came across a deep well, and one frog said to the other, "Let's jump into this well." The other frog replied, "But what if the water dries up here too? How will we be able to get out again?" The story teaches us not to approach situations without thinking carefully first. 44. The Frogs Asking for a King. The frogs, suffering from their own lawlessness, sent ambassadors to Zeus, asking him to give them a king. Seeing their naivety, Zeus dropped a piece of wood into the pond. The frogs, initially shocked by the noise, dove into the depths of the pond. Later, when the piece of wood remained still, they emerged and began to ridicule it, climbing on top and sitting upon it. Disappointed with having such a king, they went again to Zeus, asking him to send them a different ruler, since the first one was too lazy. Zeus, angered by their behavior, sent them a water snake, which killed the frogs one by one. The story shows that it is better to have a lazy ruler than a troublesome and malicious one. 45. The Bulls and the Wagon. 4 strong bulls were straining with their shoulders to pull a large wagon into town, while the axle creaked loudly. The driver, filled with rage, leaned down next to the wagon and shouted, "You wretched creature! Why are you making such a racket, while the bulls who are carrying you remain silent?" 46. The North Wind and the Sun. The North Wind and the Sun had a quarrel about which of them could make a traveller remove his cloak. The North Wind went first, and blowing fiercely, tried to strip the man of his cloak. But as the man grew colder, he wrapped the cloak tightly around himself, holding it firmly with both hands and sheltering his face against the wind. Then the sun began to shine, warming the air. As the temperature rose, the man began to sweat, and feeling the heat, he quickly removed his cloak and draped it over his shoulders. Thus the North Wind was defeated. The fable shows that a gentle approach often achieves more than forceful or violent methods. 47. The Boy and the Guts. A group of farmers, while sacrificing a goat in the field to the goddess Demeter, called over those nearby. Among them was a poor woman and her son. As the feast progressed, the boy, having stuffed himself with the meat, soon suffered from a terrible stomachache. After vomiting up the goat's guts, he moaned and said, "Oh, mother, my guts!" His mother replied, "No, my son, those are not your guts. Those are the ones you ate." This fable applies to a man who eagerly takes what belongs to others, and when it is demanded of him, he feels burdened as though he were giving up his own possessions. A songbird was hanging from a window at night, singing. A bat heard her voice and approached to ask why she sang at night, but remained silent during the day. The songbird explained that she had once sung during the day and had been captured, so she had learned her lesson and now sang only at night. The bat replied, "But there's no use in that now, when it won't help you. You should have been careful before you were caught." The story shows that regret after a misfortune is useless. 49. The Shepherd and the Lion. A shepherd who was grazing a herd of bulls lost one of his calves. He searched everywhere but couldn't find it. He then prayed to Zeus, vowing that if he found the thief, he would sacrifice a kid to the god. Later, he entered a forest and saw a lion eating the calf. Filled with fear, he raised his hands to the sky and said, "O Zeus, I once prayed to sacrifice a kid if I found the thief, but now I will sacrifice a bull to you if you help me escape from the hands of the thief." This story applies to unfortunate men who pray to find something, but once they find it, they try to avoid it. 50. The Weasel and Aphrodite. Once, a weasel fell in love with a handsome young man. The goddess Aphrodite, moved by the weasel's longing, allowed her to change into a beautiful woman, one who any man would eagerly marry. When the young man saw her, he instantly fell in love and took her home as his bride. While they were resting in their chamber, a mouse suddenly ran across the room. The bride, forgetting everything else, jumped up from the bed and rushed after the mouse. The wedding was interrupted as she eagerly pursued it. Aphrodite, upset with the weasel's behavior, returned her to her original form. Nature had proven stronger than love, for despite the change, her true instincts were unchanged. 51. The Farmer and the Snake that Killed His Son. A snake, lurking near a farmer's doorstep, bit the farmer's child when the boy accidentally stepped on it. The child died instantly. The parents were overcome with grief. Driven by anguish, the father grabbed an axe and rushed to the snake's den, waiting to strike the moment it emerged. When the snake slithered out to hunt, the man swung the axe with all his might, but missed its head, severing only the tip of its tail. Terrified of being killed, the farmer later gathered flour, water, salt, and honey, offering them to the snake to make peace. But the snake, hiding beneath a rock, hissed faintly and refused. "From this day, human, cease your efforts. No friendship can exist between us. For whenever I see my mutilated tail, I grieve, and whenever you gaze upon your son's grave, you will never know peace." This fable shows that no one forgets hatred or the pain of wrong suffered, so long as the memory of their sorrow remains visible. 52. The Farmer and His Dogs. A farmer was trapped by a winter storm on his estate. Unable to go outside and find food, he first ate his sheep, then his goats. As the storm continued, he even slaughtered the oxen that worked his fields. When the dogs saw this, they said to each other, "Let's leave this place now. If the master didn't even spare the oxen who work for him, how can we expect him to spare us?" The story shows that those who do not even spare their own people should especially be avoided. A Farmer and His Sons. A farmer had sons who were constantly at odds with each other. Despite his many attempts to advise them to live in harmony, his words had no effect. Realizing that talking wouldn't work, he decided to teach them a lesson through action. He told them to bring him a bundle of sticks. When they did as he asked, he handed them the bundle and said, "Try to break these sticks all at once." The sons tried with all their might, but they couldn't do it. Then the farmer untied the bundle and gave each son a single stick. "Now break them one by one," he said. The sons quickly snapped each stick with ease. The farmer said, "So it is with you, my sons. If you stand united, no enemy can defeat you, but if you fight amongst yourselves, you will be easy to overcome." This story shows that unity is as much stronger as division is easy to defeat. 54. The Farmer's Boy and the Snails. A farmer's boy was roasting snails. When he heard them hissing as they cooked, he said, "What miserable creatures you are! Your homes are burning down, and all you do is sing." This story shows that anything done at the wrong time brings shame upon itself. 55. The Widow and the Maidservants. A hard-working widow had maidservants whom she would wake up when the rooster crowed, even while it was still dark outside, to get them to work. The maidservants, exhausted from their constant labor, decided that the rooster was the source of their troubles, as it woke their mistress in the middle of the night. So they killed the rooster, thinking it would end their suffering. However, once the rooster was gone, their situation only worsened. Without the rooster's crowing to signal the time, their mistress, unaware of the hour, began waking them up even earlier than before. This story shows that sometimes people's plans can end up causing more harm than good. 56. The Witch on Trial. There was a witch who claimed to be able to perform magic ceremonies to avert divine wrath. She often carried out these ceremonies and earned a considerable profit from doing so. Some people, however, accused her of sacrilege. She was arrested, tried, and condemned to death. As she was led to her execution, a bystander mocked her. You promised to appease divine anger. How could you not even persuade human judgment? This fable reveals that many boast of grand abilities, yet fail in the simplest tasks. 57. The Old Woman and Her Doctor. An old woman suffering from an eye ailment called a doctor, agreeing to pay him a certain fee if he cured her, but nothing if he failed. The doctor began the treatment, visiting her every day. As he applied the ointment to her eyes, she could not see, and while she was blind, he would take something from her house and leave with it. He did this every day. The woman saw that her possessions were slowly disappearing, and by the time she was cured, there was nothing left. The doctor, now claiming that her sight had been restored, asked for the agreed-upon fee. He called witnesses to testify about their agreement. The woman protested, "I can't see anything. When my eyes were sick, I could see all the things in my house. But now, when you say I am cured, I can't see any of them." This fable shows that the wicked often end up inadvertently providing evidence against themselves through their own actions. There was a widow who owned a hen that laid one egg every single day. She thought, if I give her more barley, she might lay 2 eggs a day instead. So she started feeding the hen more generously. But as the hen grew fat and lazy, she stopped laying eggs altogether. This fable shows that greed often leads people to lose what they already have. 59. The Weasel and the File. A weasel went into a blacksmith's workshop. There she found an iron file lying on the bench and began licking it enthusiastically. The file's rough surface scraped her tongue, causing it to bleed profusely. But the weasel was delighted, believing she was actually consuming part of the iron. She kept licking until her tongue was completely destroyed. This fable warns against those who, in their stubbornness, end up harming themselves. Translator's note: this story is similar to one widely shared online as the way Eskimos hunt wolves. Eskimos supposedly coat a sharp blade with blood and freeze it before planting the knife in the snow. Drawn by the scent of blood, a wolf approaches and starts licking the blade. As it licks faster and harder, its tongue gets cut, causing it to bleed. Mistaking its own blood for more prey, the wolf continues licking until it eventually dies from blood loss. Of course, real Eskimos catch wolves using bait and traps like anyone else. Moreover, wolves are intelligent creatures, so it is highly unlikely that such a foolish method would actually work. 60. The Old Man and Death. An old man had cut some wood and was carrying it along a long road. After a while he became exhausted and sat down, setting the load aside. He called out to Death for help. When Death appeared and asked why the old man had called him, the old man replied, "To help me lift this burden." This fable shows that every person, even when they are suffering, still holds on to life. 61. The Farmer and Fortune. A farmer, while ploughing, stumbled upon gold. Every day he would offer thanks to the earth, believing that it was her who had provided him with such a gift. However, Fortune, seeing this, appeared to him and said, "Why do you give credit to the earth for my gift, the wealth I gave you? If the circumstances change and the gold were to end up in other hands, I know you would blame me, Fortune." The fable teaches us that we should recognize our benefactor and show gratitude to them. 62. The Dolphins and the Whales. The dolphins and the whales were fighting each other. As the conflict grew more intense, a crab emerged and tried to mediate between them. One of the dolphins, stepping forward, said to the crab, "But it would be easier for us to be destroyed by each other than for you to make peace between us." This fable shows that some people, who are of little importance, think they can resolve conflicts when they get involved in them. Demades the orator was speaking once in Athens. Since the people were not paying much attention to him, he asked if they would allow him to tell them an Aesop's fable. When they agreed, he began, "Demeter, a swallow, and an eel were walking down the same road. When they reached a river, the swallow flew up, and the eel sank into the water." After saying this, he fell silent. The audience then asked what happened to Demeter. Demades replied, "She is angry with you for having left the important matters of the city and instead holding on to Aesop's fables." Thus, some people are unreasonable, neglecting necessary affairs and preferring things for pleasure. 64. The Man Bitten by the Dog. A man who had just been bitten by a dog was wandering around looking for someone who could heal him. Someone suggested to him, "You should let the blood from your wound drip onto a piece of bread, and then feed the bread to the dog that bit you. If you do that, your wound will heal." The man replied, "But if I do that, every dog in the city will want to bite me." This fable shows that when a person is tempted by evil, their wickedness grows, leading them to commit more injustices. 65. The Two Friends and the Bear. Two friends were travelling along the same road. As they were walking, a bear suddenly appeared in front of them. One of the men, afraid, immediately climbed a tree and hid himself in the branches. The other man, unable to escape, fell to the ground and pretended to be dead. The bear approached and sniffed him, checking his breath and hearing. It is said that a bear will not touch a dead body. After a moment, the bear assumed the man was dead and left him. When the man in the tree climbed down, he asked what the bear had whispered to the man lying on the ground. The other replied, "She told me this. From now on, don't travel with friends who leave you in danger." This story shows that true friends are revealed in times of trouble. 66. Two young boys were sitting with the butcher. While the butcher was busy with his work, one of the boys seized a piece of meat and hid it in the other boy's pocket. When the butcher turned around and started looking for the meat, the boy who had taken it swore to the god that he didn't have it, and the boy who had the meat swore to the god that he hadn't taken it. Realizing the trick they had played, the butcher said, "Even if you deceive me by swearing falsely, you will never deceive the god to whom you swore." The fable shows that even if we manage to deceive others by swearing falsely, we can never deceive the gods. 67. The Travellers and the Axe. Two men were travelling together when one of them spotted an axe. "I found it," he exclaimed. The other man immediately said, "No, don't say I found it. You should say we found it." Soon after, the owners of the lost axe caught up with them and started chasing the man who was holding it. "We're in trouble," the man shouted. But his companion corrected him. "No, you're in trouble, not we. When you found the axe, you said I found it, not we found it." This story shows that those who refuse to share their good fortune will find themselves without support in times of trouble. Two enemies were sailing on the same ship. They wanted to stay as far apart as possible, so one went to the prow and the other to the stern. They remained in their places. Soon a fierce storm came and the ship began to be in danger of sinking. The man at the stern asked the helmsman which part of the ship was most likely to sink first. "It will be the prow," said the helmsman. "Then so be it," said the man. "Death does not trouble me as long as I will see my enemy die first." This story shows that there are some people who care nothing for their own suffering as long as they can see their enemies suffer before them. 69. The Two Frogs by the Road. Two frogs lived near each other. One lived in a deep pond, far from the road, while the other lived near the road in a small pool of water. The frog in the deep pond advised the other to move in with him so they could share the pond and live a safer, better life. But the frog by the road refused, saying he had become too accustomed to his home to leave. Not long after, he was crushed by a passing wagon. This is also true for people who stick to worthless pursuits. Before they realize it, they lose everything instead of moving on to something better. 70. The Oak Tree and the Reed. An oak tree and a reed once argued about strength. The oak, proud of its power, boasted that it could resist any wind. The reed, on the other hand, bent easily with every breeze. The reed said nothing in response to the oak's mockery. Then a strong wind began to blow. The reed bent and swayed with the wind, surviving the storm. But the oak, standing firm and resisting the wind, was uprooted and fell. The fable shows that it is better to adapt to stronger forces than to stubbornly resist them. 71. The Coward and the Lion of Gold. A greedy coward found a golden lion and said, "I don't know what to do in this situation. I am beside myself. I can't decide what to do. My love for money and my natural cowardice are tearing me apart. What kind of fate or supernatural force has created a golden lion? My soul is at war with itself. I love the gold, but I fear the lion made of gold. My desire urges me to touch it, but my character tells me to stay away. O fortune, you give me this, but prevent me from taking it. O treasure that offers no pleasure! O gift from the gods that is so unwelcome! What should I do? How can I gain anything from this? How can I approach it? I will send my servants to bring it and order them to attack it en masse, while I watch from a distance. The story fits a rich man who does not dare to touch or use his wealth. 72. The Bees and the Beekeeper. A thief entered a beekeeper's property while the owner was away and stole the honeycombs. When the owner returned and saw that the beehives were empty, he stood there puzzled, wondering what had happened. The bees then came back from their pastures. When they saw the beekeeper, they attacked him fiercely with their stings. The beekeeper said to the bees, "You wretched creatures, you let the man who stole your honeycombs get away with impunity, while you turn your anger on me, the very one who takes care of you." This shows that some people, due to ignorance, fail to guard themselves from their enemies while pushing their friends away, as if those friends were plotting against them. It is common for people to bring Maltese dogs and monkeys on long sea voyages to ease the boredom of the journey. A man planning such a voyage took a monkey with him. When the ship reached Cape Saunion, a promontory near Athens, a violent storm struck. The ship capsized and everyone was thrown into the water. The monkey, too, started swimming. A dolphin, seeing him, mistook him for a human. The dolphin swam underneath the monkey and carried him toward the shore. As they approached the port of Piraeus, the Athenian harbour, the dolphin asked the monkey, "Are you from Athens?" The monkey replied, "Yes, I am, and I come from an illustrious family." The dolphin then asked, "Do you know Piraeus?" The monkey, thinking Piraeus was a person, said, "Yes, Piraeus is a dear and familiar friend of mine." The dolphin, enraged by the monkey's lies, threw him into the water and killed him. This fable is appropriate for a man who lies, thinking he can deceive others. 74. The Stag and his Reflection. A stag parched with thirst came to a spring to drink. As he drank, he saw his reflection in the water. He admired the size and shape of his horns, but despised the slenderness of his legs. While he was thinking this, a lion appeared and began chasing him. The stag, running for his life, quickly outpaced the lion across the flat plains. The speed of a stag lies in its legs, while the strength of a lion lies in its heart. However, when the stag reached a wooded area, his horns got caught in the branches, and he could not run any more. As he was about to be caught, he said to himself, "Wretched me! I was saved by the very thing I despised, and now I am ruined by the thing I prided myself on." Thus, many times in danger, those whom one suspects can become saviours, while those whom one trusts completely may prove to be traitors. 75. The One-Eyed Deer. A deer, who had lost one of its eyes, used to graze near the sea. To protect itself, it always kept its blind side towards the water, believing there was no danger from that direction. It kept its good eye facing the land, so it could spot any approaching hunters or danger from that side. By doing so, it felt secure and managed to avoid threats on land several times. However, the hunters discovered that the deer was blind in one eye. After a few failed attempts to hunt it, they took a boat and sailed towards the cliff where it was feeding. They approached silently from the sea, an angle the deer had not considered a threat. One of the hunters took aim and shot it. As it lay dying, the deer uttered this lament, "Ah, what a fool I was! I feared the land, yet I found my death from the very place I thought was safe, the sea." The Deer and the Lion in the Cave. A deer, fleeing from hunters, found itself at a cave where a lion lived. It entered, thinking it could hide there, but was caught by the lion and killed. As it was dying, the deer said to itself, "How foolish I was! Fleeing from men, I handed myself over to this wild beast." In the same way, some people, fearing a lesser danger, throw themselves into a greater one. 7. The Deer and the Vine. A deer, being chased by hunters, hid under a grapevine. When the hunters had passed by, the deer, thinking she was safe, started eating the vine's leaves. As the leaves rustled, the hunters turned back. Realizing that something was hiding under the vine, they threw their spears and killed the deer. As she was dying, the deer said to herself, "I got what I deserved. I shouldn't have harmed the vine that saved me." This fable shows that those who wrong their benefactors are punished by the gods. Some people boarded a ship and set sail. As they reached the open sea, a fierce storm suddenly arose, nearly sinking the ship. One of the passengers, in utter desperation, cried out to his ancestral gods, pleading with tears and groans. He promised to offer generous sacrifices if only they were saved. Eventually, the storm subsided and calm waters returned. Overjoyed by their unexpected survival, the passengers broke into feasting, dancing, and rejoicing. The ship's captain, a man of firm resolve, addressed them sternly. "My friends, it's wise to temper your joy, just as you should not despair too quickly. Another storm may come upon us at any time." This story teaches us not to get carried away by good fortune, as fate is always changeable. The Cat and the Mice. There were many mice in a certain house. The cat, knowing this, came there and caught one mouse after another, eating them. As the mice were being continuously consumed, they started to hide in the walls. The cat, no longer able to catch them, came up with a plan to lure them out. So, climbing onto a shelf, he hung himself there as if he were dead. When some of the mice saw him, one of them said, "But look, even if this one looks like a sack, I won't approach him." This fable shows that the wise cannot be easily deceived by deceitful appearances. 80. The Flies. When honey was spilled in a pantry, some flies flew up and landed on it. They couldn't resist the sweetness of the honey and kept eating. But their feet got stuck in the honey, and they couldn't fly away. As they drowned in the honey, they said, "Oh, pity us. For the sake of a brief feast, we are going to perish." This story shows that greediness often leads to serious trouble. 81. The Fox and the Monkey elected king. At a meeting of the animals, the monkey performed a dance. The performance was a huge hit, and the animals elected the monkey as their king. But the fox, feeling jealous, spotted some meat lying in a trap. She led the monkey there and said, "Your Majesty, please look. I have discovered a treasure. I didn't take it for myself, of course, as it's only right for the king to claim it. I've been guarding it just for you, so you could enjoy this royal prize." She encouraged the monkey to take it. Without thinking, the monkey put his hand into the trap and got caught. When he accused the fox of setting him up, the fox replied, "Oh, you monkey, how can you rule over the animals when you're such a fool?" This story shows that those who act recklessly often end up in disaster and become the subject of ridicule. 82. The Donkey, the Rooster, and the Lion. Once upon a time, a donkey and a rooster lived together on a farm. One day, a lion, hungry from a long period of fasting, noticed the donkey and thought about attacking him. But when the rooster let out his loud crowing sound, the lion, terrified by the sound, as they say that lions are afraid of a rooster's crow, turned and fled. The donkey, thinking that it was his own strength that caused the lion to run, became filled with confidence. He immediately went after the lion, believing that the rooster had scared it off. However, after the donkey had gone some distance from the farm, the lion turned back and, seeing the donkey now far away from help, ate him. As the donkey was dying, he cried out, "How wretched and foolish I am! I, who was never a warrior, thought I could charge into battle against my enemies. How foolish I was to think I could face danger without understanding the true nature of the situation." This fable shows that many people, seeing their enemies humiliated, become overconfident and attack, only to be destroyed by their enemies in the end. At the assembly of the animals, the monkey stood up and danced. He was greatly admired and applauded by everyone. The camel, feeling jealous, wanted the same success. So she stood up and tried to dance as well. However, she made a complete fool of herself. The other animals, annoyed by her actions, drove her away, beating her with sticks. This fable is suitable for those who, out of jealousy, try to rival their betters. 84. The Two Dung Beetles. A bull was grazing on a small island, and two dung beetles lived there, feeding on the bull's manure. As winter approached, one of the beetles said to the other, "I want to go to the mainland and live there by myself during the winter. If I find a good feeding ground, I will bring something back for you too." The beetle then moved to the mainland and found plenty of moist manure. He settled in and had plenty to eat. When winter was over, he flew back to the island where he had left the other beetle. When the second beetle saw him returning, fat and well fed, he asked why he hadn't kept his promise. The first beetle replied, "Don't blame me. It's just the nature of the place. It's easy to feed there, but the food can't be carried away." This story is fitting for those who offer their friendship only up until they are satisfied, but are of no use to their friends beyond that. 85. The sheep, the goat, and the sow. A man had gathered a sow, a goat, and a sheep from his farm. While they were being transported to the city by a donkey, the goat and the sheep remained calm, but the sow was crying out loudly. The donkey, disturbed by the noise, said to the sow, "Why can't you stay quiet like the others?" The sow responded, "The goat is being taken for her milk, the sheep for his wool, but for me, this is a matter of life and death." This story teaches that each individual has their own reasons for their actions. 86. The sparrow. A sparrow was feeding on some myrtle berries. The berries were so sweet that the sparrow refused to leave the tree. Meanwhile, a bird catcher who had been observing the sparrow caught her. As the sparrow was about to die, she said, "How miserable I am! I am going to die just for the sweetness of food." This fable shows that some people, out of their desire for pleasure and luxury, put their lives at risk, much like those who are careless with their lives for fleeting enjoyment. 87. The golden egg-laying hen. A man had a beautiful hen that laid golden eggs every day. Thinking that there might be a treasure hidden inside her, he killed the hen. But when he opened her, he found that she was just like the other hens. In his greed for wealth, he lost the little profit he already had. This fable shows that one should be satisfied with what they have and avoid greed, lest they lose everything. 88. These statues. Hermes, wishing to find out how much people valued him, took on human form and entered a sculptor's workshop. He saw a statue of Zeus and asked how much it would cost. The sculptor replied, "A drachma." Hermes smiled and then asked the price of the statue of Hera. The sculptor named a higher price. When Hermes saw a statue of himself, he thought that, since he was the messenger of the gods and brought profit, people would value him even more. He asked the sculptor about the price of his own statue. The sculptor replied, "If you buy those other two, I'll throw this one in for free." This fable illustrates the case of a conceited person who is not esteemed by others. 89. Hermes and Tiresias. Hermes wanted to test Tiresias's prophetic abilities, so he stole some of Tiresias's cattle from the pasture. Then, he assumed a human form and went to the city to visit Tiresias. When Tiresias heard about the stolen cattle, he took Hermes with him, and they went out to look for a sign regarding the theft. Tiresias asked Hermes to tell him about any omen from the birds that he might have noticed. The first sign Hermes saw was an eagle flying from the left to the right, and he reported this to Tiresias. Tiresias said that this was not relevant to the cattle. Next, Hermes saw a crow sitting on a tree. The crow first looked up, then looked down towards the ground. Hermes told Tiresias about this, and Tiresias responded, "Yes, that crow is swearing by both heaven and earth that I could recover my cattle if you are willing to cooperate." This fable can be used for a man who is a thief. Note, Tiresias is an important prophet in Greek mythology, appearing in the myths of Zeus and Hera. Originally a man, he once witnessed two snakes fighting, and after intervening was transformed into a woman. Later, he experienced a return to his original male form. This dual experience of both male and female perspectives endowed him with exceptional prophetic abilities. Tiresias appears as a key prophet in many myths, and he is notably mentioned in Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. 90. The viper and the water snake. A viper used to go to a certain spring to drink, but a water snake that lived there drove him away, angry that the viper was encroaching on his territory. Their dispute grew fiercer, and eventually they agreed to settle it by a fight, with the winner taking control of both the water and the land. The frogs, who despised the water snake, approached the viper, offering to be his allies and aid him during the battle. When the fight began and the viper grappled with the water snake, the frogs did nothing but croak, as they were unable to help in any way. In the end, the viper emerged victorious. He was furious with the frogs for failing to help him as promised, and even worse, for merely sitting there singing while he fought. The frogs replied, "But you should have known that we had nothing to offer you except the sound of our voices." This fable shows that when you need real help, mere words are of no use. The donkey and the dog. A certain man kept a donkey and a beautiful dog. The donkey, in the stable by the manger, ate barley and grass as usual, but the dog, being charming, played joyfully around the master, always fawning over him. The master treated the dog well, and the donkey watched all this, thinking to himself, "If my master and all the servants love this nasty little dog so much, then surely I can do the same things it does. After all, I am better than a dog. I'm more talented and useful in so many ways. I deserve to drink fresh water and eat elegant food just like that dog. I'm much more deserving of respect than this little creature." One day, while the donkey was reflecting on this, he saw his master approaching. The donkey brayed loudly and rushed to meet him. He leapt up, placed his front feet on the master's shoulders, licked him with his tongue, and tore at the master's clothes with his hooves. The master fell down under the donkey's weight. At his shout, all the servants came running. They grabbed sticks and stones and beat the donkey senseless, breaking his legs and back. They finally chased him into the stable, where he lay barely alive. Unworthy people should not try to usurp the position of their superiors. 2 dogs. A man had 2 dogs. He taught one to hunt and the other to guard the house. Whenever the hunting dog caught something, the watchdog would also share in the reward. This made the hunting dog angry, as he had to work for everything, while the watchdog did nothing and still enjoyed the fruits of his labor. The watchdog responded, "Don't blame me. Blame the master who never taught me to work. Instead, he taught me to live off the labor of others." This fable shows that even young people who don't know how to do anything should not be blamed, as they have been raised in such a way by their parents. 93. The Viper and the File. A viper entered a blacksmith's workshop and bit a file, trying to see if it could gnaw through it. The file responded, "You fool! Why are you trying to wound me with your teeth when I am capable of grinding through any kind of iron?" This fable shows that those who expect to gain something from people who are known to be greedy are wasting their time. 94. The Mother and her 2 daughters. A woman who had 2 daughters married them both off, one to a gardener and the other to a potter. One day she went to visit the daughter married to the gardener. After a general conversation, she asked her how things were going. The daughter replied, "Everything else is fine, mother, but please pray for rain, so the vegetables will get enough water and grow properly." Afterward, the mother left and went to see the daughter living with the potter. She asked the same question, and the daughter answered, "Everything else is fine, mother, but please pray for clear skies and hot sunny days, so the pots will dry faster." The mother then said, "If you want clear skies, and your sister is asking for rain, how am I supposed to pray for both of you?" This story shows that people who are attempting to do 2 opposite things will fail at both. 95. The Ill-Tempered Wife. A man had a wife who treated everyone in their household badly. He wanted to know if she behaved the same way toward the members of her father's household, so he found a reasonable excuse and sent her to her father's house. After a few days, she returned, and he asked her how things had gone. She said, "The cowherds and shepherds were giving me nasty looks." The man replied, "My wife, if even those who leave at dawn with their herds and return only late at night dislike you, what do you expect from those who spend the entire day with you?" The fable shows that great things can be understood from small signs, and hidden truths can be seen through what is visible. 96. The Snake and the Fox. A snake was lying on a fence made of thorn bushes near a vineyard by the river. When heavy rains caused the river to swell, the fence was swept away. The snake, tangled up in the thorns, was carried along by the current. A fox, seeing this, burst out laughing and said, "A terrible ship, but fitting for its sailor, and the sailor is just as fitting for his ship." This shows that wicked people, by joining forces with other wicked ones, meet their ruin together. The Wolf. A kid had wandered away from the flock and was being chased by a wolf. When the kid could no longer escape, it turned to the wolf and said, "I know I am about to become your meal, but please let me die with some dignity. Play the flute for me so that I can dance." The wolf played the flute, and the kid danced to the music. The sound of the music was heard by the shepherd's dogs, who came running and attacked the wolf. As the wolf ran away, he muttered to himself, "I deserve this. I should have been a butcher, not a musician." The story shows that even the wicked can be humbled by the power of words. 98. The Kid and the Wolf. A young goat stood on the roof of a house. When he saw a wolf passing by, he began hurling insults and mocking him. The wolf, grinding his teeth, said, "You there! It's not you who are mocking me, but the place where you're standing." This fable shows that often it is a person's position or timing that gives them the courage to challenge those who are stronger. 99. The Man and the Statue of Hermes. A certain man carved a wooden Hermes and took it to the market to sell. However, since no one approached him, he began calling out to passers-by. He shouted as if offering a beneficent god who bestows benefits and generously grants profit. Then one of those present said to him, "Oh, you! Why do you sell such a thing when you should be enjoying its benefits yourself?" He replied, "I need immediate benefits, but this god is accustomed to dispensing profits slowly." This saying is apt for a man who is shamefully greedy and even holds the gods in contempt. Zeus, Prometheus, Athena, and Momus. Zeus, Prometheus, and Athena were once competing to see who could create the best thing. Zeus made a bull, Prometheus made man, and Athena made a house. They chose Momus to be the judge. Momus, who was always quick to criticize, began by complaining about each creation. He told Zeus that he had made a mistake because the bull didn't have eyes under its horns to see where it was charging. Then he criticized Prometheus, saying that man should have had a transparent forehead so others could see his thoughts, especially the wicked ones. Finally, he criticized Athena's house, arguing that it should have had wheels at its base so it could be moved easily if the neighbors were troublesome. Zeus, annoyed by Momus's constant complaints, cast him out of Olympus for his spiteful behavior. This story shows that nothing is truly perfect, and there will always be someone who finds fault with everything. Note: Momus is the god of criticism and mockery in Greek mythology, personifying the act of maliciously criticizing and ridiculing others. He is the son of Nyx, the goddess of night, and has siblings such as Moros, fate, Thanatos, death, Apate, deception, Eris, discord, among others. Momus's excessive criticism and mockery made him so disliked by the other gods that he was eventually expelled from Mount Olympus. Jackdaw and the Birds. Zeus, wishing to appoint a king among the birds, set a deadline by which all must appear so that he could crown the most handsome of them as king. However, those who gathered were swept away onto a river. The jackdaw, noticing that he was surrounded by ugliness, left and collected the feathers shed by the other birds. He kept them for himself and attached them to his body. As a result, he became more handsome than all the others. When the appointed day arrived, all the birds came before Zeus. The jackdaw, now decorated with various colors, also appeared. Just as Zeus was about to invest the jackdaw with kingship for his fine appearance, the birds, indignant, each reclaimed his own feather. Thus it happened that the jackdaw, having been stripped of his adornments, became naked once again. In the same way, human debtors are like this. While they hold money that belongs to others, they seem to be something special, but once they have returned it, they are found to be just as they were from the start. 102. Hermes and the Earth. When Zeus created man and woman, he ordered Hermes to take them to the earth and show them how to obtain food by digging into the ground. However, at first, the earth refused to cooperate. When Hermes insisted, saying that Zeus had commanded it, the earth responded, "Let them dig as much as they like, but they will pay for it with groans and tears." This fable is relevant to those who easily take out loans but later find it difficult to repay them. 3. Hermes and the Cobblers. Zeus ordered Hermes to give a dose of deceit to every craftsman. Hermes ground it into a fine powder and divided it into equal portions, applying it to each craftsman. When only the cobbler was left, a great deal of the drug remained. Hermes poured the entire remaining contents onto the cobbler. As a result, all craftsmen became liars, but cobblers were the worst of all. This fable is suitable for a man who tells lies. Zeus and Apollo. Apollo, shooting his bow at a great distance, said to the gods, "No one can shoot farther than I, not even Zeus." Zeus, playing along, agreed to a contest. Hermes shook the lots in Ares' helmet, and the lot fell to Apollo. Apollo, first in line, stretched his golden bowstring and swiftly released an arrow that landed in the garden of the Hesperides. Then Zeus covered the same distance in a single stride and stood, asking, "Where should I shoot my arrow, son? There is no place for me to stand." In the end, Zeus won the contest without even firing a shot. Note, the Garden of the Hesperides is a blessed garden located at the western edge of the world in Greek mythology. The hawks, the dog, and the man. Zeus created man to be short-lived. The man, using his own reasoning, prepared a home for himself when winter came and spent his time there. One day, when the cold was severe and the winter storm was strong, the horse, unable to endure the cold, ran to the man for shelter, asking him to provide some protection. The man responded that he would only help if the horse offered a portion of his years in exchange. The horse agreed, and soon after the ox came to seek shelter, unable to bear the winter cold either. The man told him the same, that he would offer protection if the ox also gave part of his years. The ox agreed, and then the dog arrived, also seeking shelter from the cold. The dog too, after offering part of his years, was allowed to stay. Thus, when humans live the lifespan granted by Zeus, they are pure and good. When they enter the years granted by the horse, they become arrogant. When they reach the years granted by the ox, they work hard and accumulate wealth. And when they reach the years granted by the dog, they become irritable and growl. This is why old people are ill-tempered. Note, a similar story can also be found in the Grimm Brothers' Tales 176. In the final edition of the Grimm Brothers collection, they removed stories of French origin. However, if they had removed all non-Germanic folk tales, would there have been any stories left in the final edition? 106. Zeus and the Tortoise. Zeus invited all the animals to his wedding feast. The tortoise, however, did not attend. Zeus, puzzled by her absence, asked her the reason for not coming to the feast. The tortoise replied, "There is no place like home, no place as good as my own house." Angry at the tortoise's refusal to come, Zeus commanded that she carry her house with her wherever she went. The fable shows that many people prefer to live simply at home, rather than live lavishly at someone else's house. Zeus and the Fox. Zeus admired the fox's cunning and mischievous nature, so he decided to transform her into the likeness of a human and make her his queen. However, he wanted to test whether her nature had truly changed. To do so, Zeus made a beetle crawl out from a hole. The fox, upon seeing it, jumped down from her throne and began chasing after the beetle. The gods laughed as they watched the fox run, and Zeus, embarrassed, renounced his relationship with her. He commanded the fox to return to her original form and said, "You are not worthy of my favor. Live the life you deserve." This fable shows that no matter how much one's appearance or circumstances may change, their true nature cannot be hidden. Hermes and the dose of intelligence. After Zeus created humanity, he ordered Hermes to give them intelligence. Hermes measured out equal portions and gave each person their share. As a result, the shorter people became wise, because the full measure of intelligence reached them completely, while the taller people became foolish, as the potion could not reach higher than their knees. This fable applies to a man who, although large in stature, lacks reason in his mind. When Zeus created humans, he immediately endowed them with all other qualities. But he forgot to instill in them the sense of shame. So, not knowing how else to introduce it, he commanded shame to enter through the anus. At first, shame resisted indignantly, but when Zeus pressed her strongly, she said, "Very well, I will enter on the condition that if any other thing tries to enter after me, I shall depart at once." From that time on, all prostitutes have been shameless. This myth shows that those possessed by love end up losing their sense of shame. The man and the hero. A man had a hero shrine in his house and made expensive sacrifices to it. As he kept spending large sums on the offerings, the hero appeared to him one night and said, "Stop wasting your money. If you spend it all and become poor, you'll blame me for it." Likewise, many people, when they suffer misfortune due to their own foolishness, tend to blame the gods. 111. Hercules and Plutus. Hercules, having been made a god and seated at a banquet with Zeus, greeted each of the gods with great warmth. But when Plutus, the god of wealth, entered last, Hercules turned his gaze aside, lowering his head to the ground. Zeus, surprised by this, asked him why, after greeting all the other gods with such pleasure, he had avoided Plutus. Hercules replied, "It is because during my time among humans I often saw him associating with the wicked." The Ant and the Dung Beetle. During the summer, an ant walked through the fields, collecting wheat and barley to store food for the winter. A dung beetle watched the ant and thought that he must be a wretched creature since he worked all the time, unlike all the other animals who were enjoying themselves in ease. The ant, however, paid no attention to the dung beetle and simply continued his work. When winter came, the dung beetle found his dung washed away by the rain and became hungry. He went to the ant and begged for some of his food. The ant replied, "Oh, beetle, if you had worked when I was working instead of mocking me, you wouldn't be here begging for food now." The fable teaches us not to neglect necessary things and to take care of our future well-being in good time. 13. The Tuna and the Dolphin. A tuna was being chased by a dolphin, speeding through the waters with loud splashes. Just as the dolphin was about to catch him, the tuna, driven by a desperate surge of strength, was thrown onto a nearby shore. The dolphin, swept along by the same force, also ran aground next to him. The tuna, turning to see the dolphin struggling for breath, said, "I no longer find my death painful, for I see the one who caused it dying along with me." This story shows that people endure hardships more easily when they see those responsible for their troubles suffering as well. The Doctor and the Sick Man. A doctor was treating a sick man. However, when the man passed away, the doctor said to the people carrying him to his burial, "If this man had stopped drinking wine and used enemas, he wouldn't have died." Someone in the crowd responded sharply, "Doctor, this isn't the time for that kind of talk when it serves no purpose. You should have given that advice when it could actually help him." This fable shows that friends should offer their help at the right time, not make clever remarks when it's too late. 115. The Bird-Catcher and the Viper. The bird-catcher took his bird-lime and reeds and went out to catch some birds. When he saw a thrush perched high on a tall tree, he decided to catch it. He attached the reeds together to make them longer and then stared intently at the bird, his mind focused on the task. Unaware, he stepped on a viper that was lying at his feet. The viper, enraged, bit him. As he lay dying, the bird-catcher said, "Woe is me! I was trying to catch one thing, but instead I've been caught and brought to death by something else." The story shows that those who plot against others often fall victim to the same fate. Note, the reason for using reeds is that birdlime was applied to them to trap small birds. Birdlime is a sticky substance used for trapping birds. It is applied to branches or small tree twigs, and when a bird lands on them, it gets stuck, allowing the bird to be captured. 116. The Crab and the Fox. A crab, having come up from the sea, was dwelling alone on a certain shore. Meanwhile, a hungry fox, seeing him and lacking food, ran over and seized him. The crab, who was about to be carried away, said, "But I have rightly suffered, for being a creature of the sea, I wish to become a creature of the land." Thus, those among men who abandon their familiar pursuits and engage in ventures unsuited to them suffer misfortune in the same manner. 17. The Camel and Zeus. The camel, seeing a bull proudly flaunting its horns, became jealous and wished to have horns of her own. She went to Zeus and asked him to give her horns. Zeus, angry at her greed, said that since she was already well suited for her size and strength, there was no need for more. He refused to give her horns, and in his anger, he even took away part of her ears. This fable shows that those who are already given much should be content with what they have, rather than seeking more, or they might lose what they already possess. The Beaver. The beaver is a four-legged animal that lives in lakes. Its testicles are said to be useful in certain medical treatments. It is said that when the beaver is pursued by humans and realizes why it is being hunted, it flees at first with great speed, using its legs to escape. But when it is caught, it bites off its own testicles and throws them to the hunters, thereby saving its life. The moral of this fable is that, like the beaver, those who are wise among humans, when faced with a threat to their lives, will disregard wealth in order to protect their safety. 119. The gardener irrigating vegetables. A man approached a gardener who was watering his vegetables and asked him, "Why is it that the wild plants grow strong and firm without being planted or cultivated, while the vegetables you plant often wither and become weak?" The gardener replied, "The wild plants are taken care of by nature itself, which is enough on its own, but our plants depend on human care." This story shows that a mother's care for her children is more dependable than a stepmother's attention. A gardener's dog fell into a well. The gardener, wanting to pull him out, descended into the well himself. The dog, thinking that the man intended to push him further down, turned and bit the gardener. Struggling to climb out, the gardener said, "I deserve this. Why did I make such an effort to save you when all you do is attack me?" This fable criticizes those who are foolish and unappreciative. The musician. There was a musician who had no talent at all. He often played his lyre in a room with thick plaster on the walls, and when he heard the echo of his voice, he thought he must be a very good musician. Filled with pride, he decided he should perform on stage. But when he got to the theatre and performed poorly, the audience threw stones at him and drove him off the stage. The fable shows that the same thing happens to some public speakers. While they are still in school, they may think they are talented, but when they enter public life, they find they are worth nothing. 122. The Thieves and the Rooster. Thieves broke into a house, but they found nothing inside except for a rooster. They took the rooster and left. As they were about to kill him, the rooster begged them to let him go, saying that he was useful to people because he woke them up to get to their work in the dark. The thieves responded, "That's even more reason for us to kill you. When you wake them up, you stop us from stealing from their houses." The story shows that things which frustrate the wicked are the very things that benefit the good. 123. The Jackdaw and the Ravens. There was a jackdaw who was larger than the other jackdaws. Scorning his fellows, he went to the ravens, deciding to live with them. However, the ravens did not recognize either his voice or his appearance, so they attacked him and drove him away. Rejected by the ravens, he returned to the jackdaws. But the jackdaws, angered by his arrogance, refused to accept him. In the end, the jackdaw was left without a place to go. This is also the case with those who leave their homeland, preferring foreign lands. They do not thrive in those places because they are strangers, and they are rejected by their own people for their arrogance. Note, the jackdaw and the raven are both black birds belonging to the Corvidae, crow, family. 124. The Raven and the Fox. A raven had seized a piece of meat and sat on a tree. A fox, seeing him, wanted to get the meat for itself. It praised the raven, saying, "How magnificent and handsome you are! Surely you should be the king of all birds. If only you had a voice to match your appearance, you would undoubtedly reign supreme among the fowl." Flattered, the raven thought to show off his voice. He let out a loud caw, dropping the meat in the process. The fox immediately ran over, snatched the meat, and said, "O raven, if only you had brains to match your voice, you would truly deserve to rule over all the birds. If you follow the advice of the foolish, you will come to harm." 125. The Crow and the Raven. The crow was jealous of the raven for its ability to deliver omens to humans and predict the future. The raven was often consulted by people for this purpose, and the crow wanted to achieve the same status. One day, when the crow saw some travelers passing by, she flew up into a tree and began squawking loudly. The men, startled by the sound, turned towards it, but one of them, regaining his composure, said, "Let's go, friends. It's just a crow. Her squawking means nothing." The story shows that people who try to imitate their superiors will fail and become the subject of ridicule. Jackdaw and the Fox. The jackdaw, feeling hungry, sat on a fig tree. Finding the figs were still unripe, he decided to wait until they ripened. A fox, seeing him lingering there, asked him what he was waiting for. After learning the reason, the fox said, "But you're mistaken, friend. Hope can guide you at first, but it won't help you in the end. It knows how to attract, but it cannot nourish." The Crow and the Dog. A crow was making a sacrifice to Athena and invited a dog to join the feast. The dog asked, "Why are you wasting your sacrifices? The goddess clearly hates you so much that she's even taken away the trust people once had in your omens." The crow replied, "That's exactly why I'm making these offerings. I know she's hostile toward me, but I hope to win her over." This fable shows that many people seeking advantage do not hesitate to show kindness to their enemies. The Kite and the Snake. A kite, bird that was searching for food, noticed a snake lying in the sun. The kite swooped down and grabbed the snake, but the snake quickly twisted around and bit it. As it was dying, the kite said, "What a fool I was! The windfall I found has turned out to be fatal." This fable can be applied to a person who finds a treasure that puts their life in danger. 129. The Jackdaw and the Doves. A jackdaw saw that the doves in a dovecote were very well fed, so he dyed himself white and went to join them, expecting to share in their food. As long as the jackdaw kept quiet, the doves thought he was another dove and accepted him. But when he forgot to keep quiet and let out a squawk, the pigeons recognized who he was and drove him away. Unable to feed with the doves, he went back to the jackdaws. But because they did not recognize his color, they kept him away from their food, and the jackdaw ended up with nothing to eat at all. This story shows that we too must be contented with our lot in life, since being greedy for more is pointless and can even deprive us of the things that are ours. 130. The Stomach and the Feet. The stomach and the feet were arguing about power. The feet, each saying that they were stronger than the stomach, claimed that they even had the ability to carry the stomach itself. The stomach replied, "But you, who are saying this, if I do not provide food to you, you will not be able to carry anything. So it is in armies as well. Nothing comes from a large crowd unless the leaders are wise." The Stomach and the Body, variant version. Once, when the parts of the human body did not work together as they do today, each part had its own opinion and the ability to speak. The hands, feet, and other parts of the body were offended, because all the rewards of their hard work and effort were delivered to the stomach. Meanwhile, the stomach simply sat there, relaxed, enjoying all that was brought to him. Frustrated by this, the body parts finally decided to revolt. The hands refused to bring food to the mouth refused to take in any food, and the teeth refused to chew anything. In their angry attempt to starve the stomach into submission, the various parts of the body, and the body itself, began to weaken and waste away. As hunger took over, the parts realized that the stomach's work was crucial. The food it consumed was turned into blood, which nourished and revitalized the entire body, allowing it to thrive. By digesting food, the stomach enriched the blood and sent it throughout the veins, sustaining the whole body. In the end, the members of the body learned that the stomach's work was essential. They understood that no part could function alone. The body could only thrive when all its parts worked together in harmony. A man caught a jackdaw and tied a string around its foot, planning to give it to his child as a gift. The jackdaw, unable to endure life among humans, seized a moment of freedom and fled back to its nest. However, the string got tangled in the branches, trapping the bird. Unable to fly, the jackdaw faced death and said to himself, "How foolish I am. Refusing to endure captivity with humans, I have instead caused my own ruin." This tale fits those who, trying to escape moderate dangers, unwittingly fall into even worse misfortunes. The Dog and the Lion. A hunting dog saw a lion and started chasing him, but when the lion turned around and let out a mighty roar, the dog got scared and ran back in fear. A fox, watching the whole scene, said, "You fool! How could you chase a lion when you couldn't even handle his roar?" This story is told about arrogant men who try to slander those far more powerful than themselves. When the stronger ones push back, they quickly retreat in fear. 33. The Dog and the Reflected Meat. A dog was crossing a river with a piece of meat in his mouth. As he looked into the water, he saw his reflection and mistook it for another dog carrying a larger piece of meat. He dropped his own meat to try and grab the larger piece. However, the reflection disappeared, and when the dog went to retrieve his own meat, he found that a raven had already taken it. The dog lamented his situation and said, "How foolish I was, chasing after an illusion, only to lose both my meat and the illusion." This fable teaches that the desire to gain more can result in losing everything. The Sleeping Dog and the Wolf. A dog was lying asleep in front of a barn. A wolf, spotting him there, was about to eat him. The dog pleaded, "Please, not now. Look at me. I'm thin and weak right now, but my masters are preparing for a wedding soon. Once it's over, I'll be well fed and plump. Then you'll have a better meal." The wolf, trusting the dog's words, let him go. A few days later, the wolf returned and found the dog sleeping on the roof. Standing below, the wolf called out, reminding the dog of their agreement. The dog responded, "Wolf, if you ever see me sleeping in front of the barn again, don't wait for a wedding." So it is with wise people. Once they have escaped danger, they are careful and alert in the future. 135. The Starving Dogs. A pack of hungry dogs spotted some cowhides soaking in a river. They wanted to get them, but couldn't reach them because of the deep flooding water. After thinking for a while, the dogs agreed among themselves, "Let's drink up all the water first, and then we can reach the hides." But as they started drinking, their stomachs swelled up. Before they could reach the hides, they burst and died. In this way, some people, driven by the hope of profit, take on dangerous tasks. They often destroy themselves before achieving what they desire. The Dog and the Hare. A hunting dog caught a hare. Sometimes he bit the hare, and other times he licked his wounds. The hare, annoyed by this, said to the dog, "Hey, stop either biting me or kissing me. I need to know whether you're my enemy or my friend." This fable is a fitting lesson for dealing with those who are uncertain in their intentions. 137. The Gnat and the Bull. A gnat perched on the horn of a bull and stayed there for a long time. When he was about to leave, he asked the bull, "I'm about to fly off now. Did I feel heavy while I was sitting here?" The bull, shrugging, replied, "I didn't know when you arrived, and I won't know when you leave either." This fable applies to a person who is of no importance, whether they are present or absent, causing neither harm nor benefit. 138. The Hares and the Frogs. Once the hares gathered together and lamented that their lives were filled with danger and fear. They were being chased by humans, dogs, eagles, and many other creatures. The hares thought that it would be better to die once than to live in constant fear. After making this decision, they headed toward the pond, planning to take their own lives there. The frogs, who lived around the pond, heard the approaching sound of the hares and quickly jumped into the deep water to hide. One of the hares, seeing this, said, "Wait, don't be afraid. Look, there are creatures even more cowardly than we are." This fable shows that unhappy people find comfort by seeing others who are in worse situations than they are. 39. The Seagull and the Kite. A seagull tried to swallow a fish but tore his throat in the process. He lay dead on the shore. A kite saw him and said, "You got what you deserved. You were born to soar in the sky, yet you chose to live on the sea." Those who abandon their natural way of life and take on tasks that don't suit them are bound to fail. 40. The Lion and the Farmer. A lion fell in love with a farmer's daughter and asked for her hand in marriage. The farmer, unwilling to give his daughter to a wild beast, but also too afraid to refuse, devised a plan. The lion kept pressing him for an answer, so the farmer told him, "You are indeed a worthy suitor for my daughter, but I cannot give her to you unless you first remove your teeth and trim your claws. These are what frighten her." The lion, blinded by love, agreed without hesitation and had both his teeth pulled and his claws cut. When he returned to the farmer, now powerless and defenseless, the farmer simply beat him with a club and drove him away. The story shows that those who trust others too easily, giving up their own advantages, become vulnerable to those who once feared them. A lion heard a loud croaking sound and turned toward it, thinking some mighty creature was nearby. He waited for a moment and then saw a frog crawl out of the swamp. Disappointed, the lion walked up, crushed the frog underfoot, and said, "And here I was, thinking such a small creature could make such a huge noise." This story speaks to people who talk endlessly but achieve nothing more than just making noise. 142. The Lion, the Fox, and the Footprints. An old lion, too weak to hunt for himself, decided to rely on cunning. He went into a cave and lay down, pretending to be sick. When animals came to visit him out of concern, he caught and devoured them one by one. After many animals had been consumed, a fox who saw through the trick arrived. Standing at a safe distance from the cave, she asked the lion how he was doing. The lion answered, "Not well at all. Why don't you come in to see for yourself?" The fox replied, "I might have, but I see plenty of tracks going in, and none coming out." Wise people, seeing signs of danger, know how to avoid it. No 143. The Lion and the Bull. A lion wanted to deceive a mighty bull and defeat him through trickery. So, he claimed to have sacrificed a sheep and invited the bull to a feast, intending to wrestle and kill him when he lay down. The bull came, but upon entering, he noticed several large cauldrons and massive roasting spits. Yet there was no sheep anywhere to be seen. Without saying a word, the bull turned around and walked away. The lion, offended by the bull's behavior, asked why he had left when nothing bad had happened to him. The bull replied, "I didn't leave for no reason. The preparations I saw weren't made for a sheep. They were clearly for a bull." This fable shows that the schemes of the wicked never escape the notice of wise people. Not 144. The Lion and the Farmer. A lion entered a farmer's yard. The farmer, wanting to capture it, shut the outer gate. The lion, unable to escape, first destroyed the sheep and then turned toward the cattle. Frightened for his own safety, the farmer opened the gate. After the lion had gone, the farmer's wife saw him groaning and said, "You got exactly what you deserved. Why did you try to lock up a creature you should have run away from, even from afar?" In this way, those who provoke someone stronger naturally suffer the consequences of their mistakes. 145. The Lion and the Dolphin. A lion was wandering along the seashore when he saw a dolphin sticking his head out of the water. The lion said, "Hey, dolphin, how about we form an alliance? You rule the creatures of the sea, and I rule those on land. We'd make the perfect team." The dolphin agreed eagerly. Sometime later, the lion, who had long been fighting with a wild bull, called out to the dolphin for help. Although the dolphin wanted to help, he couldn't come out of the water. Frustrated, the lion accused him of being a traitor. But the dolphin responded, "Don't blame me, blame nature. I was made for the sea, and I can't walk on land." In the same way, when forming friendships, we must choose allies who can stand by us in times of danger. The Lion frightened by a mouse and the Fox. While the lion was sleeping, a mouse scurried over his body. The lion woke up and immediately twisted and turned, searching for the intruder. A fox, watching this, mocked him, saying, "How shameful! A lion afraid of a mouse." The lion replied, "I was not afraid of the mouse itself. I was just amazed that anyone would dare run across the body of a sleeping lion." This story teaches that wise people should not dismiss even small matters as insignificant. 47. The Lion and the Bear. A lion and a bear found a young deer and started fighting over it. They fiercely attacked each other until both became exhausted and dizzy from the struggle. Unable to continue, they collapsed on the ground. A fox who had been circling around them saw them lying there with the deer in between. Seizing the moment, she dashed in, grabbed the deer, and fled. The lion and the bear, too weak to stand, could only watch as the fox ran off. "What fools we are," they said, "to have gone through all that trouble for the sake of a fox." The fable shows that while some work hard, others reap the rewards. 48. The Lion and the Hare. A lion, while sleeping, happened upon a hare. He was about to eat it when he saw a deer passing by. Leaving the hare behind, he immediately started chasing the deer. The hare, startled by the noise, quickly ran away. The lion chased the deer for a long time, but could not catch it. When he returned to where he had left the hare, he found that it too had escaped. At this point, the lion said, "I deserve this." I gave up what was within my grasp, hoping for something greater, and now I've lost both. Some people behave the same way. Not content with modest gains, they pursue the hope of greater rewards, only to lose what they already had. 149. The lion, the fox, and the donkey. The lion, the fox, and the donkey went hunting together. After capturing a large stag, they agreed that the lion would divide the spoils. The donkey carefully divided the stag into 3 equal parts and asked the lion and the fox to pick first. But the lion, displeased with the equal division, became enraged and tore the donkey to pieces. The fox then took over the task of dividing the spoils. The fox piled all the game into one large heap, taking the smallest portion for himself and leaving the rest for the lion. The lion, pleased with this gesture, asked, "Who taught you to divide so well?" The fox replied, "I learned it from the donkey who lies there." Note, in some English versions it mentions that the lion, wolf, and fox went hunting together, but in most Latin and English versions the ass, donkey, is the one involved. 150. The lion and the mouse. While the lion was sleeping, a mouse ran over his body. The lion woke up and, in his strength, was about to crush the mouse. The mouse begged him to spare his life, promising that if saved, he would return the favour. Laughing at the thought, the lion released him. Not long after, the lion was captured by hunters and tied to a tree. Hearing his roars, the mouse ran to help. Upon recognizing the lion, the mouse began gnawing at the ropes, and with his help, the lion was freed. The mouse said, "You laughed at me back then, thinking I would never repay you. But now, know that even a mouse can show kindness." The story shows that in times of change, the strong may become weak, and the weak may become strong. The lion and the donkey hunting together. A lion and a donkey agreed to hunt together. They came across a cave where wild goats were hiding. The lion stood at the mouth of the cave, waiting for any goats to come out. Meanwhile, the donkey went inside and began braying loudly, trying to scare the goats from their hiding spots. The lion caught most of the goats. Afterward, the donkey came out and asked the lion if he had fought bravely and driven out the goats. The lion replied, "Well, know this, I would have been afraid of you if I didn't know you were just a donkey." Thus those who boast in front of the knowledgeable inevitably become a laughingstock. 152. The murderer and the mulberry tree. A robber murdered someone along the road. As bystanders began to chase him, he dropped the bloody corpse and ran away. Some travellers, coming from the opposite direction, asked how his hands had gotten so stained. He claimed he had just climbed down from a mulberry tree. While he was speaking, his pursuers caught up with him. They seized the murderer and crucified him on a mulberry tree. The tree said to him, "It does not trouble me at all to assist in your execution, since you tried to smear me with the murder that you yourself committed." It often happens that even honest people do not hesitate to persecute someone who has slandered them. 153. The wolves and the sheep. The wolves plotted against a flock of sheep. Unable to overpower them due to the dogs guarding the flock, they decided to use deceit. They sent messengers to the sheep, asking them to hand over the dogs, claiming that the dogs were the cause of the enmity between them. The wolves promised that if the sheep handed over the dogs, peace would prevail. The naive sheep, not foreseeing the consequences, agreed and handed over the dogs. The wolves, now unopposed, easily overpowered the unguarded flock and destroyed them. It often happens that cities quickly fall into the hands of enemies when they easily betray their leaders. The wolves, the sheep, and the ram. The wolves sent messengers to the sheep, proposing to make everlasting peace if the sheep would hand over the dogs for punishment. The naive sheep agreed to do so. However, an old ram among them said, "How can I trust you and live with you when, even with the dogs guarding me, I cannot graze safely? It is not advisable to strip oneself of protection and trust enemies, even if they swear oaths." 154. The wolf, the horse, and the barley. A wolf was crossing through a field when he found some barley. Since wolves don't eat barley, he ignored it and continued on his way. He then ran into a horse. The wolf led the horse into the field and showed him the barley. He claimed that he had saved the barley for the horse because he liked hearing the sound of the horse's teeth grinding. The horse replied to the wolf, "If you wolves ate barley, you would never prioritize the pleasure of your ears over the needs of your stomach." This fable shows that nobody believes inherently wicked people, even if they pretend to be good-natured. A wolf once saw a lamb who had wandered away from the flock. He didn't want to rush upon the lamb and seize him violently. Instead, he sought a reasonable complaint to justify his hatred. "You insulted me last year when you were small," said the wolf. The lamb replied, "How could I have insulted you last year? I'm not even a year old." The wolf continued, "Well, aren't you eating the grass of this field which belongs to me?" The lamb said, "No, I haven't eaten any grass. I haven't even started grazing." Finally, the wolf exclaimed, "But didn't you drink from the fountain which I drink from?" The lamb answered, "It is my mother's milk that gives me my drink." The wolf then seized the lamb, and as he chewed, he said, "You are not going to make this wolf go without his dinner, even if you can easily refute every one of my charges." It shows that when the intention is to harm, even a just defense is of no use. 156. The Wolf and the Crane. A wolf swallowed a bone that got stuck in his throat. The pain was excruciating, so the wolf started searching for someone who could remove it in exchange for a reward. He asked every animal for help, but all refused. Finally, the crane was persuaded by the wolf's solemn promises. Trusting her long beak to the wolf's gaping maw, the crane carried out the dangerous cure. When the crane demanded the promised reward, the wolf sneered, "You ungrateful creature! You pulled your head safely from my mouth, and yet you still ask for a reward." The story shows that when dealing with inherently wicked people, the best reward is simply escaping unharmed. 157. The Wolf and the Goat on the Cliff. There was a goat grazing up high on a cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, a wolf wanted to catch and eat the goat. Since the wolf could not climb the cliff, he stood below and said to the goat, "You poor creature, why have you left the level plains and meadows to graze upon the cliff? Are you trying to tempt death from that height?" The goat replied, "I know you're not inviting me for my benefit. Why do you think I'll come down from this cliff just so you can eat me for dinner?" This fable illustrates that sometimes people give advice that benefits them, but is dangerous for you. 158. The Wolf and the Nurse. A rustic nurse had a baby who kept crying, so she threatened, "Be quiet, or I'll throw you to the wolf." A wolf heard this and took her words literally, so he waited nearby, expecting a meal. In the evening, the baby finally fell asleep, and the wolf went away hungry, having waited in vain for something that was never going to happen. When he got home, the she-wolf asked, "Why have you come back empty-handed? You always bring something." The wolf replied, "How could it be otherwise when I believe the words of a woman?" 159. The Wolf, the Fox, and Three True Things. A miserable fox had fallen into the clutches of a wolf. She begged the wolf to spare her life and not to kill her, considering her old age. "By Pan, I will let you live if you tell me 3 true things." The fox replied, "First, I wish that we had never met. Second, I wish you had been blind when we did meet. Third, and finally, I hope that you do not live out this year, so that we will never meet again." A wolf had been mauled by dogs and had cast himself down on the ground. Because of his injuries, the wolf could not go in search of food, so when he saw a sheep, he begged her to bring him something to drink from the river that ran nearby. "If you just give me something to drink," said the wolf, "I will find myself something to eat." The sheep replied, "But if I give you something to drink, then you will make me your dinner as well." This story can be used against a wicked man who hides his plots behind a veil of pretense. 161. The Soothsayer and the Theft. A soothsayer was sitting in the marketplace predicting the future. Suddenly someone appeared and told the soothsayer that the doors of his house had been forced open and that everything inside had been stolen. The soothsayer groaned, sprang to his feet, and rushed off to his house. Someone saw him running and said, "Hey you claim to predict what will happen to others, so why couldn't you foresee your own future?" This fable addresses people who poorly manage their own lives, but still make pronouncements about others' affairs. 162, Mother. The Child and the Crow. The mother of a small baby consulted a soothsayer who told her that her child would be killed by a crow. Terrified, the mother ordered a large chest to be built, and she shut her baby inside, protecting him so that no crow could harm him. She continued this way, opening the chest at regular intervals to give the baby the food he needed. Then one day, after she had opened the chest and was using an iron bar to prop up the lid, the child recklessly stuck his head out. At that moment, the iron bar, a crowbar, fell down on top of the boy's head and killed him. Zeus and the bee. The bees, envious of humans enjoying their honey, went to Zeus and asked him to grant them the power to kill anyone who approached their hives by stinging them. Zeus, indignant at their malice, warned them that every time they used their sting, they would lose it, and with it, their life. This fable serves as a lesson for malicious people who harm others, only to end up suffering the consequences themselves. The donkey, the priests, and the tambourine. A group of priests known as the Galli owned a donkey, which they used to carry their luggage while begging for alms. One day, the donkey died from exhaustion. The priests skinned the donkey and made tambourines from its hide, which they then used in their rituals. When other priests asked them what had happened to their beloved donkey, they replied, "He thought that once he died he would get some rest, but he keeps on getting beaten just the same." This story is about people who continue to suffer even after their primary burdens are gone. Note, Quebub is another name for Cybele, the Phrygian goddess of the earth and fertility. Cybele was worshipped as a significant deity in ancient Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, and the Greco-Roman world. She was primarily associated with nature and the cycles of life, and was regarded as the goddess of mountains, valleys, and fields. The mice and the weasels. War broke out between the mice and the weasels. The mice were weaker and realized that their lack of strength and bravery put them at a disadvantage. To counter this, they elected satraps and generals to lead them in battle. These leaders, wanting to stand out, put horns on their heads. When the weasels attacked again, they defeated the mice completely. The other mice quickly scampered into their prepared mouse holes. However, the commanders, despite being the first to reach the holes, couldn't get inside because of the horns. The weasels seized the mouse generals and killed them. This fable shows that pride and vanity can lead to one's downfall. 166. Zeus and the Ant. Long ago, the creature who is today an ant used to be a man who was always busy farming. Yet, he was not satisfied with the results of his own labor and stole from his neighbor's crops. Zeus became angry at his greedy behavior and turned him into the animal now known as the ant. Even though the man changed his shape, he did not change his habits, and even now he goes around the fields gathering the fruits of other people's labor, storing them up for himself. This fable shows that when someone with a wicked nature changes his appearance, his behavior remains the same. 167. The Fly. A fly fell into a pot of meat broth. As it was about to drown in the soup, it said to itself, "Well, I have eaten, drunk, and bathed. If I must die now, I do not care." The story shows how people can face death calmly when it comes without suffering. The Mouse. A mouse fell into a boiling pot full of meat. It was about to be suffocated, and as it was dying it said, "While I am eating, drinking, and enjoying myself, I care nothing for death by the gods." Some people accept death easily when it comes without being tested or challenged. The Farmer and the Sea. A farmer saw a ship and her crew about to sink into the sea as the ship's prow disappeared beneath the curl of a wave. The farmer said, "O sea, it would have been better if no one had ever set sail on you. You are a pitiless element of nature and an enemy to mankind." When she heard this, the sea took on the shape of a woman and said in reply, "Do not spread such evil stories about me. I am not the cause of any of these things that happen to you. The winds to which I am exposed are the cause of them all. If you look at me when the winds are gone and sail upon me then, you will admit that I am even more gentle than that dry land of yours." The Young Man and the Swallow. There was a young man who had squandered all his patrimony. He was left with only one cloak to keep him warm until winter's end. One day he saw a swallow that had appeared out of season, having flown up from its home in Thebes. Believing that spring had already arrived, since he no longer needed his cloak, he cast it aside. Later, when winter came with severe cold and fierce hail, he saw the swallow lying dead on the ground. He said to it, "Oh, you miserable creature, you have ruined both yourself and me." The fable shows that everything done out of season is risky. The patient and his symptoms. A doctor asked his patient, "How are you feeling?" The patient replied, "Oh, poor me, I'm shivering all over and it's very worrying." The doctor assured the patient that this was actually a good sign. The next time the doctor asked the patient how he was doing, the man said, "I feel awful. I'm suffering from a high fever and I'm stuck in bed." Again, the doctor said that this was a positive symptom. Finally, a family member asked, "How are you doing, my dear brother? I hope you get well soon." The man replied, "I'm dying of positive symptoms." This fable shows that when people want to console someone who is suffering, they usually encourage them by saying things that are not true. 71. The Bat, the Booby, and the Bramble Bush. The bat, the booby, and the bramble bush formed a partnership and began to engage in commerce. The bat, having borrowed silver on credit, acquired it for its own use. The booby received a share of copper, and the bramble bush obtained garments for itself. They loaded their goods onto a ship and set sail. Then, when winter became fierce and the ship was overturned, all the goods were lost and ended up in the sea. Since then, the booby has been swimming in the sea, searching for its lost copper. The bat, fearing its creditors, hides during the day and only comes out at night to find food. The bramble bush grabs at the clothing of passers-by, hoping to recognize something as its own. The fable shows that we must be more diligent about what we might have done previously. 72. The Bat and the Weasels. A bat fell to the ground and was caught by a weasel. About to be killed, she pleaded for her life. The weasel said that he could not let her go because weasels are the natural enemies of all birds. The bat insisted, "But I am not a bird, I am a mouse." So the weasel released her. Later, the bat fell to the ground again and was seized by another weasel. Once more, she begged not to be eaten. This weasel declared that he hated all mice. The bat replied, "But I am not a mouse, I am a bat." And so she was freed again. Thus, the bat was able to save herself twice by changing her name. This fable shows that we should not always stick to the same course, for those who adapt themselves to changing circumstances often escape great dangers. 173. The Man, Hermes, and the Axes. A man was chopping wood by a river when he accidentally dropped his axe. It was swept away by the current. Sitting down on the riverbank, he began to cry. Seeing his distress, Hermes appeared. When Hermes learned the reason for the man's sorrow, he dived into the river and came back with a golden axe. He asked the man if that was the one he had lost. The man replied that it was not. Next, Hermes came back with a silver axe and again asked the man if it was the one he had lost. The man denied it. Finally, Hermes brought the man's own axe from the river, and the man immediately recognized it. Hermes, impressed by the man's honesty, gave him all 3 axes as a gift. The man returned to his friends and told them what had happened. One of them, envious, wanted to try the same trick. He took his axe and went to the river, chopping wood until he purposely dropped his axe into the water. He sat down and began to cry. Hermes appeared once again and asked him what had happened. The man explained that he had lost his axe. Hermes first brought up a golden axe and asked the man if it was his. The greedy man, excited, claimed that it was. Hermes, angered by his deceit, refused to give him anything, and not only did he not get the golden axe, but he also didn't retrieve his own. The fable shows that the gods help the honest, but are opposed to the dishonest. A man had thoughtlessly fallen asleep one night next to a well. While he slept, he seemed to hear the voice of Tyche, the goddess of fortune, standing beside him. "Hey you," the goddess said, "you'd better wake up. If you fall into the well, people will blame me, giving me a bad reputation. People always blame me for everything that happens to them, including unfortunate events and mishaps that are actually their own fault." Lot 175. The Travellers and the Plane Tree. Around noon on a summer day, some travellers who were exhausted by the heat saw a plane tree. They went and lay down in its shade to rest. Looking up at the tree, they remarked to one another that the plane tree produced no fruit and was therefore useless to mankind. The plane tree interrupted them and said, "What ungrateful people you are! You denounce my uselessness and lack of fruit at the very moment you are enjoying my shade." Likewise, even when a person treats their neighbours well, their goodness can unfortunately be called into question. 176. The Farmer and the Frozen Viper. A farmer picked up a viper that was half dead from the cold. After warming it, the viper uncoiled, seized the man's hand and, with a fatal bite, killed the man who had tried to save it. As he lay dying, the man uttered words worth remembering. "Well, I got what I deserved for showing kindness to a scoundrel." The piece of driftwood. Some men were making their way along the beach and reached a lookout point. From there they could see a piece of driftwood floating far off in the distance, and they thought that it must be an enormous ship. They waited for a long time, thinking that the ship would put in to shore nearby. As the driftwood was blown closer to shore by the wind, they kept on waiting, but they no longer thought it was a great ship as before. They were now expecting some kind of smaller boat. As it was carried in even closer, they saw that it was just a piece of driftwood. The men then said to one another, "How foolish of us! We had high expectations for something that was actually nothing." The same is true of people. Often we are in awe of someone whom we have never even seen, but when we get to know him, we realize that he is really not important at all. 178. The Traveller and Hermes. A traveller who needed to make a long journey vowed that if he found anything, he would give half of it to Hermes. When he came across a bag full of dates and almonds, he grabbed the bag and ate the almonds and dates. He then placed the pits of the dates and the shells of the almonds upon an altar and said, "You have what was promised you, O Hermes. I have saved the outsides and the insides for you." The fable can be used for a money-grubbing man who is so greedy that he even tries to trick the gods. The Donkey and His Masters. There was a donkey who worked for a gardener. Because the gardener made the donkey work very hard, but gave him very little food, the donkey prayed to Zeus to take him away from the gardener and give him to another master. So Zeus sent Hermes to sell the donkey to a potter. The donkey also found this situation unbearable, since he was forced to carry even heavier loads than before. He called upon Zeus again, and this time Zeus arranged for the donkey to be purchased by a tanner. When the donkey saw the kind of work the tanner did, he said, "Oh, it would have been better for me to have kept on working for my previous masters in a state of starvation. Now I have ended up in a place where I won't even get a proper burial after I die." The story shows that slaves miss their former masters the most when they have had some experience with their new ones. 180. The Merchant, the Donkey and the Salt. A merchant who owned a donkey heard that salt was cheaper by the seashore, so he decided to go into the salt business. He went and loaded his donkey with salt and then headed back home. At a certain moment, the donkey accidentally lost his footing and fell straight into a stream. This caused the salt to dissolve, making his load lighter. The donkey was thus able to rise easily to his feet and enjoy a less taxing journey home. The merchant sold what was left of the salt and led the donkey back again to load him with an even greater cargo than before. As the donkey made his way with difficulty back to the stream where he had fallen before, he sank to his knees on purpose this time. Then, after his cargo had dissolved in the water, he leaped nimbly to his feet, delighted to have turned the situation to his advantage, or so he thought. The merchant realized what was happening and decided that the next time he would bring back home a big load of porous sponges. On their way back across the stream, the wicked donkey fell down on purpose as before. This time the sponges grew heavy with water and the cargo expanded. As a result, the donkey had to carry a burden that was twice as heavy as it had been to begin with. The story shows that sometimes in trying to avoid a small burden, we end up with a much heavier one. The Donkey and the Ox. A donkey and an ox were yoked together to pull a single load. Despite having an injury to his horn, The ox was making a great effort, while the donkey was doing nothing to help. As the ox struggled alone to pull the load, he soon died. The driver then loaded the ox's carcass onto the donkey and began beating him mercilessly. The donkey broke down under the weight and died in the middle of the road. A flock of birds flew down and alighted on the donkey's carcass. "If only you had been kind enough to help the ox pull the load," they said, "you would not have died this untimely death, with carrion birds feasting on your flesh." 2. The donkey who carried the god. A man placed a carved image on his donkey and was leading him along. Many people bowed down when they met them along the way. The donkey grew arrogant, thinking that the country folk were bowing down before him, so he began to leap and prance. As he did so, the donkey almost threw the image of the god from his back. The donkey's master beat him with a stick and said, "You are a donkey carrying a god on your back, but that does not mean you deserve to be worshipped as a god." This fable can be used for vulgar people who attribute to themselves the honor that is paid to others. 183. The onager, the donkey, and the driver. An onager, seeing a tame donkey in a pleasant spot, approached him and praised his good health and the pleasures of his diet. Later, seeing the same donkey struggling with a heavy load, beaten by the driver, he said, "I will no longer admire you, for I see that you have your abundance only with great hardship." Thus, wealth gained through dangers and suffering is not to be envied. The donkey and the cricket. One day, a donkey heard the sound of a cricket chirping, and was so moved by it that he asked, "What kind of food gives you such a sweet voice?" The cricket replied, "My food is air and dew." The donkey thought that if he followed the same diet, he would also produce a beautiful sound like the cricket. So he tightly closed his mouth, inhaled only air, and lived on nothing but dew. In the end, the donkey died from hunger. This fable teaches us not to suppress our true nature in pursuit of something impossible. 185. Zeus and the donkeys. The donkeys, tired of carrying burdens and living a life of constant labor, sent ambassadors to Zeus, asking him to release them from their suffering. Zeus, wanting to show them that they had asked for something impossible, said that their suffering would end the day they made a river. The donkeys took him seriously, and to this day, whenever a donkey sees where another has urinated, it stops and urinates in the same spot. This fable shows that a person cannot escape their fate. 186. The driver and the donkey on the cliff. A donkey had turned aside from the main road and was heading for a cliff. The driver shouted at him, "Where are you going, you wretched beast?" He grabbed hold of the donkey's tail and tried to drag him back from the cliff, but the donkey did not stop and instead kept going forward. So the man pushed the donkey even harder than he had pulled him back and said, "Go ahead then. You can take the worthless victor's crown in this damned contest." The fable criticizes people who are destroyed by their own stupidity. 187. The wolf and the lame donkey. A donkey had gone lame after stepping on a sharp thorn. Then he noticed a wolf nearby. Afraid that the wolf might kill him, the donkey said, "O wolf, I am dying. I'm about to draw my last breath, but I am glad to have run into you. I would prefer to have you feast on my flesh rather than a vulture or a raven. So please do me a little favor, a trifle really, and remove this prickly thorn from my hoof so that my spirit can go down to Hades free from pain." The wolf said, "That is a favor I can't begrudge you." So he pulled out the thorn with his teeth. Freed from all his pain and suffering, the donkey ran away, kicking with his heels at the wolf who stood with his mouth hanging open. As the donkey's hooves crushed the wolf's head and nose and jaws, the wolf exclaimed, "Alas, it serves me right. Why did I take up the doctor's trade, healing the lame at a moment like this, when the only profession I ever learned was how to be a butcher?" The fable shows that some people get into trouble by trying to do things they are not suited for. 188. The fox, the donkey, and the lion's skin. A donkey put on the skin of a lion and went around frightening all the animals. The donkey saw a fox and tried to frighten her too, but she had heard his voice first, so she said to the donkey, "You can be sure that I too would have been afraid if I had not already heard the sound of your bray." Likewise, there are certain ignorant people whose outward affectations give them an air of importance, but their true identity comes out as soon as they open their big mouths. A Donkey and the Frogs. A donkey was carrying a load of wood across a swamp when he slipped and fell into the water. Unable to get up, the donkey began to weep and moan. When the frogs who lived in the swamp heard the donkey complaining, they said, "Hey you, what would you do if you had to spend as much time here as we do, given that you make such a fuss about having fallen in for just a few minutes?" A person who easily endures great hardships can use this fable to reproach a lazy person who is put out by the least inconvenience. 90. The Wolf and the Raven. A donkey who had a sore on his back was grazing in a meadow. A raven alighted on his back and began to peck at the wound, while the donkey brayed and reared up on his hind legs in pain. The donkey's driver, meanwhile, stood off at a distance and laughed. A wolf who was passing by saw the whole thing and said to himself, "How unfairly we wolves are treated. When people so much as catch a glimpse of us, they drive us away, but when someone like that raven makes his move, everyone just smiles at him." The fable shows that even before they act, dangerous people can be recognized at a distance. 191. The Fox, the Donkey and the Lion. The fox and the donkey were partners in a hunting expedition. When they encountered a lion, the fox recognized the danger. She went to the lion and offered to betray the donkey if the lion would promise to spare her life. The lion agreed, and the fox then led the donkey into a trap, causing him to fall in. Once the lion saw that the donkey could not escape, he immediately seized the fox, saving the donkey for later. Likewise, it is often the case that if you plot against your associates, you will be destroyed together with them. 192. The Hen and the Eggs. A hen found some snake eggs and took it upon herself to warm them, eventually hatching them. A swallow saw this and said, "You fool! Why would you raise those who will begin their harm with you the moment they grow up?" Thus, wickedness remains untamable, even in the face of kindness. 193. The Birdcatcher and the Lark. A birdcatcher set up a snare to trap birds. A lark, watching his preparations, asked what he was doing. The man replied that he was founding a city, then stepped away from the snare. Believing the man's words, the lark approached and began eating the bait, only to find himself caught in the trap. As the birdcatcher rushed forward and grabbed him, the lark said, "If this is the kind of city you're founding, you won't have many inhabitants." Thus, households and cities are abandoned when ruled by harsh leaders. A farmer set up traps in his field to catch the cranes that were eating his seed. Along with the cranes, he also caught a stork. The stork pleaded earnestly for his release. "I'm not a crane," he said. "I'm a stork, a bird of great virtue, devoted to my parents. Just look at my feathers. They're nothing like a crane's." But the farmer replied, "I don't care what you are. I caught you with them, so you'll share their fate. If you keep company with the wicked, you will share in their punishment." The Camel and the People. The first time the people saw the camel, they were afraid and ran away, struck by her immense size. As time passed, they noticed her gentle nature and became brave enough to approach her. Gradually, they realized that she was incapable of anger. Eventually, their contempt for her grew so much that they placed a bridle on her and let their children ride on her. This fable shows that familiarity can calm even the most frightening things. A snake and a crab had become friends and were living together. The crab, being straightforward in nature, urged the snake to change his wicked ways, but the snake refused to heed the crab's advice. So the crab kept an eye on him. When he found the snake sleeping, the crab grabbed him by the neck with his claws and squeezed him to death. After the snake died and stretched out straight, the crab said, "If you had been straightforward and simple from the start, you wouldn't have received this punishment." This fable shows that those who approach their friends with deceit end up harming themselves. The Snake, the Weasel, and the Mice. A snake and a weasel were fighting inside a house. The mice, who were often hunted by both the snake and the weasel, saw them fighting and came out of their holes, scurrying around. When the snake and the weasel noticed the mice, They stopped fighting each other and turned their attention to them. This is also true in cities. If you foolishly get involved in political conflicts, you may end up being an unintended victim of the quarrels. 198. Apollo and the Snake. A snake, who had been stepped on by many people, made its way to the temple of Apollo. Upon entering, Apollo immediately said to the snake, "If you had struck the first person who stepped on you, no one would have dared to do it again." The story shows that when those who have committed a wrong are quickly punished, others will fear doing the same. The Boy and the Scorpion. A young boy had gone far into the desert, where he was catching crickets to put them in cages. When he saw a scorpion among them, he mistook it for another cricket. The boy reached down to pick up the scorpion, but as he did, the scorpion raised its sting and pointed it at the boy. The scorpion said, "If you had touched me, I would have freed both you and your crickets." This fable shows that you should not treat bad people the same way you treat good people. Instead, you should handle each according to their character. The Thief and His Mother. A boy who had stolen his teacher's writing tablet brought it home to his mother, feeling triumphant. His mother, delighted, accepted the stolen goods with joy. Later, the boy stole a piece of clothing, and bit by bit, he became a habitual thief. As he grew older, his crimes escalated and he stole more valuable items. Eventually, he was caught red-handed and brought to trial, where he was sentenced to death. Woe to the trade of the thief! His mother stood behind him, weeping, and cried out, "My son, what has happened to you?" The boy replied, "Come closer, mother, and I'll give you one last kiss." She moved closer, and in a sudden moment, he bit off her nose, tugging at it with his teeth until it was severed completely. He said, "Mother, if only you had beaten me when I first brought you the writing tablet, I wouldn't have been condemned to death." This story teaches us, wise people must cut off the root of wrongdoing, meaning they should address sin and other vices at the earliest stages, so that, by removing the root, the branches will wither and die. 201. The Pigeon and the Painting. A pigeon, feeling very thirsty, flew around looking for water. She saw a painting of a water jar on a wall and thought it was real. Believing it to be full of water, she flew straight into the wall to drink. However, as she collided with the wall, she met her tragic end. Just before dying, the pigeon thought to herself, "What a wretched and unfortunate creature I am. I didn't even realize that searching for water could lead to my own destruction." This fable shows that caution is far superior to reckless haste and hurry. 202. The Dove and the Crow. A dove, living in a dovecote, was proudly boasting about how many children she had. The crow overheard her and said, "Stop bragging. The more children you have, the more slaves you bring into the world." This fable shows that the most unfortunate house slaves are those who bear children while in captivity. 203. The Monkey and the Fishing Net. A monkey was sitting on a high tree when he saw some fishermen casting their nets into a river. He watched carefully what they were doing. After a while, the fishermen left their net behind and walked away for a short distance. The monkey, eager to imitate them, climbed down from the tree and tried to use the net. But he had no experience and no knowledge of how fishing worked. As he fumbled with the net, he became entangled and was in danger of drowning. The monkey, realizing his mistake, said, "I deserve this. Why did I try to fish without knowing how?" This fable shows that attempts to imitate what one is not qualified to do can be not only unwise but also harmful. 2.4. The Rich Man and the Tanner. A tanner was about to move next to a rich man, but the rich man could not stand the smell and tried to get rid of him. The tanner said, "At first, it will bother you a little, but soon you will get used to it, and after a while you won't even notice the smell." The rich man responded, "We will not lose our sense of smell just because of your profession." This fable shows that a person should not accept foolish advice, especially when it goes against their nature. 205. The Daughter and the Hired Mourners. There was a rich man who had 2 daughters, but one of his daughters died. He hired some women to mourn, and they cried loudly. The other daughter said to her mother, "How miserable we must be if we can't even mourn for our own loss. while these women, who aren't even part of the family, beat their breasts and grieve so intensely. The mother replied, "Don't be surprised, my child. They do it for the money." The fable shows that some people will take on the grief of others just for a profit. Hash 206. The Shepherd, the Dog and the Sick Sheep. A shepherd had a dog that he fed with dead or dying sheep. One day he saw the dog standing next to a sick lamb, looking sad and appearing to cry. The shepherd spoke to him, saying, "You're putting on a good show of sympathy, but let's hope that what you want won't happen after all." This fable shows that every heir to a fortune pretends to sympathize with the sick person, making a hollow show of weeping. Ha 207. The Shepherd and the Sea. A shepherd was tending his flocks by the sea. When he saw that the sea was calm and peaceful, he decided to go on a voyage. He sold his sheep and bought some dates, which he loaded onto a ship. He set sail, but a fierce storm arose and the ship was in danger of sinking. He lost everything and barely managed to reach land. Later, when the sea calmed again, the shepherd saw a man on the shore praising the sea for its calmness. The shepherd said, "That's just because the sea wants your dates." This fable shows that the misfortunes of people often become lessons for others. 208. The Shepherd and the Sheep. A shepherd led his sheep into an oak grove. He spread his cloak under an oak tree and climbed up to shake the acorns down. While the sheep ate the acorns, they also ate the shepherd's cloak, though the shepherd was unaware of it. When he climbed down and saw what had happened, he said, "Oh, you wicked creatures. You give wool to others so they can make clothes, but you take my clothes and destroy them, even though I am the one who feeds you." The fable shows that people often help others who have nothing to do with them, while treating their own families badly. 209. The Shepherd and the Wolf Cubs. A shepherd found some wolf cubs and raised them, thinking that when they grew up, they would protect his flock and even bring back stolen sheep to his sheepfold. But when the cubs grew up, the first thing they did was destroy the shepherd's own flock. The shepherd groaned and said, "I deserve this. Why didn't I kill them when they were young?" The fable shows that when people shelter a criminal, they often become his first victims without even realizing it. 210. The Boy Who Cried Wolf. A boy was tending sheep, and often he would run up to the embankment and shout, "Help, there's a wolf!" The farmers would rush to his aid, only to find that he was lying. This happened many times. But one day a wolf really did appear, and when the boy cried out, the farmers didn't believe him. No one came to help, and the wolf easily destroyed the whole flock. The story shows how liars are treated. Even when they tell the truth, no one believes them. 211. The Drowning Boy. A boy had gone down to the river to bathe, but because he couldn't swim, he was in danger of drowning. He saw a man walking by and called out for help. As the man was pulling the boy out of the water, he scolded him, saying, "If you can't swim, why did you dare to try these swollen river waters?" The boy replied, "Right now, I just need your help. You can lecture me about it later when I'm safe." This story shows that criticizing someone during a time of crisis is inappropriate and unhelpful. 212. The Widow and Her Sheep. A widow once kept a sheep at her home. Wanting to gather more wool, she sheared the sheep awkwardly, cutting into its flesh as she did. The sheep, in pain, cried out, "Why are you hurting me? Will my blood really add much to the weight of the wool? If you want my flesh, mistress, there is a butcher who can kill me quickly. But if you want wool rather than flesh, a shearer can clip me without causing harm." The fable shows that those who are inexperienced and act out of greed end up causing more harm than good. And 213. The Trees and the Bramble Bush. The pomegranate and the apple tree were arguing about which one was more beautiful. They went on for a long time, debating fiercely. Nearby, a bramble bush overheard them and said, "Dear friends, let's stop fighting." The fable shows that when those who are of higher standing are in a dispute, even the lowliest of people try to act as if they are important. 214. The Mole and His Mother. The mole is a blind animal. One day a mole wanted to kiss his mother, but instead of kissing her on the mouth, he touched her private parts. His brothers saw this, and one of them said, "You got what you deserved. You wanted something great, but you've lost even your sense of smell." The fable shows that a sinful mind can even change a person's nature, causing it to be impaired. 215. The Farmer, the Wasps, and the Partridges. Once upon a time there were some wasps and some partridges who were extremely thirsty. They went to a farmer and asked him for a drink of water. In return, the partridges promised to dig around his vines, making them produce excellent grapes. The wasps, on the other hand, promised to guard the vines by stinging thieves who came near. The farmer replied, "But I have these 2 oxen, who do everything for me without asking for anything in return. It would be better to give the water to them, not to you." This fable is appropriate for a man who is ungrateful. 216. The Snake and the Wasp. A wasp landed on a snake's head and began to sting him over and over. The snake writhed in pain, but no matter what he did, he couldn't shake off his tormentor. Desperate, he slithered onto the road and spotted a wagon approaching. Lowering his head beneath the wheel, he said, "Then I shall perish with my enemy." This fable is for those who choose to share their fate with their enemies. 217. The Bull and the Goats. A bull, fleeing from a lion, sought shelter in a cave. Inside he found some wild goats, and they started to push him with their horns. The bull said to them, "I am not afraid of you. It is the lion outside that scares me." This fable shows that when powerful people threaten you, even the weak and insignificant may take the opportunity to attack. 218. The Monkey and her 2 children. A monkey gave birth to 2 babies. After giving birth, however, she did not treat them equally. One baby was smothered with cruel affection, choked by her overbearing love. The other was discarded as unnecessary and unimportant. This baby wandered into the wild, where it managed to survive. This story is a reminder that sometimes it's better to be an enemy than a friend to certain people. 219. The Peacock elected king of the birds. Once a group of birds gathered to decide who should rule over them. The peacock claimed, "I am the best choice for king, as I am extraordinarily beautiful and in my prime." The other birds agreed with him. However, the raven, entering the group, objected and said, "If you become king, what will happen when the eagle attacks us? Are you strong enough to protect us?" This fable shows that the kingship is not for those who are just beautiful, but for those who have strength and wisdom. 220. The Camel and the Elephant. The dumb beasts wanted to elect a king from amongst their ranks. The camel and the elephant were the 2 leading candidates because of their size and strength. However, the monkey argued that both were unfit for the role. "The camel cannot rule us," said the monkey, "because she doesn't have the strength to fight those who go against us. As for the elephant, there's a potential danger. How will he defend us from the little pigs?" This fable shows that even the greatest achievements can be hindered by small issues that prevent them from coming to fruition. 221. Zeus and the Snake. Zeus was preparing for his wedding, and all the animals brought gifts. The snake also came, slithering along with a rose in his mouth. When Zeus saw him, he said, "I will accept gifts from all the others, even if they bring them with their feet, but I will take nothing from your mouth." The fable shows that even the favors of wicked people are frightening. 222. The Dog, the Sow, and Aphrodite. A dog and a sow were hurling insults at each other. The sow swore by Aphrodite that she would tear the dog apart with her teeth. The dog sneered and said, "Oh, how fitting that you swear by Aphrodite. She loves you so much that she won't even let anyone who has tasted your filthy flesh enter her temple." The sow shot back, "That just proves how much she favors me. She turns away anyone who has harmed me in any way. But you, whether you're alive or dead, you always stink." This fable shows how a clever speaker can skillfully turn an enemy's insult into praise. 223. The Sow and the Dog. A sow and a dog were arguing about which of them had the easier time giving birth. "The delivery is effortless for me," said the dog. "No other 4-legged animal has it as easy as I do." The sow replied, "That may be true, but remember, your puppies are born blind." This fable shows that success should be judged not by speed, but by the final result. 224. The Wild Boar and the Fox. A wild boar stood by a tree, sharpening his tusks. A fox saw him and asked, "Why are you doing that now?" "There's no hunter, no danger in sight." The boar replied, "That's exactly why I do it. If danger comes, I won't waste time sharpening my tusks. I'll be ready to fight. This fable shows that one must prepare for danger before it arrives. 225. The Miser and his gold. A miser sold everything he owned and bought a lump of gold. He buried it outside the city walls and visited it constantly, just to look at it. One day a workman noticed his strange behavior. Suspecting the truth, he waited for the miser to leave, then dug up the gold and took it. When the miser returned and found the spot empty, he broke down in tears, tearing at his hair in despair. A passerby saw his grief and asked what had happened. When he heard the story, he said, "Stop crying. Just take a stone, put it in the same place and pretend it's your gold. You never used it anyway. Owning something is useless unless you make use of it." Blala 226. The Tortoise and the Hare. The hare mocked the tortoise for being slow, but the tortoise said, "I will outrun you in a race." The hare laughed, "That's just talk. Race me and we'll see. But who will set the course and judge the winner?" "The fox," said the tortoise. "She is fair and wise." They agreed on a time, and as soon as the race began, the tortoise started moving steadily down the track. The hare, confident in his speed, lay down and took a nap. By the time he finally reached the finish line, the tortoise was already there. 227. The Swallow and the Snake. Spring had come. A swallow, the little bird that shares its home with humans, built her nest in the wall of a courthouse where elderly jurors gathered. There she became the mother of 7 chicks. But a snake slithered out of its hole and devoured them all, one by one. The wretched mother mourned the loss of her children. "What misery!" she cried. "This is the very place where humans seek justice. And yet I, a swallow, have suffered the worst injustice and must flee." This fable exposes those who rule over others with unjust judgment, violating the very laws they claim to uphold. 228. The Swans and the Geese. A group of swans and geese became friends and went out to graze in the meadows. As they were peacefully feeding together, some hunters appeared. The swans, being swift and light, quickly took flight and escaped. But the geese, weighed down by their heavy bodies, were left behind and caught by the hunters. This fable shows that some people abandon their friends in times of crisis. 229. The Swallow, the Raven, and the Seasons. The swallow and the raven were arguing over which of them was more beautiful. Then the raven said, "Your beauty lasts only in spring. But when winter comes, you cannot withstand the cold. My body, on the other hand, endures both the freezing winter and the scorching summer." This fable shows that lasting strength is better than fleeting beauty. Have 230. The Tortoise and the Eagle. A slow-moving tortoise once envied the birds that soared through the sky. She often sighed, "If only I had wings like them." An eagle overheard her and, amused, said, "Little tortoise, what would you give me if I lifted you into the air?" "I'd give you all the treasures of the Eastern Sea," the tortoise eagerly replied. "Then let me teach you," said the eagle. He grabbed the tortoise in his talons and carried her high into the sky. Up and up they went until the clouds surrounded them. Then, without warning, he let go. The tortoise plummeted down and crashed onto the rocks below, shattering her shell. As she lay dying, she gasped, "I brought this upon myself. What use did I have for wings when I already struggled to walk on land?" Hashtag 31. The Man, the Flea, and Heracles. A flea once leapt onto a man's foot and settled there. The man called upon Heracles for help. When the flea finally jumped away, the man sighed and said, "Oh, Heracles, if you would not aid me against a mere flea, how will you ever stand by me against mightier foes?" This fable shows that one should not invoke the gods for trivial matters, but only in times of true necessity. 232. The Foxes at the River. A group of foxes gathered by the banks of the river Meander, eager to drink. But the water rushed by so fiercely that none of them dared to step in. They urged one another to go first, yet all hesitated. Then one fox stepped forward, mocking the others for their cowardice. Laughing, she boasted that she was braver than the rest. Without hesitation, she leaped into the river. The current immediately swept her away. As she was carried downstream, the other foxes called out from the riverbank, "Don't leave us. Turn back and show us a safe way to drink." Drifting farther away, the fox replied, "I have a message to deliver to Miletus. Once I return, I'll show you the way." This is a story about those who bring trouble upon themselves through arrogance. Note, the Meander River flows through present-day western Turkey, and in its lower reaches was the ancient Ionian city of Miletus. 233. The Swan and His Owner. It is said that swans sing when they are about to die. One day, a man came across a swan that was for sale and bought it, having heard that swans sing beautifully. At his next dinner party, he brought the swan, expecting the bird to serenade his guests during the meal. However, the swan remained completely silent. Later, when the swan realized that death was near, he began to sing his funeral dirge. Upon hearing this, his owner said, "If you're only going to sing at the moment of your death, then I was a fool to have asked you to do it. I should have just ordered you to be slaughtered instead." Some people are like this. They agree to do things when forced, that they would never do as a favor. 234. The Wolf and the Shepherd. A wolf followed a flock of sheep without harming them. At first, the shepherd watched the wolf closely, considering it a potential enemy, and kept a close eye on it. But as the wolf kept following the flock and did not attempt to attack the sheep, the shepherd began to see the wolf more as a guardian of the flock than a threat. Later, when the shepherd had to go to town, he left the sheep in the wolf's care. The wolf saw his opportunity and, taking advantage of it, attacked the sheep and killed most of them. When the shepherd returned and saw the devastation, he said, "I deserve this. How could I ever have trusted a wolf with my sheep?" The same is true for people. If you entrust your money to greedy men, you will certainly be robbed. 235. The Ant, the Pigeon, and the Bird-Catcher. An ant was thirsty and went to a spring to drink. However, the current of the water caught him, and he was in danger of drowning. A pigeon saw this and broke off a leaf from a nearby tree. She threw it into the water so that the ant could climb onto it and save himself. Meanwhile, a bird-catcher appeared, preparing his limed reeds to catch the pigeon. When the ant saw this, he bit the bird-catcher on the foot. The bird-catcher in pain shook his reeds, causing the pigeon to fly away safely. The story shows that even dumb beasts experience fellow feeling and come to one another's aid. 236. The Merchant and the Ravens. Some merchants were on a journey when they met a raven who was blind in one eye. The travellers stopped, and one of them said that the raven's behaviour was a sign that they should turn back. Another traveller disagreed and said, "How can this bird predict what will happen to us when he couldn't even foresee the loss of his own eye to prevent it?" This is the way of people. Someone who cannot manage their own affairs is not fit to give advice to others. 237. The Man and the New Donkey. There was a man who wanted to buy a donkey. He selected one donkey for further examination and led him to where his own donkeys were, leaving him by the feeding trough. The new donkey went and stood next to the laziest and greediest of the donkeys, ignoring all the others. Since the new donkey showed no sign of better behaviour, the man took him away again and returned him to his former master. When asked if he had given the donkey a fair chance, the man explained, "I don't even need to test him. I know what kind of donkey he is by the company he keeps." The story shows that a person is considered similar to the people whose companionship he enjoys. 238. The Decoys and the Doves. A bird-catcher set up his net and tied some tame doves to it as decoys. He then stepped back and waited to see what would happen. Some wild doves flew toward the tame doves and got caught in the net's knots. When the birdcatcher ran over to capture them, the wild doves became angry with the tame doves. They blamed them for not warning them about the trap, even though they were all the same species. The tame doves replied, "However, it's better for us to protect the interests of our masters than to please our relatives." The same is true for household servants. They should not be blamed if their loyalty to their masters leads them to set aside their loyalty to their kin. 239. The Oath's Punishment. A man took a deposit from a friend, but he planned to keep it for himself. When the depositor called him to swear an oath about the deposit, the man, realizing the danger, decided to leave the city and go to his farm. As he approached the city gates, he saw a lame man leaving the city as well. He asked the man who he was and where he was going. The man replied that he was the god Oath and that he was on his way to track down wicked people. The man then asked Oath how often he returned to each city. Oath answered, "I come back after 40 years, or sometimes 30. So the very next day, the man swore an oath that he had never received the deposit. But he then encountered Oath again, who dragged him to the edge of a cliff. The man asked Oath how he could say that he would not return for another 30 years, when in fact he had not even given him a single day's reprieve. Oath replied, "You should know that whenever someone intends to provoke me, I usually return on the same day." The fable shows that there is no fixed day on which wicked people are punished by the god. 240, Zeus and Prometheus. Following Zeus's orders, Prometheus created humans and animals. When Zeus saw that animals greatly outnumbered humans, he commanded Prometheus to reduce the number of animals by turning some of them into humans. Prometheus obeyed, and as a result, those who had once been animals now had human bodies but the souls of animals. This fable is suitable for a man who is rough and brutal. 241. The Cicada and the Fox. A cicada was singing on top of a tall tree. The fox wanted to eat the cicada, so she came up with a trick. She stood in front of the tree and admired the cicada's beautiful song. Then she called to the cicada, asking it to come down so that she could see how such a small creature could have such a loud voice. But the cicada saw through the fox's plan. He tore a leaf from the tree and let it fall. The fox, thinking it was the cicada, pounced on it. The cicada then said, "Ha! You must be crazy if you thought I would come down. I have been on guard against foxes ever since I saw the wings of a cicada in the tracks of a fox." This fable shows that a wise person learns from the misfortunes of others. 242. The Fox and the Hyena. They say that hyenas change their sex every year, so that sometimes they're male and sometimes female. So when a hyena saw a fox and criticized her for having spurned her friendly overtures, the fox replied, "Don't blame me. Blame your own nature, which makes it impossible for me to tell whether you would be my girlfriend or my boyfriend." This is a story for an ambiguous person. Note: in ancient Greece, it was believed that hyenas alternated between being female one year and male the next. This misconception arose because female hyenas have an enlarged clitoris that resembles the penis of a male. In reality, hyenas do not change sex, and this was simply a misunderstanding based on their unique physiological traits. 243. The Two Hyenas. They say that the hyena changes its gender. Sometimes it becomes male and sometimes it becomes female. One day, when a male hyena treated a female badly, the female said to him, "Remember how things were before. Don't forget that I will be male next time." This story teaches that those who hold power for a time may later find themselves judged by those who were once judged themselves. Note: hyenas live in social groups where males and females are mixed, but females are dominant. Females are larger, so males do not challenge them. Even if a female is smaller, she is still dominant over the male. 44. The Weasel and the Partridge. A man bought a partridge and let it run loose in the house because he liked the bird very much. The partridge immediately started squawking its usual song and wandered through every room in the house until it finally perched on the stairs. Meanwhile, a sneaky weasel rushed up to the partridge and asked, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" The partridge answered, "The master bought me just today. I am a partridge." The weasel replied, "Well, I have lived here a long time. My mother, the mouse killer, gave birth to me in this very house, yet I keep quiet and sleep by the hearth. How is it that you, who have only just arrived, can speak so freely and make so much noise?" 245. The Coward and the Ravens. A coward was on his way to war. As he marched, some ravens cawed at him. He grew uneasy, put down his weapons and stood still. But after a moment, he picked up his arms again and kept going. Then the ravens cawed once more. This time he hesitated, then finally said, "Caw all you want. You won't be tasting my flesh anyway." This fable is about those who are utterly cowardly. 246. The Woman and Her Drunken Husband. There was a woman whose husband was always drunk. Wanting to cure him of his drinking habit, she devised a clever plan. One night, after he had passed out in a deep, dead-like sleep, she lifted him onto her shoulders and carried him to the common cemetery. There she laid him down among the graves and left him. When she thought enough time had passed for him to sober up, she returned and knocked on the cemetery gate. "Who's there?" her husband called out. She replied, "I am the one who brings food to the dead." At this, her husband shouted back, "I don't need food. Just bring me something to drink, good man. It pains me to hear you talk of food but say nothing of drink." The woman clutched her chest in despair. "Oh, poor me," she cried. "Even my clever trick has failed. Husband, you have not only refused to learn your lesson, you have only gotten worse. Your drinking has become a permanent part of you." This fable shows that people should not persist in bad habits, for in time those habits may take hold so completely that they can never be broken. 247. Diogenes and the Ferryman. As Diogenes the Cynic was travelling, he came to a river that had overflowed its banks. He stood there, unable to cross. A ferryman, seeing his predicament, approached him, lifted him up, and carried him across with kindness. On the other side, Diogenes stood for a moment, lamenting his poverty, which left him unable to repay the man for his good deed. But while he was still lost in thought, the ferryman spotted another traveller who couldn't cross. Without hesitation, he ran off and carried that person across as well. Diogenes called out to him and said, "Well, I no longer feel indebted to you for what you did. I see now, it wasn't an act of judgment, but a compulsion." This story shows that those who help both the deserving and the undeserving alike are not seen as benevolent, but rather as fools. Note, if the Diogenes in this story is the Diogenes of Sinope, he would be a figure from 200 years after Aesop. 248. Diogenes and the Bald Man. When Diogenes the Cynic was insulted by a bald man, he replied, "I don't insult anyone, may it never be, but I must commend your hair for abandoning such a wretched head." 249. The Camel and the Dance. While out drinking, the owner of a camel ordered her to dance to the music. The camel refused and said, "I already look ridiculous just walking down the road, let alone dancing. It's out of the question." This story conveys the lesson that anything forced to be done unnaturally will always appear awkward. 250. The Nut Tree and the People. A walnut tree stood by the side of the road, and it bore much fruit. The passers-by threw stones and sticks at it to knock off the nuts. The tree, in sorrow, said to itself, "Woe is me! Each year I bring forth fruit to please myself, only to receive insults and sorrow in return." The fable criticizes those who, while benefiting from others' good deeds, respond with ingratitude and harm. A lark was caught in a trap and lamented, "How unfortunate I am! I didn't bring about my own downfall for gold, silver, or anything valuable, but for a mere grain of food I've sealed my fate." The fable serves as a warning about how people sometimes risk their lives for insignificant gains. 252. The Dog, the Cock, and the Fox. A dog and a cock formed a friendship and were travelling together. When evening came, the cock flew up into a tree to sleep, while the dog settled at the tree's base where there was a hollow. As usual, the cock crowed loudly in the night, and a fox, hearing the sound, came running toward it. The fox stopped under the tree and called up to the cock, hoping it would come down. "You're a fine bird," the fox said. "Come down and let us sing the night away together." The cock replied, "Go to the base of the tree and call to the dog. He will help you." The fox, eager to trick the cock, went to the tree's base and tried to get the dog's attention, but suddenly the dog leaped up and attacked the fox, scattering it. The fable shows that when danger approaches, the wise send their enemies to stronger allies. 253. The Dog and the Shellfish. There was a dog who was used to swallowing eggs. One day, he came across a shellfish and, thinking it was an egg, opened his mouth wide and swallowed it whole. But when his stomach became heavy and painful, he said, "I truly deserve this pain, since I thought every round thing was an egg." This fable teaches us that those who recklessly take on things beyond their understanding often find themselves in trouble, as they misjudge the situation and make foolish mistakes. 254. The Dog and the Butcher. A dog sneaked into a butcher's shop. While the butcher was busy, the dog grabbed a heart and ran off. When the butcher turned around and saw the thief escaping, he said, "You may have taken a heart from me, but in truth you've given me heart instead. No matter where you go, I'll be watching you." This fable shows that suffering often teaches people important lessons. 255. The Gnat and the Lion. A gnat came up to a lion and said, "I'm not afraid of you, and you're not stronger than me. You don't believe me? Tell me, what makes you powerful? Your claws that scratch, your teeth that bite. Even a woman fighting with her husband can do that. I am far stronger than you. If you dare, let's fight." The gnat sounded his tiny trumpet and attacked, biting the lion on the nose, right where his face had no fur. The lion thrashed with his claws, but only wore himself out. At last he gave up. Victorious, the gnat blew his trumpet once more and sang a triumphant song. Then he flew away, only to get caught in a spider's web. As the spider closed in, the gnat cried out in despair, "I defeated the mighty, yet now I die at the hands of something so small." 256. The Hares and the Foxes. Once the hares were at war with the eagles and asked the foxes to join them as allies. The foxes replied, "We would help you if we didn't know who you are and who you're fighting against." This fable shows that those who challenge those stronger than them are only bringing harm to themselves. The Sow and the Lioness. It is said that a sow, boasting of having a whole litter of piglets, asked the lioness, "How many children do you bear?" The lioness replied, "One, but he is a lion." The moral of the story is that a single individual who is remarkable for physical strength, bravery, or wisdom is superior to many weak, cowardly, or foolish individuals. Note, in reality, lions give birth to multiple cubs at a time, with a maximum of 6. Pigs, on the other hand, give birth to even more, typically around 8 to 12. 258. The Wolf, the Fox, and the Ailing Lion. The lion was old and sick, lying in his cave. All the animals came to visit him, except for the fox. Seizing the moment, the wolf spoke against the fox. He told the lion that the fox had no respect for their king. Unlike the others, she had not even bothered to visit him. Just then the fox arrived and overheard the wolf's final words. The lion roared at her in anger, but the fox calmly asked for a chance to explain. "Tell me," she said, "which of all these animals has helped you more than I have? I have travelled far and wide to find a cure for your illness." The lion, eager for a remedy, ordered her to speak at once. The fox replied, "The doctors say you must flay a living wolf and wrap yourself in his warm skin." The lion acted immediately. Once the wolf was dead, the fox laughed and said, "It's wiser to keep your master pleased than to turn him against you." 259. The Lion and the Elephant. The lion often complained about how Prometheus had created him. True, Prometheus had made the lion large and handsome, with sharp teeth and powerful claws. He was stronger than all other animals. "Yet despite my greatness," the lion said, "I'm terrified of roosters." Prometheus replied, "Why blame me? I gave you every good quality I could. You fear nothing except roosters." The lion continued to lament his condition, calling himself a coward and wishing to die. In this state of mind, he encountered an elephant. The lion greeted the elephant and started a conversation. Noticing the elephant constantly flapping its ears, the lion asked, "What's wrong? Why do you keep moving your ears?" Just then a gnat buzzed by. The elephant said, "Do you see this tiny buzzing thing? If it gets in my ear, I'm done for." The lion concluded, "Why should I be ashamed? I'm much better off than this elephant. After all, roosters are more formidable than gnats." This story shows how even a small gnat can strike fear in a mighty elephant. 260. The Wolf and his Shadow. A wolf was wandering in the desert as the sun was setting. Seeing his long shadow, the wolf exclaimed, "Why should I, such a great being, fear a lion? I'm many times bigger than a lion. Surely I should be the king of all the animals in the world." While the wolf was boasting, a mighty lion seized him and devoured him. Realizing his mistake too late, the wolf cried out, "My arrogance has ruined me." The Wolf and the Sheep in the Sheepfold. A sheep suddenly saw a wolf and ran into the sheepfold, which had been left open because preparations for a sacrifice were being made. The wolf did not enter, but stood outside the walls of the fold, trying to convince the sheep. "Don't you see the altar covered in blood?" said the wolf. "Come out, or they'll catch you and sacrifice you too." The sheep replied, "Don't worry about my shelter. I'm fine here, and even if things go as you say, I'd rather become an offering for the god than be eaten by a wolf." This story shows that for those facing death, a glorious and honorable death is preferable. 262. The Trees Choose a King. The trees gathered to choose a king to rule over them. They said to the olive tree, "Be our king." But the olive tree replied, "Why should I give up my rich oil, honored by gods and mortals alike, just to rule over the trees?" Then they went to the fig tree. "Come, be our king," they said. The fig tree answered, "Why should I give up my sweet and delicious fruit just to rule over the trees?" Next they turned to the vine. "You should be our king." But the vine said, "Why should I give up my wine, which brings joy to both gods and people, just to rule over the trees?" Finally, the trees came to the thorn bush. "Rule over us," they pleaded. The thorn bush replied, "If you truly want me as your king, come and take shelter in my shade. But if you refuse, fire will come from me and burn even the mighty cedars of Lebanon." 263. The donkey and the mule equally loaded. A donkey and a mule were walking together, both carrying equal loads. The donkey, seeing that their burdens were the same, became indignant and complained, "How is this fair? The mule gets twice as much food as I do, yet he isn't carrying any more weight than I am." They continued on their journey, but before long the donkey began to struggle. Seeing that the donkey could not keep up, the driver took some of its load and placed it on the mule. As they went further, the donkey weakened even more, and the driver once again transferred more of its burden onto the mule. Eventually, the donkey could carry nothing at all, and the driver placed its entire load on the mule's back. Then the mule, glancing at the donkey, said, "Well now, don't you think I deserve twice the food? In truth, we should judge a person's worth not by how they start, but by how they endure to the end." This fable teaches that we should assess someone's true capabilities based on their overall performance and resilience, rather than making hasty judgments at the beginning. 264. The donkey, the dog, and the letter. A donkey and a dog were travelling together when they found a sealed letter on the ground. The donkey picked it up, broke the seal, and opened it. The donkey began to read the letter out loud, while the dog listened. The letter was about food, barley, straw, and hay. As the donkey read, the dog grew impatient and said, "You can skip this part, dear. Maybe further down you'll find something about meat and bones." The donkey continued reading, but didn't find what the dog was hoping for. The dog then told the donkey, "Throw it down, it's useless." This story shows that different people are interested in different things. The partridge and the hunter. One day, a hunter caught a partridge and was about to kill it. The partridge begged, "Please let me live. In return, I'll bring many other partridges here for you." But the hunter laughed and said, "That's exactly why I must kill you. Anyone who would betray their own friends can never be trusted. Those who betray others will eventually fall into their own trap." 266. Zeus and the two bags. Zeus gave each of us 2 bags to carry. One, filled with our own faults, hangs behind our back. The other, packed with the faults of others, is tied in front, right under our eyes. This is why we are blind to our own flaws, but quick to notice and judge the mistakes of others. 267. The shepherd and the wolf raised with dogs. A shepherd once found a wolf cub and decided to raise it alongside his dogs. As the cub grew, it joined the dogs in chasing after any wolf that stole a sheep. At times, when the dogs failed to catch the wolf and gave up the chase, the young wolf would keep following. But once it caught up with the fleeing wolf, true to its nature, it would share in the spoils before returning to the shepherd. And if no outside wolf came to steal, the young wolf would secretly kill a sheep itself and feast on it alongside the dogs. Eventually, the shepherd, noticing the pattern and realizing the truth, hanged the wolf from a tree and put an end to its betrayal. This fable shows that an evil nature cannot be nurtured into goodness. 268. The fox and the snake. A fox saw a snake lying stretched out and admired its length. Wishing to be just as long, the fox lay down beside the snake and tried to stretch itself. But as it forced itself too much, it ended up tearing apart. This is what happens to those who compete with their betters. They destroy themselves before they can ever reach them. 269. The stag, the horse, and the man. A horse and a stag once lived in the same meadow, but the stag kept ruining the grass and muddying the water. The horse grew angry and wanted revenge, so he went to a hunter and asked for help. The hunter agreed but said, "I can only help you if you wear a bridle and let me ride you." Blinded by rage, the horse accepted. The hunter climbed onto his back, defeated the stag, and led the horse to his stable. From then on, the horse was no longer free. He had become the hunter's servant. 270. The stake and the wall. A wall was being torn apart by a stake and cried out, "Why are you ripping into me? I've never done anything to harm you." The stake replied, "It's not my fault. Blame the one behind me. He's the one driving me in so hard." 271. Winter mocked Spring, criticizing her for the fact that as soon as she appeared, no one could stay still. Some people go to the meadows or the woods, others like to gather flowers and lilies, or perhaps to admire a rose, spinning it in the air or twining it in their hair. Some even board ships and cross the sea to meet new people. No one worries about the winds or the heavy rains anymore. "I resemble a dictator or a despot," Winter said. "I command everyone to look down at the ground, not the sky. I frighten them, make them tremble, and sometimes force them to stay indoors all day." Spring replied, "Indeed, that is exactly why people would be happy to see you go. But even just hearing my name brings them joy. By Zeus, there is no name more pleasant than mine. That's why they remember me fondly when I am gone and give thanks when I return." 272. The Man and the Flea. A man finally caught a flea that had been bothering him terribly. He shouted at the flea, "Who do you think you are, feeding on all the limbs of my body, eating me up as you please?" The flea responded, "That is how we live. Please don't kill me. I cannot do you much harm." The man laughed at the flea and said, "I will kill you right here and now with my own hands. No evil, whether small or large, should exist under any circumstances." The fable shows that no mercy should be shown to someone who is wicked, regardless of whether their wickedness is great or small. 273. The Flea and the Ox. A flea once asked an ox, "Why do you work for humans every day, even though you are so huge and strong? Look at me, I tear apart their flesh mercilessly and drink their blood without hesitation." The ox replied, "I am not ungrateful to humanity. I am loved and cherished by them, and they often rub my forehead and shoulders." The flea said, "But for me, at least, that rub is the worst thing that can happen. When they do that, I die." This fable shows that those who boast of their words and position are often defeated by something trivial. 274. Zeus and the Good Things. The good things were too weak to defend themselves from the bad things, so the bad things drove them up to heaven. The good things then asked Zeus how they could reach mankind. Zeus told them not to come all at once, but one by one. This is why bad things always reach us quickly, since they are close by, while good things take time, coming down slowly from heaven. The fable shows that good things do not happen often, while bad things come to us constantly. 275. The Two Men, the Eagle and the Fox. A man caught an eagle. He clipped its wings and kept it with his chickens. The eagle was very sad. Another man bought the eagle and helped its feathers grow back. The eagle then flew, caught a hare, and brought it to the man who saved him. A fox saw this and said, "Don't give it to him. Give the hare to the first man. If he catches you again, he won't cut your wings." This story shows we should thank those who help us, but be careful of those who harm us. 276. The Eagle and the Arrow. An eagle was perched high on a rock, hunting for rabbits. An archer aimed at the eagle and shot an arrow. The arrow pierced the eagle's body, and the eagle, turning to look at the shaft, noticed that the feathers on the arrow were his own. He said, "This is a bitter sorrow for me, to die by the very feathers that belong to me." This story shows that the greatest pain comes when one is betrayed by their own. 277. The Nightingale and the Swallow. A swallow once spoke to a nightingale, asking her to share a roof and dwell together, just like herself. The nightingale, weeping, replied, "I cannot do this thing you ask, for I recall the suffering of my past misfortunes. That is why I shall make my home in the wilderness." This fable shows that when someone has been hurt by misfortune, they wish to avoid the place where that sorrow occurred. Note, in Greek mythology, the story of the nightingale is known for its tragic themes of love and vengeance. Procne, the princess of Athens, married Tereus, the king of Thrace, and they had a son named Eetes. When Procne longed for her sister Philomela, Tereus went to fetch her, but he raped Philomela and cut off her tongue, locking her away in the forest. Philomela, in her misery, wove the story of her ordeal into a tapestry and sent it to Procne. In anger, Procne took revenge by killing her son Eetes and feeding him to Tereus. When Tereus learned the truth, he sought to kill the two sisters, but the gods transformed them into birds. Procne became the nightingale, forever lamenting, calling out, "Eetes, Eetes," while Philomela was transformed into a swallow. Tereus became a hawk, relentlessly chasing them. Due to this tragic story, the nightingale's song in Greek mythology became a symbol of deep sorrow and regret. 278. The Athenian and the Theban. An Athenian and a Theban were travelling together and began discussing heroes. Their conversation turned into a heated debate. The Theban praised Heracles, son of Alcmene, as the greatest of all men, now counted among the gods. The Athenian disagreed, arguing that Theseus was far greater, for he had been blessed with divine fortune, while Heracles had endured slavery. Being a skilled speaker, the Athenian won the debate. The Theban, unable to match his eloquence, finally conceded and said, "Fine, you win, but let Theseus be angry with us, and Heracles with you Athenians." 179. The Goat and the Donkey. A man kept a goat and a donkey. The goat, envious of the donkey's extra food, devised a cunning trick and said, "You're always working so hard, grinding grain, carrying loads. If you pretend to have a seizure and fall into a ditch, you can finally get some rest." The donkey believed the goat and threw himself down, only to injure himself badly. The owner quickly called a doctor, who said that a potion made from a goat's lung would heal the donkey. To save his donkey, the owner sacrificed the goat. Those who plot against others bring about their own downfall. 280. The Goat and the Goatherd. A goatherd was calling his goats back to the fold when one lingered behind, enjoying some sweet grazing. Frustrated, the goatherd threw a stone, striking the goat's horn and breaking it. Realizing what he had done, he pleaded with the goat not to tell the master. The goat replied, "Even if I say nothing, how could I hide it? My broken horn is plain for all to see." This fable teaches that it is foolish to try to conceal what is obvious to everyone. 81. The Two Roosters and the Eagle. Two roosters were fighting over some hens. One rooster defeated the other. The defeated rooster retreated to a shady spot and hid. The victorious rooster, puffed up with pride, flew to a high place and stood on a tall wall. He crowed loudly. Suddenly an eagle swooped down and snatched him away. The rooster, who had been hiding in the shadows, then freely mated with the hens from that time on. This fable shows that the Lord opposes the proud, but gives grace to the humble. 282. The Fisherman and the Fish. A fisherman cast his net into the sea. Fortunately, the net was filled with all kinds of sea creatures. The small fish swam downward and slipped through the holes, escaping back into the water. However, the large fish were caught and lay stretched out on the boat. Being small means finding safety and avoiding trouble. On the other hand, those with great fame rarely escape danger. 283. The Man and the Fox. A man who bore a grudge against a fox for harming him finally caught it. Wanting to punish the creature severely, he soaked a bundle of tow in oil, tied it to the fox's tail, and set it on fire. However, fate led the fox straight into the man's own fields, which were ripe for harvest. As the flames spread, the man could only watch helplessly as his crops were reduced to ashes. One should remain calm and not give in to excessive anger, for those who are quick to wrath often bring the greatest harm upon themselves. 284. The Man and the Lion, travelling together. A man and a lion were once travelling together, each boasting about their own kind. As they walked, they came across a stone statue depicting a man strangling a lion. The man pointed to it and said, "See how we are stronger than you." The lion smiled and replied, "It is men who carve these things, my dear. If lions knew to carve with skill, you'd see men beneath us still." Those who boast often shape the story in their favour, but reality may be quite different. 285. The Statue of Hermes and the Treasure. A man owned a wooden statue of Hermes. Every day he made offerings and sacrifices to it, yet despite his devotion he remained poor. Frustrated, he grabbed the statue by the leg and smashed it against the wall. The statue's head broke open, and gold coins poured out. As the man gathered the gold, he exclaimed, Hermes, you're a strange and ungrateful god. When I honored you, you gave me nothing. But now that I've mistreated you, you reward me greatly. I don't understand this bizarre form of worship. The fable demonstrates that you will not benefit from honoring a wicked man, but by striking him, you will be of greater benefit to yourself. Wall, 287. The Arab and his camel. An Arab loaded his camel with goods. He then asked, "Would you rather go uphill or downhill?" The camel replied, "Is the flat road closed?" 288. The Bear and the Fox. One day, a bear loudly boasted about his love for humans. "We bears don't eat the bodies of the dead. That makes me the most compassionate of all animals." Hearing this, the fox scoffed and said, "I wish you ate the dead instead of the living." This fable exposes greed, hypocrisy, and empty vanity. 289. The Frog Doctor and the Fox. A frog living in the mud crawled onto land and declared to all the animals, "I am a doctor skilled in medicine, even greater than Paean, the physician of the gods." The fox scoffed and replied, "How can you heal others when you can't even cure your own sickly green skin?" This fable teaches that someone who lacks knowledge cannot educate or improve others. Pan in Greek mythology, Paean or Paeon was the physician of the gods, often associated with Apollo or Asclepius, the gods of healing. 290. The Oxen and the Butchers. Once some oxen decided to destroy the butchers, seeing them as their greatest enemies. They gathered for battle, sharpening their horns. Among them was a very old ox who had ploughed many fields in his time. The elderly ox said, "These butchers kill us with skilled hands, sparing us unnecessary suffering. But if we fall into the hands of untrained men, our deaths will be far more painful. For no matter what, there will always be someone to slaughter an ox, even if there are no butchers. Those who rush to escape their present troubles should be careful not to find themselves in an even worse situation." 291. Heracles and the Ox Driver. An ox driver was bringing his wagon to the village when it fell into a deep ravine. He should have helped, but instead he stood idly by, praying only to Heracles, whom he honored above all other gods. Heracles appeared and said, "Grab the wheels and prod the oxen. Pray to the gods only when you are making an effort yourself, otherwise your prayers are in vain." 292. The Donkey and the Ox. A man had just one ox. He yoked it with a donkey to plough the field. It was poor work, but it had to be done. When the work was finished and the man was about to unyoke them, the donkey asked the ox, "Who will carry the old man's tools?" The ox replied, "The one who always does." The Man and the Weasel. A man caught a weasel, but the weasel, hoping to escape her imminent death, begged the man. "Please spare me," she said, "for I rid your house of troublesome mice." The man replied, "If you chased the mice for my sake, I would truly be grateful and spare you. But the truth is, you only catch them to enjoy what's left of what they nibble on, and you even eat the mice yourself. So don't expect any gratitude from me for your so-called kindness." With these words, the man condemned the treacherous creature to her doom. 294. The Crane and the Peacock. The peacock mocked the crane, laughing at the colour of its wings. The crane replied, "I may have plain feathers, but I can fly close to the stars, high in the sky. You, however, are like a rooster, stuck on the ground, never soaring above." The crane continued, "I would rather be admired for my modest appearance than live in wealth without honour." 295. The Farmer and his Mattock. A farmer was digging in his vineyard when he lost his mattock. He searched for it among the labourers nearby and asked if any of them had taken it, but each one denied it. Not knowing what else to do, he decided to take them all to the city to swear an oath. For country folk believe that the gods in the countryside are foolish, while the real gods live inside the city walls and see everything. As they entered the city gates, they set down their packs and stopped by a well to wash their feet. Just then, a herald announced that a reward of 1,000 drachmas would be given to anyone who could provide information about stolen property that had been taken from the god. Hearing this, the farmer exclaimed, "I've come all this way for nothing! How can this god know anything about other thieves when he can't even catch the ones who robbed him? A god, yet he has to pay a reward just to find out if any human knows the truth." 296. The Farmer and the Eagle. A farmer once caught an eagle in a trap, but when he saw what a magnificent bird it was, he let it go free. The eagle did not forget this kindness. One day the farmer was sitting under an old crumbling wall. Seeing the danger, the eagle swooped down and snatched the cloth from the man's head. Startled, the farmer jumped up and ran after the bird. At a short distance, the eagle let go of the cloth. The farmer picked it up and turned back, only to find that the wall had collapsed right where he had been sitting. He stood there, amazed, realizing how the eagle had repaid his kindness. 297. The Farmer and the Cranes. A flock of cranes settled in a farmer's field, feasting on the freshly sown wheat. At first, the farmer scared them away by swinging an empty sling, and for a while the birds fled in fear. But soon the cranes realized that the sling was harmless. They stopped running and went back to eating as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, the farmer changed his approach. Instead of just swinging the sling, he started hurling stones. Many cranes were struck down, wounded and crippled. As the survivors took flight, they cried to one another, "Let's flee to the land of the pygmies. This man is no longer just trying to scare us. He's actually doing something about it." 298. The Farmer and the Birds. At the setting of the Pleiades, when it was time to sow the fields, a farmer cast wheat seed into the freshly ploughed earth. As he stood watch over his field, a noisy flock of jackdaws descended, along with starlings, those ruinous pests that devour newly sown grain. A boy followed behind him, carrying an empty sling. The starlings had learned to listen carefully. Whenever the farmer asked for the sling, they fled before he could strike. Realizing this, the farmer devised a trick. Calling the boy over, he instructed him, "Listen, my boy, these birds are clever, so we must be even cleverer. When they return, I will ask you for bread, but instead of bread, hand me the sling." The birds came back and began pecking at the field once more. As planned, the farmer called for bread, and this time the starlings did not flee. The boy filled the sling with stones and handed it to the farmer. With swift aim, the old man struck one bird on the head, another on the leg, and yet another on the shoulder. The terrified flock took flight, scattering from the field. On their way, they encountered a group of cranes who asked what had happened. One of the jackdaws replied, "Beware of these wicked humans. They have learned to speak one thing and do another." 299. The Farmer and the Barren Tree. A farmer had a tree on his land that bore no fruit at all. It was home only to the sparrows and cicadas, who chirped and sang all day long. Thinking the tree was useless, the farmer decided to cut it down. He took up his axe and raised it high. At once the sparrows and cicadas cried out, pleading with him, "O master of the tree, we beg you, do not destroy our sacred home. What good will come of it if you do?" The farmer paid them no mind. He struck the tree once, then twice, then a third time. But as soon as the blade split the trunk, he found a hive of bees hidden inside, glistening with honey. Tasting it, he dropped his axe at once. From that day on, he treasured the tree even more than the ones that bore fruit. 300. The Bull and the Bullock. A young bull was running freely across the field. When he saw an older bull struggling to pull a plough, he said, "How pitiful! How much he is suffering!" But the bull said nothing and continued to pull the plough in silence. Later, when the villagers were preparing to make a sacrifice to the gods, they unyoked the old bull and sent him to the pasture. However, the young bullock who had never worked was dragged away with a rope tied to his horns. Seeing this, the old bull said, "This is why you never had to work. You, young as you are going ahead of us. Your neck will be wounded not by the yoke, but by the knife." 301. Aphrodite and the Ugly Slave Woman. A master fell in love with an ugly, ill-natured slave woman. She received gold from him and adorned herself lavishly, wearing luxurious purple robes, but constantly picked fights with her mistress. The slave woman frequently made offerings to Aphrodite, thanking the goddess for making her beautiful. One night, Aphrodite appeared to the slave woman in a dream and said, "Do not thank me for making you beautiful. I am actually furious at the man who finds you attractive. Those who gain wealth through shameful means should not be arrogant, especially if they are low-born and ugly, as it only leads to greater disgrace." 302. The Oaks and Zeus. The oak trees came to Zeus with a complaint. O Zeus, why did you bring us into this world if we were only meant to suffer? Among all plants we endure the most violent cutting. Zeus replied, You have only yourselves to blame. If you did not produce the very wood used for axe handles, no one would have the means to cut you down. Those who bring misfortune upon themselves foolishly blame the gods. 303. The Woodcutters and the Tree. Some woodcutters were splitting a tree. They made wedges from the tree itself and used them to split it easily. The tree said, I don't blame the axe that cuts me as much as the wedges born from my own wood. It is not as painful to suffer at the hands of strangers as it is from one's own kin. 304. The Fir Tree and the Bramble. A fir tree and a bramble were arguing. The fir tree boasted, I am beautiful, tall and stately. I grow close to the clouds and am used for temple roofs and ships. You, a mere thorn, are useless in comparison to me. The bramble replied, Oh, poor thing, if you remembered the axes and saws that cut you down, you might wish to be a bramble rather than a fir tree. One should not take pride in glory, for the life of the humble is free from danger. 303. Deer. A deer had grown weak and lay resting in a grassy meadow where she could still graze when hungry. Flocks of different animals came to visit her, for she had always been a kind neighbour. One by one, each visitor nibbled at the grass around her. Then, forgetting the sick deer, they wandered back to the woods. By the time she recovered, there was nothing left to eat. And so, not from illness but from hunger, she wasted away. Had she never had such friends, she might have lived to old age. 306. Hermes, the Man and the Ants. Once there was a ship that sank, and all the men aboard perished. A man who witnessed the event said that the god's judgment was unfair. He argued that, because of just one sinner on the ship, many innocent men had died along with him. While the man was speaking, a swarm of ants appeared nearby, busily scurrying to feed on some bits of wheat chaff. One of the ants bit the man, and in his anger he stomped on a large number of the ants. At that moment, Hermes appeared. He struck the man with his wand and said, So are you going to let the gods pass judgment on you, just as you have passed judgment on the ants? 307. Hermes, the Sculptor and his Dream. A sculptor was selling a white marble statue of Hermes. Two men wanted to buy it. One, whose son had recently died, wanted it for a tombstone. The other, a craftsman, wanted to dedicate it to the god. It was late, and the sculptor had not yet sold the statue. He agreed to show it again to the men when they returned the next morning. That night, the sculptor dreamed of Hermes standing at the gate of dreams. The god spoke to him, My fate is in your hands. You will make me either a dead man or a god. 308. Hermes and the Dog. A four-cornered statue of Hermes stood by the roadside, with a pile of stones beneath it. A dog approached and said, Greetings, Hermes. I wish to anoint you as is fitting for a god, especially one from the wrestling ground. Hermes responded, If you can refrain from licking the oil off me and not urinating on me, I will be thankful enough. You need not honour me in any other way. 309. Hermes and the Arabs. Hermes once loaded a cart with lies, trickery, and deceit, and travelled across the land, distributing a portion of his cargo to each region. When he reached the land of the Arabs, it is said that his cart suddenly broke down. The Arabs, seeing the contents as valuable merchandise, seized everything from the cart and prevented Hermes from continuing his journey to other peoples. As a result, the Arabs became known as liars and cheats among all other nations. Note: during Aesop's time, 6th century BCE, there was no direct contact between the Greeks and Arabs. The Arab region was still in the pre-Islamic period, and both ancient Greek and Arab civilizations developed independently. Aesop's fables reflect Greek society and culture, and there was no historical interaction with Arab culture during that time. 3. The Eunuch and the Priest. The eunuch approached the priest, asking him to perform a sacrifice so that he might become a father. The priest replied, When I look at the sacrifice, it seems that you will have children, but when I look at your appearance, you don't even seem like a man. 311. Zeus and Man. At the beginning, when the animals were created, Zeus gave each one a gift. Some received strength, some speed, and others wings. However, man stood there naked and said to Zeus, You have left me without a gift. Zeus replied, You are unaware of the gift you have received, yet it is the greatest of all. You have been given speech and reason, which have power both among gods and mortals. They are mightier than strength and swifter than speed. When man realized the gift he had been given, he bowed before Zeus and offered his thanks. Although all have been honored by the word of God, some, unaware of such honor, envy the senseless and irrational animals even more. 3:12. Zeus and the jar of good things. Zeus placed all the good things in a jar and entrusted it to a man. But the man, unable to control his curiosity, opened the jar to see what was inside. At once, all the good things escaped and flew back to the gods. Only hope remained. That is why hope alone stays with humankind, promising to one day return the blessings that were lost. 3:13. Zeus and the potsherds. Zeus instructed Hermes to record human sins on potsherds and pile them in a box near him. This way, Zeus could review each person's misdeeds and deliver justice accordingly. Since the potsherds were jumbled together, some reached Zeus's hands quickly while others remained buried for a long time. That is why some wicked people commit crimes in haste, yet go unpunished for years, while others face judgment almost immediately. Thus, we should not be surprised when wrongdoing is met with delayed justice. Some are judged swiftly, while others must wait their turn. 3:14. The sun and the frogs. The sun was having a wedding feast in summer. All the animals rejoiced, and the frogs were especially delighted. But one of them, after heaving a deep sigh, cried out to the others, saying, "O foolish and slow of heart, why do you shout and rejoice as if expecting something good to happen? If the sun, being all alone, scorches all the forests and the earth, what terrible fate will we suffer if he marries and has a child just like himself?" 3:15. The boastful mule. A mule, having eaten his fill of oats, suddenly jumped up and began running, neighing loudly and shaking his head. "My father is a swift horse," he boasted, "and I am as fast as he is." But when he stopped and caught his breath, he hung his head in shame, suddenly remembering that his father was just a donkey. 3:16. Heracles and Athena. Heracles was travelling through a narrow path when he spotted something resembling an apple on the ground. He tried to crush it with his club, but upon being struck, the object swelled up to twice its size. Heracles struck it again, even harder, causing it to grow so large that it blocked his way. Perplexed, Heracles dropped his club and stood there in astonishment. Athena appeared and said, "Brother, stop being amazed. What you are facing is contentiousness and strife. If left alone, it remains small, but if you choose to fight it, it will swell and grow large." 3:17. The incompetent doctor. There was an incompetent doctor. While attending to a sick patient, all the other doctors said that the patient was not in danger but would suffer from a prolonged illness. This doctor alone told the patient to prepare everything, as he would not survive beyond tomorrow. After saying this, he left. Some time later, the patient got up, walked out looking pale and walking with difficulty. The doctor met him and said, "Greetings. How are those in the underworld?" The patient replied, "They are resting, drinking from the waters of Lethe. Recently, Thanatos and Hades were threatening all the doctors terribly, accusing them of not letting the sick die, and they were writing down their names. They were about to write yours down too, but I fell before them and begged, swearing to them that you weren't a real doctor and had been falsely accused." Note, Thanatos. Thanatos is the personification of death in ancient Greek mythology, the god who brings death. Hades, Aesop, is the god of the underworld in Greek mythology, ruling over the realm where the souls of the dead reside. The old horse. An old horse exhausted from many battles and races was assigned to the never-ending laborious task of turning the millstone in circles. The horse groaned in great pain and said, "Alas! How did I go from racing swiftly on the tracks to this place where I must slowly turn this endless circle? One should not boast about their former glory or strength, for many grow old from hard work." 3:19. The horse and the groom. A groom would steal and sell the horse's barley. He spent all day grooming and combing the horse. The horse said, "If you truly want me to look good, don't sell the food that nourishes me." 3:20. The horse and the soldier. The soldier took care of his horse while the war lasted, feeding it with barley and treating it as a noble companion in battle. But when the war ended and peace prevailed, the soldier no longer received pay from the state. The horse, now tasked with menial labour, would often carry heavy logs from the woods into the city, and at times it carried various loads for others, surviving on only poor chaff. Its harness was no longer that of a war horse. Then, when the sound of war was heard again, the trumpet called everyone to ready their shields, sharpen their swords, and prepare their horses. The soldier bridled his horse and led it out to mount, but the horse collapsed, exhausted and powerless. "Go fight on foot with the infantry," the horse said. "You have changed me from a horse into a donkey. How can you expect to have a horse again from a donkey?" 321. The camel in the river. Once a camel was crossing a fast-flowing river. After relieving herself, she saw her excrement floating ahead of her, swept by the strong current of the water. "What is this?" she said. "The thing that should have stayed behind is now ahead of me." This shows that often the dishonourable advance ahead of the honourable. 322. The crab and its mother. A mother crab told her child, "Don't walk sideways, and don't rub your sides against the wet rocks." The young crab replied, "Mother, you who are teaching me, walk straight yourself, and I will watch and imitate you." This fable rebukes those who find fault in others. One must first live uprightly before instructing others. 323. The Raven and Hermes. A raven was caught in a snare and in his distress prayed to Apollo. He promised to offer frankincense if Apollo would set him free. Once he escaped, however, he forgot his vow. Later he was caught in another snare. This time he ignored Apollo and instead promised a sacrifice to Hermes. Hermes looked at him and said, "Wretched creature, you betrayed your first master. Why should I trust you now?" Sick raven. A raven fell ill and said to his mother, "Mother, pray to the god and don't weep." She replied, "Which of the gods, my child, will have pity on you? Whose meat have you not stolen?" This fable shows that those who make many enemies in life will find no friends in times of need. 325. The Crested Lark and the Farmer. A crested lark made her nest in a grassy field where golden wheat was growing. The farmer, eager to harvest the ripe crop, asked his neighbours for help. Hearing this, the frightened chicks urged their mother to move. The mother reassured them, saying there was no need to leave yet. The next day, when friends didn't come, the farmer decided to ask his relatives for help. Again, the chicks reported this to their mother, who remained calm, saying relatives rarely respond quickly to such requests. Finally, the farmer told his son they would harvest the wheat themselves the next day. Upon hearing this, the mother lark said, "Now it's time to leave. When the farmer relies on himself, it will surely happen." The lark family abandoned their nest, and the farmer harvested his crop. Rather than relying on external help, believing in one's own strength and moving forward is what ultimately leads to success. 326. The Hunter and the Lion. A timid hunter was tracking a lion in the deep, dark mountain forest. He came across a woodcutter near a large pine tree and asked, "By the nymphs, have you seen any lion tracks around here?" The woodcutter replied, "You're in luck. I can show you the lion itself right now." The hunter turned pale, his teeth chattering with fear. He stammered, "That's very kind of you, but I'm only looking for tracks. Please don't show me the actual lion." This fable criticizes those who are bold in words but cowardly in deeds. It speaks of those who are courageous in speech but not in action. 327. The Hunter and the Fisherman. A hunter was coming down from the mountain after his hunt. At the same time, a fisherman was walking along with a basket full of fish. The two men happened to meet on the path. The hunter preferred fresh fish from the sea, while the fisherman desired wild game from the fields. So they exchanged what they were carrying. From then on, they always traded their catch. This way, they both enjoyed more delicious meals. Eventually, someone gave them this advice: "Be careful. Too much familiarity will eventually spoil the goodness of these things. In time, each of you will long for what you originally had." 328. The Cook and the Dog. A man was preparing a feast to entertain a friend and his family. His dog saw another dog he knew and said, "Hey friend, come and dine with me." The invited dog happily followed and stood watching the lavish meal being prepared. He thought to himself, "Wow, what an unexpected delight! I'll eat my fill today so I won't have to worry about being hungry tomorrow." As he wagged his tail, trusting in his friend's hospitality, the cook noticed him moving about. Without a second thought, he grabbed the dog by the legs and threw him straight out the window. The dog hit the ground and walked away, yelping in pain. Along the way, another dog saw him and asked, "So, how was the feast?" Still dazed, he replied, "It was incredible. I drank so much that I can't even remember how I got out." 329. The circus dog and the street dogs. A dog trained to fight wild beasts broke free from his collar and ran through the streets. The other dogs saw him and asked, "Why are you running away? You look well fed like a bull." He replied, "Yes, I have plenty of food and stay in good shape, but I'm always at risk of death fighting bears and lions." The other dogs then said to each other, "Our simple life must be better. We don't have to fight lions or bears." 330. The dog and her master. A man was about to go on a journey. He saw his dog standing nearby and said, "Why are you just standing there with your mouth open? Get ready, you're coming with me." The dog wagged her tail, fawning on her master. She replied, "I'm already prepared to go. You're the one who's taking too long." 331. The dog, the hare, and the goatherd. A clever hunting dog flushed out a swift-footed hare from behind a bush. The dog gave chase, but the hare outran him. A nearby goatherd mocked the dog, saying, "That little hare turned out to be faster than you." The dog replied, "There's a big difference between running to catch someone and running for your life." 332. The dog with a bell. A dog had a habit of biting people secretly. His master hung a bell on him so everyone would know when he was approaching. The dog, proud of his bell, paraded around the marketplace, shaking it. An old dog said to him, "Why are you showing off? You're not wearing that for your virtue, but as evidence of your hidden wickedness." 333. The hare and the fox. The hare asked the fox, "They say you're very crafty, fox. What kind of craft do you practice?" The fox replied, "If you don't believe me, come here. I'll treat you to dinner." The hare followed the fox to her den, but inside there was nothing but the hare himself to serve as the fox's meal. As the hare realized his fate, he lamented, "At great cost to myself, I've learned the origin of your name. It comes not from craft, but from deceit." This fable demonstrates that overly curious individuals often pay a hefty price for recklessly indulging their curiosity. 334. The Lion's Reign. Once a lion became king. He was not hot-tempered, cruel, or violent. Instead, he was gentle and just like a human. During his reign, all the animals gathered to settle their disputes. Each animal was held accountable. The wolf for what he did to the sheep, the leopard for what she did to the wild goat, the tiger for what he did to the deer, and the dog for what he did to the hare. The timid hare then said, "I have long prayed to see this day, when even the weak are feared by the strong." 335. The Eagle and the Lion. An eagle flew down to a lion and proposed a partnership. "I see no reason why not," the lion replied. "But first you must give me your long wing feathers as a pledge, so I can trust that you will stay true to your word. How can I trust you as a friend if you can simply fly away whenever you please?" 336. The Lion, the Fox, and the Deer. A sick lion lay in a ravine. He said to his friend, the fox, "If you want me to live, trick the large deer in the forest with your sweet words and bring her to me. I crave her innards and heart." The fox found the deer frolicking in the woods. Cheerfully greeting her, the fox said, "I bring good news. Our king lion, my neighbour, is ill and near death. He wonders who should rule after him. He thinks you're most worthy, as you're impressive and long-lived. Your antlers scare snakes too. You've been chosen to rule. Remember I told you first. I must hurry back. The lion needs my advice. You should visit him too. Even small gestures matter to the dying." The deer's heart swelled at these words. She went to the lion's cave, unaware of the danger. The lion sprang up, but only managed to slash her ears. The deer fled into the woods. The fox was frustrated, and the lion groaned in hunger and despair. He asked the fox to try again. The fox, using all her cunning, set off after the deer. Finding the deer, the fox said, "How can you be so fearful? The lion meant well. He tugged your ear like a father giving advice. You couldn't even handle his weak touch. Now he's upset and says the wolf will be king. What a wicked master he'll be. I swear by all leaves and springs, I serve only you. The lion wants to make you queen of all animals." With these words, the fox persuaded the deer to return. As soon as the deer entered the cave, the lion devoured her, consuming all her bones, marrow, and innards. The fox watched, secretly snatching and eating the fallen heart as a reward for her effort. The lion, searching everything, asked for the heart. The fox, standing at a distance, said she truly had no heart. Don't look for it. What heart could she have had to enter a lion's den twice? 337. The Lion, the Fox, and the Monkey Serving Dinner. A lion once admired the best way of life among humans. He lived in a spacious den and tried to show genuine kindness to the elite beasts of the mountain. His den often hosted many such animals who gathered together civilly. The lion entertained his guests hospitably, serving each their favorite dish. A fox lived with the lion as his friend and companion, and they were very happy together. An elderly monkey served as the carver at feasts, distributing meat portions to guests. For new guests, the monkey would serve the same portion as the lions, the latest hunt's catch. On these occasions, the fox received smaller leftover portions from the day before. One day, the lion noticed the fox was silent and not eating. He asked, "My wise fox, speak as you used to. Cheer up and join the banquet, dear friend." The fox replied, "O lion, best among beasts, I'm deeply worried, not only about now, but also what's to come. If new guests arrive daily, it will become custom, and soon I won't even have leftovers for dinner." The lion smiled and said, "Blame the monkey for that, not me." 338. Lion and Boar at the Spring. It was summer, when the heat made everyone thirsty. A lion and a wild boar came to drink from the same small spring. They argued about who should drink first, and their argument quickly escalated into a fight to the death. As they paused to catch their breath, they noticed vultures waiting nearby. The vultures were ready to feast on whichever one of them fell. Realizing this, the lion and the boar set aside their anger. They said, "It's better for us to become friends than to be food for vultures and ravens." This story teaches us that it's wise to put an end to harmful conflicts. Such disputes often lead to dangerous consequences for everyone involved. 339. The Lion and the Wild Ass. A lion and a wild ass went hunting together. The lion relied on his strength, while the ass used his swift feet. After they caught some animals, the lion divided the prey into 3 portions. "I'll take the first share because I'm the king," he said. "The second share is mine as your equal partner. As for the third share, it will bring you great harm unless you choose to run away." With that, the lion took everything for himself. It is wise to measure oneself in all things according to one's own strength, and not to align or associate with those who are stronger. 340. The Archer and the Lion. A hunter went up a mountain to hunt. When the animals saw him, they all fled, except for a lion, who boldly challenged him to a fight. The hunter said, "Wait! Don't be so hasty to face me. First, meet my messenger." He then loosed an arrow from a distance, striking the lion deep in the flesh. Terrified, the lion turned and fled without looking back. A fox saw him running and urged him to stand his ground. But the lion replied, "You won't fool me, cunning one. If the man's messenger is this sharp, I don't even want to imagine what he himself is like." One must foresee the end from the beginning and safeguard oneself. 341. The Raging Lion and the Fawn. A lion went into a mad frenzy. A fawn, seeing him from the woods, said, "Woe to us miserable creatures! What won't this maddened beast do when even in his right mind he was unbearable to us?" This fable teaches that all should flee from hot-tempered men accustomed to injustice, especially when they gain power and authority. 342. The Wolves and the Dogs. The wolves approached the dogs with a proposition saying, "Since we are so alike in many ways, why don't you consider us as brothers and friends? The only thing that separates us is our mindset. We wolves live freely, while you dogs submit to humans, enduring beatings and wearing collars around your necks. You guard their flocks, and when they eat, they toss you nothing but bones. If you agree to our offer, hand over all the flocks to us, and we'll feast together to our heart's content." The dogs readily agreed to this proposal. However, once the wolves entered the sheepfold, they first killed the dogs to prevent them from calling out against the wolves. For those who betray their own country receive such rewards. Annum 343. The wolves and dogs at war. Once wolves and dogs were at war. The dogs chose a Greek as their commander. Though skilled in warfare, he delayed engaging in battle. The dogs fiercely urged him to advance, but he explained, "Do you know why I'm cautious? It's always wise to plan ahead. All our enemies are wolves of the same breed, but we dogs come from many places: Crete, Molossia, Acarnania, Dolopia, Cyprus, and Thrace, to name a few. We're not even the same colour. Some of us are black, some red with white spots, some grey, and some pure white. How can I lead such a diverse army against an enemy that's completely uniform?" This fable shows that when all troops are united in purpose and mind, they can achieve victory against their opponents. 344. The fox, the wolf, and the lions. A certain wolf grew larger than the other wolves. They started calling him Lion. But the foolish wolf couldn't bear this reputation. He left his pack and began to associate with the lions instead. A fox mocked him, saying, "May I never become as puffed up with pride as you are now. For truly, among wolves you may appear a lion, but compared to real lions, you're nothing but a wolf." This fable reminds us that appearances can be deceiving, and no matter how much one tries to pretend, true nature always shows through. 345. The wolf, the fox, and the trap. A fox stood not far from a trap, thinking about different ways to approach the situation. A wolf nearby saw her and approached, asking if he could take the meat. The fox replied, "Come over and take it. You're one of my dearest friends." The wolf eagerly rushed over without hesitation. As he leaned down to grab the meat, he accidentally triggered the trap, and the rod sprang out, striking his forehead and nose. The wolf, now injured, said, "If this is the kind of gift you give to your friends, how could anyone ever want to be your friend?" 346. The wolf and the dog. A wolf saw a large dog tied up with a collar and asked, "Who tied you up and fed you like this?" The dog replied, "A hunter." The wolf then said, "May this never happen to a wolf who is my friend. Hunger is preferable to the weight of a collar." The story shows that even in times of hardship, one should not be a slave to one's stomach. 347. The wolf and the lion. Once a wolf took a sheep from a flock and was carrying it to his den. A lion encountered him and took the sheep away. The wolf, standing at a distance, said, "You unjustly took what was mine." The lion, laughing, replied, "Was it justly given to you by a friend?" This fable reveals the nature of thieves and greedy robbers who, when they face misfortune, blame one another. 348. The wolf and the donkey. A wolf became the leader of his pack and established a law. Whatever prey each wolf caught must be brought to the common pool and shared equally. This was to prevent the others, in their hunger, from turning on one another. A donkey happened to pass by. Shaking his mane, he laughed and said, "A fine law from a wolf. But tell me, why did I see you yesterday hiding your own catch in your den? Come now, bring it out and share it with the others." Put to shame by the donkey's words, the wolf abolished the very law he had made. 340 lamp. A lamp, drunk on its own oil, shone brightly and boasted, "I shine more brilliantly than the sun." Just then, a sudden gust of wind blew past and extinguished its flame. Someone relit the lamp and said, "Shine, lamp, but be silent. The light of the stars never goes out." One should not be puffed up in the glory and brightness of life, for whatever a person may acquire, it turns out to be foreign to them. Shla 350. The man, his wife, and the boy outside. In the middle of the night, a boy was singing sweetly. A woman heard him and got up to peek out the window. Seeing the boy, beautiful in the moonlight, she left her sleeping husband and went outside. She met the boy in the street and satisfied her desires. Suddenly her husband woke up and wondered where his wife had gone. Not finding her inside, he didn't just stand there gaping, but followed her outside. He said, "It's all right. Go ahead and persuade the boy to sleep in our house." He brought the boy inside. After that, he had no trouble and joined in whenever the two wanted to do something. This is how the story goes, and the point of the fable is, it's bad to stand there gaping when one has the chance to enjoy oneself. 351. The Fawn and the Deer. A fawn once said to the deer, "Father, you are larger and faster than dogs by nature, and you also have extraordinary horns for defense. Why then do you fear them so much?" The deer laughed and replied, "What you say is true, my child, but I know one thing. When I hear a dog's bark, I'm immediately carried away to flight. I don't know how." This fable shows that no advice can strengthen those who are naturally cowardly. Note, in another version, the deer is depicted as the mother. 352. The Country Mouse and the City Mouse. A country mouse was friends with a city mouse. The city mouse, invited by his friend, came to dine in the fields. Eating barley and wheat, he said, "Friend, you live an ant's life. I have plenty of good things. Come with me and you'll enjoy everything." They immediately left together. The city mouse showed beans, wheat, dates, cheese, honey, and fruits. The country mouse, amazed, praised him greatly and regretted his own fortune. As they were about to start eating, a man suddenly opened the door. Frightened by the noise, the poor mice jumped into cracks. When they wanted to take figs again, another person came to get something inside. Seeing him, they again leaped into hiding in a hole. The country mouse, disheartened by hunger, sighed and said to the other, "Farewell, friend. Eat your fill and enjoy these things with pleasure, along with danger and great fear. I, poor wretch, will live without fear, eating barley and wheat, suspecting no one." This fable shows that living simply and peacefully is better than indulging in luxury with fear and pain. 353. The Bull and the Mouse. A mouse bit a bull. The bull in pain chased the mouse, but the mouse quickly escaped into the depths of its hole. The bull stood there digging at the walls with his horns until, exhausted, he sank down and fell asleep by the hole. The mouse peeped out from inside, crept up, bit the bull again, and fled back into its hole. The bull leapt up but was at a loss for what to do. The mouse squeaked at him. "The big one isn't always powerful. Sometimes being small and humble is stronger." 354. The Blacksmiths and the Mouse. A mouse was carrying the lifeless body of another mouse, a victim of starvation. When the blacksmiths saw this, they stood and laughed. The surviving mouse tearfully said to them, "How shameful that you can't even feed a single mouse. Do not mock the misfortune of your neighbor." 55. The Traveller and Truth. A traveller in the wilderness found a woman standing alone, looking downcast. He asked her, "Who are you?" She replied, "I am Truth." He asked again, "Why do you dwell here in the wilderness?" She answered, "In times past, lies were found among few people, but now lies have spread to all of humanity. Life becomes wretched and evil for people when lies are preferred over truth." Tav 356. The Sheep, the Shepherd, and the Dog. One day a sheep spoke to the shepherd, saying, "You shear us, taking our wool for yourself. You milk us, turning it into cheese, which you enjoy. Our young ones increase your flocks, making them thrive. But we gain nothing from all of this. All the food we eat comes from the earth. What kind of abundant growth is there in the mountains? Only sparse grass, even when covered with dew. And yet you take care of this dog among us, feeding her with the same rich food that you enjoy yourself." When the dog heard this, she responded, "If I weren't here, guarding you, you wouldn't even have enough grass to eat. By constantly running around you, I keep the marauding thief and the dangerous wolf away from the flock." 357. The Donkey Envying the Horse. Once a donkey envied a horse who was well fed and well cared for. The donkey, on the other hand, barely had enough chaff to eat, even though he worked hard. When war broke out, a soldier mounted the horse, fully armed, and rode him everywhere, even into the heart of the battle. The horse was wounded and fell. Seeing this, the donkey changed his mind and felt sorry for the horse. This fable teaches that one should not envy rulers and the wealthy. Instead, one should consider the dangers they face and learn to love poverty. 358. The Donkey Pretending to be a Lion. A donkey wished to appear as a lion. Unable to change his nature, he fulfilled his desire through appearance. Wearing a lion's skin, he ravaged the farmer's crops like a lion. But when a strong wind blew, it stripped away his disguise. The farmers, whose labor he had consumed, saw that he was just a donkey and beat him to death with clubs. Borrowed finery becomes a danger to those who use it. The Donkey on the Roof. A donkey climbed onto the roof of a house. As he frolicked about, he broke some roof tiles. A man rushed up, dragged the donkey down to the ground, and beat him with a club. The donkey, his back aching from the blows, said to the man, "But just yesterday and the day before, you were so amused when the monkey did the very same thing." 60. The donkey and the thorns. A donkey was eating the sharp leaves of a thorn bush. A fox saw him and approached, saying mockingly, "How can you chew and swallow such tough food with your soft, loose tongue?" 361. The bird-catcher, the partridge, and the rooster. A bird-catcher was about to dine on herbs and celery when a friend suddenly arrived. His birdcage was empty as he hadn't caught anything. He decided to kill a speckled partridge that he had tamed for hunting purposes. The partridge begged, "My friend, how will you hunt with your net in the future? Who will gather the flock of friendly keen-eyed birds for you? Whose melody will lull you to sleep?" The bird-catcher spared the partridge and decided to catch a young rooster instead. The rooster cried from his perch, "How will you know how long until dawn without me, your timekeeper? How will you know when golden-bowed Orion watches at night? Who will remind you of morning tasks when birds' wings are still dewy?" The bird-catcher replied, "You certainly know useful hours, but my friend must have something to eat." 362. The snake's head and tail. Once upon a time, the tail of a snake decided it no longer wanted to follow the head. It said, "Now it's my turn to lead." The head, which had always been the leader, responded, "You have no eyes, no nose. How can you lead us? You can't guide the body properly without those." But the tail ignored the head's warning and insisted on leading. In its ignorance, it took the snake down a dangerous path. The tail led the body blindly, causing it to end up in a deep hole. The snake's spine scraped painfully against the rocks. The tail, realizing its mistake, began to regret its actions. The tail called out to the head, "Please save us. I made a terrible mistake. If you return me to my original place, I will follow you properly from now on and never cause any trouble again." The story teaches that when one acts out of self-interest and ignores their proper role, the consequences can be disastrous. 363. The Sun and the Painted Lion. A timid old man had a brave only son who loved hunting. One night the father dreamed that his son was killed by a lion. Afraid that the dream might come true, he built a magnificent house with high ceilings, strong walls, and bright sunlight. There he locked his son away under constant guard. To comfort him, the father decorated the walls with paintings of animals, including a lion. But seeing the lion only made the boy sadder. He approached the painting and said, "You wicked beast! Because of the false vision you put in my father's mind, I am trapped here like a prisoner under guard. Why should I only curse you with words and not strike you with my hands?" Furious, he struck the painting, trying to claw out the lion's eyes. But a splinter of wood broke off and lodged beneath his fingernail. The wound became infected, and despite his father's desperate efforts, the infection spread to his groin. In the end, the boy died, not by the fangs of a living lion, but by the image of one. No matter how much you try to escape fate, what is meant to be will always find you. Chapter 364. The Beauty Contest of the Animals. Zeus decided to award prizes for the most beautiful offspring to all animals. He carefully inspected each one to make his judgment. A monkey also came, claiming to be the mother of a beautiful baby. She cradled in her arms a naked, snub-nosed little monkey. When the gods saw the monkey, they all burst into laughter. But the mother insisted, "Zeus will decide the winner. In my eyes, this one is the most beautiful of all." This story illustrates that everyone sees their own offspring as the most beautiful. 365. The Shepherd, the Wolf, and the Dog. A shepherd was herding his sheep into the fold. He was about to lock a wolf inside with the flock. The dog, seeing this, said to the shepherd, "How can you hope to protect the sheep when you're bringing this wolf into the flock?" Those who associate with evil bring great harm and death upon themselves. Now the 366. The Shepherd and the Wolf Cub. A shepherd found a young wolf cub and raised it. As the cub grew, he taught it to steal from nearby flocks. One day, after learning this skill, the wolf turned to the shepherd and said, "Now that you've trained me to steal, be careful. Your own sheep may soon go missing." For those who are naturally inclined to seize and take more than their share, once they have learned, they often harm their own teachers. Lot 367. War and hubris. All the gods were getting married, each taking a wife by lot. War came for the last draw. He found only hubris remaining and fell deeply in love with her. He married her, and now follows her wherever she goes. When hubris enters a city or nation, smiling at the crowds, war and battles soon follow behind her. 368. The clay pot and the rain. A great winter storm, driven by the winds and heavy clouds, broke out, pouring down a heavy rain. As the rain flooded the land, it drenched the clay pot that had been left exposed in the fields. The warm air had previously softened the clay, preparing it to be properly baked in the fire. At that moment, the cloud asked the pot what its name was. The pot, unaware of its dire situation, replied, "My name is Amphora. I was shaped by the potter's skilled hand, and my gently curved sides were made by his swiftly spinning wheel." The cloud, looking at the pot, responded, "You have managed to keep that shape up until now, but the rain is coming to wash it away." And as the floodwaters hit with greater force, the pot cracked and broke into pieces, carried away by the stream. How unfortunate it was for the pot, which, taking such a noble name, had dared to speak to the storm clouds that could unleash such a powerful torrent of rain. This story serves as a reminder that those who rise to high positions, thinking they are invincible, can often be brought low by the forces of fate. The River and the Hide, variant version. A river saw a cowhide being carried along by its current and asked, "What is your name?" The hide responded, "I am called Tough." The river, laughing as it moved, said, "You might want to find another name. I will soon make you soft." This teaches us that misfortune often brings down a bold and arrogant person. Note: amphora refers to a type of ancient ceramic jar with two handles, commonly used in ancient Greece and Rome. These jars were primarily used for storing and transporting goods such as oil, wine, and grain. The name amphora comes from the Greek words amphi, meaning on both sides, and phoros, meaning carrying, reflecting the jar's design with handles on both sides for easy transport. Amphorae played an important role in ancient commerce and trade, serving as a practical tool for everyday use. 369. The Rose and the Amaranth. An amaranth grew next to a rose bush. The amaranth said, "What a lovely flower you are. Both gods and humans desire you. I admire your beauty and sweet scent." The rose replied, "O amaranth, you everlasting flower, I live only for a short time. Even if no one picks me, I wither away. But you bloom and stay young forever." This story shows that it's better to live simply for a long time than to enjoy luxury briefly before facing misfortune or death. 370. The Soldier and the Trumpet. Once there was a soldier, a weary veteran who had fought in many battles. He had made a vow to burn all his weapons, including those that dying soldiers had surrendered to him in victory, as well as anything he had seized from the fleeing enemy. Fortune smiled upon him, and now it was time to fulfill his vow. He began tossing the weapons one by one into the fire. However, the trumpet protested, loudly denying its guilt and claiming that it did not deserve to be sent to the flames. "You cannot say that my sound caused harm," it said. "You claim that I directed missiles at your arms, but all I did was urge the weapons forward with my call and blast. In fact, I swear by the stars that I tried to blow as softly as possible." Despite this, the soldier added the trumpet to the fire. As it crackled and burned, he remarked, "Now you face greater pain and punishment. Even though you couldn't cause harm on your own, you are even more guilty for encouraging others to do evil." 371. The Lizard and the Snake. They say that there was once a lizard who split in two when he tried to match the length of a snake. You will hurt yourself and achieve nothing if you try to imitate someone far better than you. 372. The Three Oxen and the Lion. 3 oxen always grazed together. A lion wanted to eat them but couldn't because of their unity. Using deceitful words, he separated them. Then, finding each one alone, he devoured them. This fable teaches that if you want to live safely, distrust enemies, but trust and protect your friends. 373. The Ant and the Cicada. Once during winter, the ants were sunning their rain-soaked grain. The cicada, seeing them, was starving and on the brink of death. He ran to them and begged for food. The ants asked, Why didn't you work in the summer and instead spent your time lazily, now coming to beg?" The cicada replied, "I was enjoying myself, playing music and entertaining all the travellers." Upon hearing this, the ants smiled and called out, "Dance in the winter, since you played in the summer. But in the summer, you should have stored grain instead of delighting travellers with your lyre." This version shows that one should not neglect or hesitate to do what is necessary, as hesitating can lead to danger. Note, the story we commonly know as The Ant and the Cricket originally featured a cicada. While the cicada was common in the Greek and Roman regions, it was a rare insect in other areas where the story spread, which is why it was changed to a cricket. 374. The Goat and the Vine. A goat was eating the fresh shoots of a vine. The vine spoke to him, "Why do you harm me unjustly? Isn't there grass for you to eat, goat?" The vine continued, "You foolish creature, when you are sacrificed, I will provide the wine for your death." This fable shows that one's actions often come back to affect them in turn. 75. The Bald Horseman. A bald man placed a wig upon his head and rode his horse proudly into the training grounds, his armour gleaming in the sunlight. With practised ease he guided his horse, displaying his skill. Then suddenly a strong wind blew. It tore the wig from his head, exposing his smooth, bald scalp beneath. The crowd erupted in laughter, amused by the sharp contrast between his natural head and the false hair. Without hesitation, the man joined in their laughter and said, "Why should I be surprised that a wig never truly mine has left me, when even my own hair, which was mine from birth, abandoned me first?" Let no one grieve over misfortune that has befallen them. What one was not given by nature at birth will not remain with them forever. For we came into this world naked, and naked shall we depart. 376. The Ox and the Frog. While drinking, an ox stepped on a frog's offspring. The frog mother, who had been absent, returned and asked her children where their brother was. "He's dead, mother. Just now, before his time, a huge four-legged creature came, and he lies beneath it, crushed by its hoof." The frog mother, puffing herself up, asked if the animal was this big. Her children replied, "No." She inflated herself even more. Once again they told her, "The ox is bigger than you." Finally, in her frustration, she tried to puff herself up even more, but in doing so she burst and died. The poor who try to imitate the mighty end up punishing themselves. 377. The Crow and the Boastful Swallow. The swallow boasted to the crow, "I am a fair young maiden, an Athenian princess and the daughter of the king of Athens." She then proceeded to tell the story of Tereus, how he had raped her and cut out her tongue. The crow replied, "If you can speak so much with your tongue cut out, imagine how much you would say if it were still intact." For the boastful, their own words serve as proof of their lies. Note: Tereus, refer to note 227. 3. The Two Pots. As the river banks gave way, the current swept the two pots away together. One was made of bronze, poured into a mould, the other was shaped from clay. Their differing materials and crafts created an uneasy harmony as the river carried them along its uncertain path. The bronze pot, heavy and solid, swore to keep her distance from the clay pot, fearing that a collision might shatter the fragile vessel. The clay pot, however, worried that the heavier pot might harm her. Despite the reassuring words of the bronze pot, the clay pot could not rid herself of fear. "Though your words make me feel safe," the clay pot said, "the fear will not leave my heart. Whether the wave pushes me into you or you into me, I will always be the one to suffer." 379. The Man and His Daughter. A man fell in love with his own daughter. Tormented by this unnatural desire, he sent his wife away to the countryside. Then he forced himself upon his daughter. She said to him, "Father, what you are doing is unholy. I would rather have given myself to 100 men than to you." 380. The King's Son and His Guts. When he had finished bathing, Xanthus called Aesop to bring what he needed and went to dinner. After they had been drinking for a while, Xanthus's belly reminded him that it was time to relieve himself. Aesop stood by with a towel and a pitcher of water. Xanthus said to him, "Can you tell me why it is that when we defecate, we often look at our own droppings?" Aesop replied, "Because long ago the son of a king, due to his indulgence in luxury foods and his loose lifestyle, spent so much time in the bathroom, so long that he forgot what he was doing and passed his own wits. Since then, whenever men relieve themselves, they look down to check that they have not done the same. But don't worry, as there is no danger of you passing your wits, since you don't have any. Note, past his own guts refers to the metaphorical use of guts for wits or reason. In ancient Greek thought, the guts, Greek nous or nous, represented one's intellect or mental faculties, rather than physical intestines. The Old Man and His Donkeys. There was an old farmer who had lived his whole life in the countryside and had never seen the city. He asked his children to let him visit the city at least once before he died. So his children hitched the donkeys to the wagon and said, "Just drive them, and they'll take you to the city." As they were halfway there, a storm suddenly came up, and the sky grew dark. The donkeys lost their way and wandered to the edge of a cliff. When the old man saw the danger he was in, he said, "O Zeus, what crime have I committed that I must die this way? My killers are not even horses, but these miserable donkeys." Has 382. The Delphians and their ancestors. The people of Delphi asked Aesop, "Who were our ancestors?" Aesop replied, "They were slaves. And if you don't know this, it's time you learned it. Long ago, whenever the Greeks captured a city, it was customary to send 1/10 of the spoils to Apollo. So out of every 100 oxen, they would send 10, the same with goats and other things, money, women, men. You, being descendants of those men and women, are like slaves in bondage. This is your origin. You are slaves to all the Greeks." When the Delphians heard this, they were surprised and asked, "And who are our ancestors?" Aesop answered, "Slaves. And if you don't understand this, let me explain. Long ago, when the Greeks captured a city, they sent 1/10 of the spoils to Apollo. Out of every 100 oxen, they sent 10, the same with goats and other goods, money, men, women. You are the descendants of these slaves, and so, by birth, you are bound to the Greeks as their slaves." With that, Aesop prepared to leave. Hash 383. Prometheus and the Two Roads. Zeus once commanded Prometheus to show mankind two paths, one the path of freedom, and the other the path of slavery. The path of freedom, Prometheus said, started out rough. It was narrow, steep and dry, filled with thorns and dangers at every turn. However, as one continued along the way, it led to a wide, smooth plain. This plain was surrounded by groves of fruit trees and flowing water, where the hardships of the journey ended in peace. The path of slavery, on the other hand, began as a wide, pleasant plain. It was covered in flowers and beautiful sights, a path that seemed full of joy and luxury, but in the end it became narrow, difficult and impossible to climb, like a sheer cliff. 384. The Mouse and the Frog. A mouse once became friends with a frog. The frog invited the mouse to dine with him. "Eat whatever you wish, my friend, and do not be shy with me, your dear companion," said the frog. The frog then tied the mouse's foot to his own with a piece of string and swam with him out into the middle of the lake. But once they reached the middle, the frog turned treacherous. He sank into the water, dragging the mouse with him. The poor mouse drowned, his body floating up to the surface of the lake, still tied to the frog. At that moment, an eagle flying overhead saw the mouse and grabbed him with his talons. As the eagle flew away, he also carried the frog, still bound to the mouse, and ate him as well. It is said that even in death, the wronged are avenged by divine justice, which watches over all and balances the scales of fate. 385. True Dreams and False Dreams. Xanthus' wife said to Aesop, "Your words show you're clever with your tongue, but a dream misled me. I thought I'd get a handsome slave, yet you're deformed." Aesop replied, "Don't be surprised, mistress, that the dream tricked you. Not all dreams are true. Apollo, the Muses' leader, asked Zeus for the gift of prophecy. Zeus granted it, making Apollo excel in oracular skills. But Apollo became too boastful, looking down on everyone. This angered Zeus, his superior. Zeus, not wanting Apollo to have such power over men, created true dreams to reveal the future to people in their sleep. When Apollo realized no one would need his prophecies anymore, he begged Zeus for forgiveness and asked him not to discredit his oracle. Zeus forgave Apollo and created false dreams to give people misleading visions in their sleep. This way, when people found their dreams unreliable, they'd return to the original prophet. That's why some dreams seem true, but turn out false. So don't be surprised if what you see in your sleep doesn't match reality. You didn't have a true dream, but one of the false ones meant to deceive you with fake visions. 386. A Mother's Prayer. A woman had a daughter who was simple-minded. She prayed to all the gods, asking them to give her daughter some sense. The daughter often overheard her mother's prayers. One day, they went to the countryside. The girl wandered away from her mother and left the farmyard. There, she saw a man coupling with a mule. She asked him, "What are you doing?" The man replied, "I'm putting some sense into her." Remembering her mother's prayers, the girl said, "Put some in me too." In his state, the man refused. "Nothing is more ungrateful than a woman," he said. But the girl reassured him. "Oh, don't worry, sir. My mother will thank you and give you anything you want. She prays for me to gain some sense." So the man took her virginity. She was overjoyed and ran home. "Mother, I have some sense now," she exclaimed. Her mother asked, "How did you get sense, child?" The simple girl eagerly explained. "A man put it in me with a long, sinewy, red thing that moved in and out." When the mother heard this, she said, "My child, you've lost what little sense you had." 387. The Man and the Insect. A cicada, seeing a man trying to catch it, said to him, "Go after those birds instead, from which you might gain some benefit. If you catch me, you won't profit from me at all." This fable shows that one should not pursue things that are useless and unprofitable. 388. The Ploughman and the Widow. A friend of Aesop came to him and, with the permission of the guards, entered to see him. With tears in his eyes, the friend said, "What have we come to?" Aesop replied by telling him a fable. A woman, having buried her husband, was sitting beside his tomb, weeping uncontrollably. A man who was ploughing nearby saw her and became attracted to her. He left his oxen yoked to the plough and approached her, pretending to weep as well. She paused and asked, "Why are you weeping?" The man answered, "I have buried a good and wise wife. When I weep, I find that it lightens my grief." She replied, "I, too, have lost a good husband, and when I weep, I lighten the burden of my grief, just as you do." The man said, "Since we have both suffered the same fate, why don't we get to know each other better? I'll love you as I loved my wife, and you shall love me as you loved your husband." With this, he persuaded her. While they were engaged in their pleasure, someone drove off his oxen. When the ploughman returned and could not find his oxen, he began to weep and cry out in earnest. The woman asked, "Why are you crying?" The man replied, "Woman, now I really have something to mourn, and you ask me why I am grieving, when you can see the past fortune has brought me to." 389. The Cat and the Birds. A cat devised a cunning plan. He pretended it was his birthday and invited the birds to a celebration. The unsuspecting birds arrived at his home. Once they were inside, the cat seized his chance. He quickly shut the doors, trapping the birds. Then, one by one, he began to eat them. This tale illustrates how people sometimes enter situations with high hopes, only to face a harsh reality. 390. The Crow and the Water Jar. A thirsty crow noticed a large jar. At the bottom, there was just a little bit of water. The crow tried for a long time to spill the water out, hoping it would spill onto the ground and quench her thirst. But after a while, her strength gave out. Frustrated, the crow decided to use her cleverness. She dropped small stones into the jar. As the stones sank, the water rose on its own. Eventually, she was able to drink. 391. The Sailors and the Stones. On a sea voyage, a certain wealthy gentleman grew frustrated with the bad weather. As the sailors were rowing with less effort due to the storm, the man yelled at them, "Hey, if you don't make this ship go faster, I'll throw stones at you." One of the sailors replied, "I just wish we were somewhere where you could find stones to throw." 392. The Donkey and the Wolf. A donkey was once ill. A wolf came to visit him and began to gently stroke his body, asking which part hurt the most. The donkey, fearing that the wolf would attack a healthy part if he said one part was healthy and another sick, claimed his whole body was weak. "You cannot touch any part of me," he told the wolf. "That is not feeble and infirm." This fable teaches us not to trust wicked and perverse individuals. Even when they pretend to show kindness, they always intend to do harm. 393. The Ethiopian. A man bought an Ethiopian, thinking that his colour was a result of neglect by his previous owner. He brought him home and used every cleanser and tried every bath to wash him. But despite his efforts, he could not change the colour, and instead he made the Ethiopian ill from all the treatments. This fable shows that natures remain as they were originally created. 394. The Fox and the Lion. A fox lived with a lion, serving him as an assistant. The fox would point out prey, while the lion would attack and capture it. They divided the spoils according to their status. The fox grew jealous of the lion's larger share and decided to hunt on her own rather than just scouting. But when she tried to catch something from a flock, she became the first prey for the hunters. It is safer to serve than to rule dangerously. 395. The Eagle and the Snake. An eagle and a snake were fighting each other. The snake had captured the eagle and tightened its grip. A farmer saw this and, freeing the eagle from the snake's hold, let it go. The snake, angered by what had happened, poisoned the farmer's drinking water. As the farmer, unaware of the danger, was about to drink, the eagle swooped down and snatched the cup from his hands. Those who do good are rewarded with gratitude. 396. The Kites and the Swans. The kites originally had a voice similar to the swans. However, when they heard the sound of horses neighing, they were fascinated and tried to imitate it. As they attempted to mimic the sound, they gradually lost their original voice. In the end, they neither retained their own voice nor successfully learned how to neigh. By imitating something that isn't suited to you, you can lose what you originally had. 397. The Birdcatcher and the Cricket. A birdcatcher heard a cricket and thought he was about to make a big catch, judging its size by the loudness of its song. But when he approached and caught his prey, he found it was worthless. The birdcatcher then criticized the whole process of making judgments based on appearances, as it often leads people to wrong conclusions. The story shows how people who are of little value can seem greater than they truly are. 398. The Raven and the Swan. The raven saw the swan and envied his white colour. Thinking that his own colour came from the water in which he bathed, the raven left the altars where he found his food, and instead spent time with the swans in the lakes and rivers. This did nothing to change his colour, but he starved because he couldn't find food. A change in habits doesn't change a person's nature. 399. The Goose and the Swan. A wealthy man wanted to raise both a goose and a swan, but for different reasons. The swan was for singing and the goose was for eating. When the time came for the goose to meet its fate and have its throat cut, the darkness of the night prevented the man from recognizing which bird was which. In the confusion, he grabbed the swan instead of the goose. The swan, realizing what was happening, sang a death song, revealing its true nature. Thanks to the song, the swan narrowly escaped death. The fable shows that music can be so powerful that it can even delay death. Now 400. The Shepherd and the Honeybees. Some honeybees were making honey in the hollow of an oak tree. A shepherd came across the bees' work and decided to take some of the honey. The bees, however, swarmed around him and stung him with their stingers. Eventually, the shepherd exclaimed, "I give up. I don't need the honey if it means dealing with the bees." If you chase after wicked gains, trouble will follow. 401. The Man, the Mare, and the Foal. A man was riding a pregnant mare when, while they were on the road, the mare gave birth to a foal. The foal followed its mother immediately, but quickly became unsteady on its feet. The foal then said to the man, "Look, you can see that I am very small and weak, not able to travel. If you leave me here, I will die. But if you take me with you, back to your home, and raise me, I will grow and later on let you ride me." This story shows that we should do favors for those who can return them. 402. The Hunter and the Horseman. A hunter had caught a hare and was carrying it home. As he travelled, he met a man on horseback who asked for the hare, pretending that he wanted to buy it. Once the horseman took the hare from the hunter, he immediately galloped off. The hunter started to chase after him, thinking he might catch up. But as the horseman got farther and farther away, The hunter reluctantly called out, "Go ahead, I've already given the hare to you as a gift." This story shows how people who have their possessions taken from them involuntarily often pretend that they gave them away willingly.
For Dog Catcher and the Dog.
A man saw a dog walking by and threw some bits of food to him. The dog then said to the man, "Oh man, keep away from me. Your sudden kindness makes me even more wary." This fable shows that people who offer many gifts unexpectedly are likely trying to deceive. The Thief and the Dog. A nighttime thief once threw bread to a dog. The dog replied, "You want to silence my tongue so I won't bark for my master's sake. You're trying to profit from my wrongdoing." Sudden generosity may seem pleasing to fools, but the wise see through it. 404. The Hunter and the Wolf. A hunter saw a wolf attacking a flock and scattering as many of the sheep as he could. The hunter skillfully hunted the wolf down and set his dogs on him. Then he shouted at the wolf, "Oh, terrible beast, where is that former strength of yours? You cannot even withstand the attack of these dogs." This fable shows that each person earns their reputation in the field they specialize in. 405. The Cyclops and his treasure. There was once a man who was careful with his wealth and somewhat proud of his success. He lived comfortably with his children, but eventually he lost all his money. In his despair, he began to blaspheme and even thought about killing himself, feeling that death was better than living in misery. So, he took his sword and went off to a remote place, choosing to die rather than endure such hardship. While on his way, he came across a deep pit, and inside the pit he found gold, quite a large amount of it. The gold had been left by a giant known as the Cyclops. When the man saw the gold, he was filled with both fear and joy. He threw down his sword, took the gold, and joyfully returned home to his children. Later, the Cyclops came back to the pit. When he found that the gold was gone and only a sword remained, he picked up the sword and in his fury killed himself. This story shows how bad things happen to bad people, while good things come to those who are honest and virtuous. 406. The Dogs and the Lion's Skin. Some dogs found a lion's skin and were tearing it to shreds. A fox, seeing this, said, "If that lion were still alive, you would see that his claws are stronger than your teeth." This fable is about people who attack someone once they have fallen from their position of power and glory. 407. Wolf and Dog in Pursuit. As the dog chased the wolf, he barked in joy at his speed and strength. He thought the wolf was fleeing from him because of his superior abilities. But the wolf turned and said to the dog, "I am not afraid of you. I am afraid of your master chasing me." This shows that you should not take pride in qualities that belong to someone else. 408. The Fox and the Hare in the Well. A thirsty hare went down into a well to drink water. He drank a great deal with pleasure. When he was about to climb out, he found himself in a predicament, unable to ascend. He became greatly discouraged. A fox came by and, upon finding the hare there, said to him, "You have indeed made a grave mistake. You should have first considered how to get out of the well before going down into it." This fable criticizes those who act on impulse without seeking advice. A fox saw a lion imprisoned in a cage. Standing near him, she insulted him viciously. The lion said to her, "It is not you who insults me, but the misfortune that has befallen me." This fable shows that when prominent figures fall into misfortune, they are often scorned by those of little worth. 10. The Man and the Old Woman. A young man was walking on an intensely hot day when he came across an old woman traveling the same road. Seeing her struggling from the heat and exhaustion of the journey, he took pity on her. When she could no longer continue, he lifted her off the ground and carried her on his back. As he carried her, he was consumed by shameful thoughts, and his lustful desires surged. He immediately set the old woman down and had intercourse with her. The woman, bewildered, asked, "What are you doing to me?" He replied, "You are too heavy for me, so I've decided to make some of your flesh wear away." Afterward, he picked her up again and placed her back on his shoulders. As they continued down the road, the old woman said, "If I'm still too heavy for you, feel free to put me down again and make some of my flesh wear away." This fable illustrates how some people, when pursuing their desires, act as if they were unaware of their true intentions, claiming their actions were driven by necessity rather than pure lust. 411. The donkey, the onager, and the lion. An onager saw a donkey carrying a heavy load. He mocked the donkey's servitude, saying, "How fortunate I am! I live freely without toil, grazing at will in the hills. You, however, depend on others for food and endure constant slavery and beatings." Just then, a lion appeared. It did not approach the donkey, as the driver was nearby, but the onager, being alone, was fiercely attacked and devoured by the lion. This fable shows that those who are obstinate and stiff-necked, carried away by their own will and refusing help from others, quickly fall prey. 412. The rivers and the sea. The rivers gathered together to complain about the sea. They said to her, "Why is it that when we bring you waters that are sweet and drinkable, you turn them into salty and undrinkable waters?" The sea, seeing that she was being blamed, replied, "Don't come to me, you won't become salty." This story shows how people sometimes criticize others unfairly, even when those others are actually helping them. 413. The olive tree and the fig tree. When a fig tree lost all her leaves during the winter, a nearby olive tree made fun of her bare branches. The olive tree said, "In both winter and summer, I am always adorned with leaves, staying green with new life, while your beauty only lasts during the summer." While the olive tree was boasting, a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and burned her to ashes. The fig tree, however, stood there, safe and unharmed. This fable illustrates that those who boast about their wealth or good fortune can be struck by unexpected misfortune. 4. The lioness and the wild boar. A bull found a lion lying asleep and gored him with his horns until the lion was dead. The lion's mother arrived and wept bitterly over her son. When the wild boar saw her lamenting from a distance, he said, "Oh, how many people are mourning right now because their children have been killed by you lions." This fable teaches that what you have done to others will be done to you in equal measure. The blacksmith and the puppy. A blacksmith had a puppy. When the blacksmith worked, the puppy slept. But when the blacksmith ate, the puppy would stand beside him. The blacksmith tossed a bone to the puppy and said, "You lazy creature! What should I do with you, so full of idleness? When I strike my anvil, you lie down on your bed, not wanting to get up. But as soon as I move my teeth to eat, you wake up and wag your tail." This fable criticizes the lazy and sluggish who want to enjoy the fruits of others' labor without contributing. 416. The bear, the lion, and the fox go hunting. The original source could not be found. For the English translation, refer to Aesop's Fables, a new translation by Laura Gibbs. Oxford University Press, World's Classics, Oxford 2002. The source of this story is from the Tetrastica, or four-line poems, composed by Ignatius the Deacon and his imitators in 9th century Byzantium. The story goes as follows. A bear, fox, and lion hunted together. The bear and lion caught prey the hard way. The fox found a tied-up camel instead of hunting. The man and the wolf. A man was travelling, dressed in a wolf's skin. A wolf came across him on the road. "See my clothes," said the man. "From them you can tell what I am and what I can do." The wolf first laughed loudly. Then, with a serious tone, he spoke to the man. "I know you are weak if you need another's skin to wear." 418. War broke out between the beasts and the birds. The ostrich, often regarded as half bird, half beast, was caught twice in one day during this conflict. Both sides saw it as an enemy. The birds claimed it was a beast, while the beasts insisted it was a bird. However, when the ostrich showed its feet to prove it wasn't a bird, and then displayed its wings and beak to prove it wasn't a beast, both parties concluded that although it appeared to be both, it was, in fact, neither. 419. The Thief and the Innkeeper. A thief rented a room at an inn, hoping to steal something to pay his bill. After waiting for days with no luck, he saw the innkeeper wearing a shiny new coat and sitting outside. The thief sat down next to him and struck up a conversation. As they talked, the thief suddenly yawned loudly and howled like a wolf. The innkeeper asked, "Why are you howling like that?" The thief replied, "I'll explain, but first, please hold my clothes so I don't rip them apart. I'm not sure when I developed this yawning habit or why I howl, but after my third yawn, I turn into a wolf and attack people." He yawned and howled again. The innkeeper, terrified, tried to run, but the thief grabbed his coat and begged, "Wait, sir! Hold my clothes or I'll tear them when I transform." After yawning a third time and howling even more fiercely, the innkeeper, completely panicked, left his coat behind and rushed inside for safety. The thief quickly made off with the coat and disappeared, never to return to the inn. In a village, two men secretly desired the same married woman. The first man came up with a clever signal. He would bark like a small dog at her door. For many nights the plan worked perfectly. The woman would hear the bark and meet her lover in secret. But the second man, observant and sharp, discovered the trick. One evening, the second man arrived early. He mimicked the first man's bark, and the woman, hearing it, opened the door and let him in. When the first man arrived and barked, the second man, already inside, barked even louder. The first man, frightened, thought a real dog had come and quickly ran away. In the end, the schemer was outwitted by his own plan. Translator's note: this story is included in the Byzantine manuscript lore, but since the original text could not be obtained, the translator has reconstructed it. 421. The Sailor and His Son. Once upon a time, there was a sailor who had spent most of his life working at sea. Wanting his son to have a better future, he sent him away to study rhetoric. After finishing his education, the son returned home, filled with pride. "Father," the son said confidently, "I've learned how to prove anything, even how to make false things seem true." The sailor, skeptical of his son's boast, decided to test his skills. He took out 2 eggs and placed them on the table. "All right," said the sailor, "if you're so clever, show me how these 2 eggs can feed 3 people." The son smiled and, with a flourish, picked up the eggs. He began counting. 1, 2, he said, then added triumphantly, "and 1 plus 2 equals 3, so I've created a 3rd egg through reasoning." The sailor chuckled but shook his head. "Very well," he said. "I'll eat 1 egg, your mother will eat the other, and you can have the 3rd egg you've created with your words." Translator's note: this story is included in the Byzantine manuscript lore, but since the original text could not be obtained, the translator has reconstructed it. 422. The Eagle Wants a Man. In old age, the eagle's upper beak grows longer and more crooked. Eventually, it becomes so deformed that the bird cannot feed itself and dies of starvation. There is a folklore story explaining this. It is said that the eagle was once a man. He refused to entertain a stranger who came to him, and as a result he was punished by being turned into an eagle. This is why the eagle suffers in old age. 423. Aesop and the Bitch. One evening, as Aesop was returning home from a dinner, a drunken bitch began barking at him. Aesop, annoyed, turned to her and said, "Bitch, if you had any sense, you would trade that wicked tongue of yours for some wheat instead." 424. Aesop to the Corinthians. Socrates also composed a fable in the style of Aesop, though not very skillfully, which began, "Judge not, ye men of Corinth." Aesop cried, "Of virtue as the jury courts decide." Note, this passage is found in Diogenes Laertius' Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Book Chapter 5, Section 42. The fable ends with these lines and does not continue further. The original source could not be found. For the English translation, refer to Aesop's Fables, a new translation by Laura Gibbs, Oxford University Press, World's Classics, Oxford, 2002. One winter, a fisherman spotted an octopus in the sea. He muttered to himself, "If I strip and dive in, I'll freeze to death. But if I don't catch it, my children will starve." 426. The Fox and the Stork. A fox once invited a stork to dinner. He served soup in a shallow bowl which the fox could easily lap up. However, the stork with its long beak couldn't taste a drop. The hungry stork left, feeling embarrassed. A few days later, the stork invited the fox for a meal. The stork served food in a narrow-necked jug. The stork easily ate with its long beak, while encouraging the fox to eat. The fox, unable to reach the food, realized he had been tricked. The stork then said, "As you have given, so you receive. If you find it unacceptable, please forgive me." One should not mock others. Those who deceive with words truly suffer injustice themselves. The Hedgehog, the Fox, and the Ticks. Aesop recounted this fable while defending a demagogue on trial in Samos. A fox was swept into a gully while crossing a river and became trapped. Over time, ticks swarmed her body, causing great discomfort. A passing hedgehog, seeing the fox's plight, offered to remove the ticks. The fox declined, explaining, "These ticks are already full and barely suck my blood now. If you remove them, new hungry ticks will come and drain what little blood I have left." Aesop applied this story to the situation in Samos, arguing that the wealthy demagogue on trial would do less harm than new hungry politicians who might replace him if he were executed. This fable demonstrates how replacing one problematic situation with another can sometimes lead to worse outcomes. 428. The Chariot Driver. A man from Sybaris fell from his chariot and severely injured his head because he wasn't skilled in driving. His friend came up to him and said, "Everyone should stick to what they know best." 429. The Fox and the Man Counting the Waves. Why the need for tears, my good man? The story from the fable is quite wise, I think, which Aesop used to tell. He said that a certain man was sitting on the shore, counting the waves as they broke. When he lost count, he became frustrated and distressed. Then a fox came up to him and said, "Why, good sir, are you upset about the waves that have passed? You should start counting from here, ignoring those that have gone by." 430. Prometheus and the Tears. This is also something that Aesop said. The clay that Prometheus used when he created man was not mixed with water, but with tears. Therefore, one should not try to rid oneself entirely of tears, for they are inevitable. 431. The Language of Animals. Long ago, animals and humans lived in perfect harmony. They shared a common language. They roamed the earth together, understanding each other's words and thoughts. One day, the animals grew ambitious. They approached Zeus, the king of gods, with a greater request. "Great Zeus," they said, "we wish to be like the gods. Grant us divine powers so that we may be as mighty as you." But instead of granting their wish, Zeus spoke firmly. "You ask for too much. You seek to become greater than your place in the world. So, I will give you something else." With a single gesture, Zeus took away the animals' ability to speak. From that day onward, the animals could no longer converse with humans in the same language. They could only communicate through growls, roars, and cries, while humans alone retained the gift of speech. And so a divide was created, one that has remained ever since, for humans could no longer understand the animals as they once did. Translator's note: this story is attributed to Callimachus, but the complete original text does not exist. The story included is a narrative reconstructed by the translator. The Contest of Apollo and Marsyas. In a lush forest, a satyr named Marsyas stumbled upon a flute made of deer bone. Enchanted by its beautiful sound, he practiced tirelessly until his skill became unmatched. Overcome with pride, Marsyas boasted, "Even Apollo cannot play as well as I do." He challenged the god of music to a contest, and the 9 muses were chosen as judges. They decreed that the loser would be at the mercy of the winner. Marsyas played his flute, and Apollo played his lyre. Their music was so enchanting that the judges struggled to decide a winner. Then Apollo smiled slyly and said, "Let us play our instruments upside down." Marsyas, not realizing the trick, agreed. Apollo easily played his lyre in any position, but Marsyas found that a flute could not be played upside down. The muses declared Apollo the winner. As punishment, Apollo bound Marsyas to a tree and flayed him alive. From that day on, the whispers of the wind through the trees carried a warning: beware of challenging the gods, for their games are never fair. Aphrodite and the Merchant. Dexicreon was a shipmaster who sailed to Cyprus on a trading voyage. When he was about to load his ship, Aphrodite told him to fill it with water and nothing else, and to set sail as quickly as possible. He obeyed, filling the ship with water, and sailed away. After a while the wind died down, and the ship became becalmed in the open sea. To the other merchants and shipmasters who were thirsty, he sold the water and made a great fortune. Because of this, he created an image of the goddess and named it after himself. If this is indeed true, it seems that the goddess did not intend to make one man wealthy, but to save the lives of many through the actions of one. 434. the eagle and the sparrow. Therefore, people must hold on to these qualities and cultivate them within themselves to avoid becoming like the sparrow in Aesop's fable. The sparrow, while being carried on the eagle's shoulders, suddenly flew off and reached the finish line before the eagle. In doing so, it gained glory, but lost the goodwill and friendship of others. 435. The white sheep, the black sheep, the donkey and the goat. The white sheep, the black sheep, the goats, and the donkeys argued about which of them had the greatest religious superiority. The white sheep said, "My whiteness symbolizes innocence and holiness, so I am superior." The black sheep responded, "I may be black on the outside, but I am beautiful on the inside." The donkey added, "I am holier because I carry the cross on my back, imitating the crucified one." But the goat declared, "I am holier than all of you. I wear a hair shirt and drool on my long beard so that I don't appear handsome in the eyes of the world." These animals symbolize different religious practices, but beware of signs without true meaning. 436. The priest and the lion. One of the priests of the great Mother Rhea, called the Galley, sought refuge from the winter storm in an empty cave. As he brushed the snow from his hair, a lion, hungry and following his scent, entered the cave. There was no way to escape. The priest, however, held a large tambourine in his hand. He struck it with his palm, and the whole cave echoed with the loud sound. The lion, unable to bear the terrifying noise of Cybele's servant, fled up the mountain, scared by this delicate man. The priest then offered his robes and his golden hair to the goddess. Note, the great Mother Rhea is also known as Cybele. Rhea is the Roman name, while Cybele is the Greek name for the same goddess. The Galli were the priests of Cybele, known for their ecstatic worship and self-castration. They primarily used percussion instruments, especially tambourines, in their rituals. The owl, being a wise bird, advised the other birdswards when the first oak tree began to sprout. She said, "You must pull it up immediately. If you let it grow, it will turn into something dangerous. One day it will produce birdlime, a deadly substance that will trap us and bring about our destruction." Later, when people started planting flax, the owl warned the birds again. "You must remove those flax seeds," she urged. "If you don't, they will bring great harm to us." The third time, the owl saw a man carrying a bow. She cried out, "Look at that man! He may be walking on foot now, but mark my words, he will surpass us using our own feathers. He will create arrows with wings that will fly faster than we can." Despite the owl's warnings, the birds refused to listen. "She's crazy," they scoffed. "She's completely out of her mind." But in the end, the birds realized the owl had been right all along. Shocked, they began to respect her wisdom. From that point on, whenever they met the owl, they treated her with reverence as if she knew everything. But the owl no longer gave advice. She only sat in silence, mourning their past foolishness. 438. The Sybarite woman and the jug. Philocleon. Wait, don't leave so quickly. Listen to what I have to say. A woman in Sybaris broke a jug. Accuser to the witness. "Once again, I ask you to bear witness. Philocleon. The jug called for a witness to testify, but the woman said, 'Never mind the testimony, just go and buy a cord to tie it up.' That would be the wiser thing to do." Fond Laurel and the Olive. Long ago, a laurel tree and an olive tree had a heated argument about which of them was more important. "I am the most sacred tree," the laurel proudly boasted. "My leaves crown the heads of poets and heroes. The Pythian priestess sits on me, chants my name, and even her floor is made of my leaves." The olive calmly replied, "But what can you really do? You can't be eaten, drunk, or used for oil. I provide nourishment and light to people, benefiting everyone." As their argument grew fiercer, a nearby bramble tried to intervene. "Friends, why not end this quarrel?" the bramble said. "We all have our roles. Why must we tear each other down?" The olive coldly glared at the bramble and said, "Why are you interfering? What does a humble bramble like you have to do with our debate?" The laurel silently agreed, saying nothing in defense of the bramble. 440. The runaway slave in the mill. A man's slave had escaped. Some time later, the man spotted the runaway and chased after him. The slave, however, managed to get ahead and took shelter in a mill. Upon seeing this, the master exclaimed, "Where else could I have wanted to find you more than here?" Similarly, a woman who is filing for divorce out of jealousy and is in a state of anger should reflect and ask herself, where would my rival prefer to see me? What would she rather have me do than be upset with my husband, argue with him, and leave my home and bedroom? The feast day and the day after. Once, a fellow general of Themistocles boasted about his great service to the city. He boldly compared his deeds to those of Themistocles. In response, Themistocles said, "The day after once challenged the festival day, saying, 'You are busy and tiring, but when I arrive, everyone relaxes and enjoys what was prepared earlier.' The festival day answered, 'True, but if I hadn't come first, you wouldn't exist at all.' So now," Themistocles continued, "if I hadn't been there on that day at Salamis, where would you and your colleagues be today?" In ancient times, people were hard to tell apart, the good and bad alike, as old stories impart. Many worthy souls seemed quite ordinary, while fools were praised, considered exemplary. Honor was given to those who least deserved, and the best were shamed, with justice reversed. But God above, seeing this unfair state, spoke in anger, no longer willing to wait. "It's wrong for good and evil to share the same fame, for wickedness would grow and rise to claim. I'll give a sign to mark the truly good, so all can see who's virtuous as they should." With that he made the good blush a bright red, blood rushing beneath their skin, spreading instead. To women, delicate in form and tender in heart, he gave this sign in greater part, but for the wicked he left them unchanged. Unmoved by shame, in sin they remained. The Monkey and the Pea. Once upon a time, the king of Benares was on a hunting trip with his wise counselor. They stopped to rest and feed their horses some peas. Suddenly, a young monkey darted down from a tree and scooped up a large handful of peas from the feeding trough. As the monkey climbed back up the tree, one pea slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. In a desperate attempt to catch the fallen pea, the monkey dropped all the peas he was holding. The scattered peas were quickly eaten by the horses below. The monkey climbed back up the tree empty-handed and sat sadly on a branch, watching as all his peas were gone. The king and his counselor observed this with amusement. The counselor chuckled and said, "Great king, when you become too greedy, remember the monkey and the pea." This tale serves as a reminder of the dangers of excessive greed, showing how one can lose everything while chasing after something trivial. Translator, this story is a fable from India. 444. The origin of Eros. In the beginning, chaos emerged. Then came Earth with her broad bosom, forming the eternal base for all the immortal gods who dwell on Olympus's snowy peaks. Deep within the vast earth arose gloomy Tartarus. Next appeared Eros, the most beautiful of the undying gods. Eros weakens the limbs and clouds the minds of both gods and humans, overcoming their wisest thoughts. 445. Pleasure and Pain. Socrates sat up on his bed, bent his leg, and rubbed it with his hand. As he did so, he said, "My friends, isn't it strange, this thing we call pleasure? It has a curious relationship with its seeming opposite, pain. They don't occur together, yet when you chase and catch one, you often have to take the other too. It's as if they're joined at the head." He continued, "I think if Aesop had considered this, he might have created a fable. In it, pleasure and pain would be at war. A god would try to make peace between them. Unable to do so, the god would join them at the head instead. That's why when you encounter one, the other soon follows." Socrates then added, "This seems to be happening to me right now. The chains caused pain in my leg, and now pleasure appears to be following." 446. The Birds and the Cuckoo. Aesop says that when the cuckoo asked the little birds why they ran away from him, they replied that it was because he would someday turn into a hawk. Note, in the context of Plutarch's Life of Aratus, this fable is used to explain why Lydiades, despite his actual good qualities, was always viewed with suspicion. Lydiades had once been a tyrant, and just like the cuckoo in Aesop's fable, even though he was not a threat at the moment, people feared he might turn into something dangerous again. His past actions created doubt in the minds of others, making them wary of him, just as the little birds feared the cuckoo would eventually become a hawk. 447. Aesop says that the crested lark was the first bird created, even before Gaia, the earth. Because of this, when the lark's father became ill and died, there was no earth to bury him in. On the 5th day that his body had been lying there, the frustrated lark, not knowing what else to do, buried her father on her own head. 448. Orpheus and the Dogs. The Phrygian also spoke about the harpists of your city. He said that, although the other animals simply felt pleasure and amazement from Orpheus' music, they never tried to imitate it. But some of the dogs, known for their shameless and curious nature, devoted themselves to music. They started practicing immediately, separating themselves to do so. Once they were transformed into human form, they kept their commitment to the art. He claimed that this breed of dogs is the source of the harpists. As a result, they have never been able to fully shake off their natural instincts. While they hold on to a small part of Orpheus's teachings, most of their music has remained true to its canine roots. 449. The Dog's House. In the winter, the dog curled up in as small a space as possible to protect himself from the cold. He decided to build a house for himself. But when summer arrived, he stretched out and slept comfortably, feeling quite large. At that moment, he thought that building a house to fit his size would neither be easy nor necessary. 450. The Lions and the Hares. Only a fool would try to create laws that govern the most exceptional members of society. These superior individuals would likely respond as the lions did in Antisthenes' tale when the hares addressed the assembly, advocating for universal equality. The hares passionately spoke to the gathering, arguing that all should be considered equal. The lions replied simply, "Your words are good, O hares, but they lack the claws and teeth that we possess." 451. The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. A wolf once found it difficult to reach the sheep because of the vigilance of the shepherd and his dogs. One day, however, the wolf found the skin of a sheep that had been flayed and discarded. The wolf put it on over its own fur and walked among the sheep. The lamb whose skin the wolf was wearing began to follow the wolf, thinking it was one of the sheep. The wolf led the lamb aside and quickly made a meal of it. For some time, the wolf successfully deceived the other sheep and enjoyed hearty meals. Looks can be deceiving. The Wolf and the Ass on Trial. A wolf, while travelling, came across an ass. Believing he had caught the ass in his trap, he planned to eat him. But simply eating him wasn't enough. The wolf, wanting more, began to mock the ass. He said to the ass, "Don't be afraid, I am not so unjust as to harm you without finding some fault in your life. Let's each confess our wrongs. If my wrongs are worse than yours, you may safely return to your pasture, free from harm. But if you've done worse than I, then you should judge whether it's fair for you to be punished by me." After saying this, the wolf listed his wrongs: attacking sheep and goats, stealing young goats and lambs, strangling cattle, and even attacking or killing shepherds. The wolf spoke of these deeds humbly, as though they were justified, trying to make them sound less wrong. Then he urged the ass to confess his own wrongs. The ass thought about his actions, but couldn't find anything to blame himself for. He believed he hadn't done anything wrong. After thinking for a while, he finally said, "Once, while carrying my master's load of vegetables, a fly bothered my belly. I turned my head to blow it away, and a vegetable leaf fell into my mouth. I accidentally chewed and swallowed it. But I was punished right away. My master, who was behind me, hit me with his stick, and I immediately vomited it out." Before the ass could finish, the wolf, seizing on the words like a predator catching a lamb, shouted, "What a terrible crime! How could the earth not swallow you for such a disgusting act? How ungrateful you are to your kind master! He grew, watered, tended to, and cared for those vegetables to make a living, and yet you ruined it all. His punishment shows how deeply you hurt him. It seems justice didn't think that punishment was enough, and so you were left to face even more consequences. It looks like I've caught you, even though I wasn't looking for you." With that, the wolf attacked the ass, tore him apart, and ate him. This was the wolf's plan all along. He pretended to be just, trying to make his unfair actions seem righteous. In the end, he acted like the most unjust people, who, after taking what doesn't belong to them, try to make their actions seem justified by speaking in a way that makes them appear just. 453. The Wolf and the Shepherds. A wolf, passing by, saw some shepherds inside their tent eating a lamb. He approached them and said, "What an uproar you would make if I were to do the same." 454. The Mouse and the Oyster. A hungry mouse sneaked through the house looking for food. It saw an oyster with its shell wide open. The mouse eagerly bit into the soft, moist flesh inside. But suddenly the oyster's shell snapped shut, trapping the mouse inside. The mouse was stuck, unable to escape. Its own greed had led to its downfall. It had become the prisoner and the cause of its own doom. 455. Momus and Aphrodite. Momus, the god of mockery, criticized everything he saw, but when he faced Aphrodite, he was at a loss. Her beauty was flawless, leaving him with nothing to condemn. Frustrated, he resorted to mocking her sandals, saying they squeaked too much. 456. The Fool and the Sieve. Olympicus attempted to distinguish between disease and symptoms, but there are many flaws in his approach. This reminds me of a fool trying to plug the holes in a sieve. The fool either cannot find a way to block the holes, or fails to block them. Which of these interpretations should we address first, and which should we omit? It would take too long to refute all the errors. From Galen's On the Therapeutic Method, De Methodo Medendi. The Rider and the Runaway Horse. A man was riding a wild horse that ran away with him. The horse was moving so quickly that he couldn't get off. A man who was in his path asked where he was going, and the rider replied, "Wherever this beast chooses." If someone were to ask you where you're headed, your answer would likely be the same. Either, in general, wherever your desires take you, or more specifically, where pleasure takes you today, imagination tomorrow, and greed the next day. Sometimes it is anger, fear, or another emotion that leads you. 458. The Ass and the Snake called Dipsas. There is a snake called the Dipsas, meaning thirst-provoker, which reveals its nature. It is smaller than a viper but kills more quickly. Those who are bitten burn with thirst, drinking endlessly until they burst. Let me share a story about this creature to show my knowledge. It is said that when Prometheus stole fire, Zeus, angered by the theft, gave those who informed on it a drug that prevents aging. They loaded the drug onto a donkey. In the summer, the thirsty donkey came to a spring, but a snake guarding the spring tried to stop it. In its desperation, the donkey gave the anti-aging drug to the snake in exchange for a drink. Thus they exchanged gifts. The donkey quenched its thirst, while the snake shed its old age and took on the donkey's thirst. 459. The Curious Donkey and the Potter's Shop. Once upon a time, in a bustling marketplace, there lived a man who owned a donkey. One day, as they were walking through the streets, the donkey's curiosity got the better of it. The man was driving his donkey when it stuck its head into a potter's shop. The poor thing was just peeping around, but the sight startled the potter's pet birds, causing them to fly into a panic and smash the pottery all over the place. The potter, understandably upset, took the man to court. When the driver was questioned, he defended himself, saying, "Your Honour, I'm being charged with ass-peeping." Translator's note: since the original text could not be obtained, the translator has reconstructed it. In fact, in Greek, the words for a person's buttocks and a donkey, ass, have different pronunciations. It is likely that this story is related to a Greek idiom. In fact, in English, the word arse was traditionally used to refer to a person's buttocks. 460. The Ass and His Shadow. A traveller hired an ass to take him to a faraway place. The day was unbearably hot and the sun was blazing. When the traveller stopped to rest, he sought shelter under the donkey's shadow. But the shadow was too small to cover both the traveller and the donkey's owner. The two began to argue over who had the right to the shadow. The owner claimed that he had rented the donkey, not its shadow. The traveller argued that, by renting the donkey, he had rented the shadow as well. The argument escalated into a fight. While they were busy fighting, the donkey ran off. In fighting over the shadow, they lost the donkey. 461. The Eyes and the Honey. Aesop told a story about the eyes. They believed they were the most important part of the body. However, they noticed the mouth enjoying all kinds of pleasures, especially honey, which is the sweetest thing of all. The eyes became upset and complained to their owner, but when the owner put honey in the eyes, they felt a sharp pain and started crying. The eyes then realized that honey, which they thought was so wonderful, was actually harsh and unpleasant for them. 400. The privilege of grief. It is said that one of the ancient philosophers visited Queen Arsinoe, who was mourning the loss of her son. He shared this story with her. He told her that, at the time when Zeus was distributing honors to the deities, mourning was not present. She arrived after the honors had already been given out. When she demanded that some honor be granted to her as well, Zeus, confused because all the honors had been used up, finally gave her the honor typically given to those who have passed away, tears and grief. Just as the other gods cherish those who honor them, mourning also does. Therefore, madame, he said, if you treat her with disrespect, she will not come near you. But if you honor her with the tribute granted to her, which are grief and lamentation, she will love you and will stay with you as long as you continue to honor her. By telling this story, the philosopher successfully convinced the queen and helped ease her mourning and sorrow. 463. The monkeys and the Pyrrhic dance. The king of Egypt once taught some monkeys how to dance the Pyrrhic dance. Monkeys are known for copying human behavior easily, so they quickly learned the dance. Dressed in purple robes and masks, they performed it well. At first, the audience was impressed by the spectacle, but then one person, noticing the monkeys' distraction, threw some nuts into the middle of the dancers. When the monkeys saw the nuts, they immediately forgot the dance. Instead of continuing their performance, they started behaving like monkeys again. They tore off their masks and ripped their robes, fighting each other for the nuts. The entire dance was ruined, and the audience burst into laughter. 464. The monkeys and the city. The monkeys gathered for an assembly to discuss founding a city. After some deliberation, they decided it would be beneficial. Just as they were about to begin the work, an elderly monkey intervened. "Wait," the old monkey cautioned. "Consider this carefully. By enclosing ourselves within city walls, we would become easier targets for capture." 465. The butcher, the shepherd, and the lamb. A shepherd and a butcher were walking together on a road. They spotted a plump lamb that had strayed from its flock and was left behind. Both men rushed to catch the lamb. In those days, animals could speak like humans. The lamb asked, "Why do you want to take me?" After learning their professions, the lamb turned to the shepherd. "You're just a killer of sheep," it said to the butcher. "Your hands are stained with our blood, but this man," it nodded to the shepherd, "is happy when we thrive." The birth of Eros. Long ago, when Aphrodite was born, the gods held a grand feast. Among the guests was Plenty, son of Meti. After the banquet, Poverty sat begging by the doors. Plenty, drunk on nectar, wandered into Zeus's garden and fell into a deep slumber. Seeing her chance, Poverty lay beside Plenty and conceived Eros. Thus, Eros became Aphrodite's servant and follower. He inherited a love for beauty like Aphrodite herself. As the child of Plenty and Poverty, Eros embodied two contrasting natures. From his mother, Poverty, he inherited constant need. He was rough and strong, living without shoes or home, sleeping on the ground, always dwelling in want. Yet from his father, Plenty, he gained a desire for beauty and goodness. He was brave and passionate, a clever hunter, always weaving new plans and seeking wisdom. Eros existed between immortality and mortality. He thrived when prosperous, died when not, but always came back to life. What he gained always slipped away, leaving him neither poor nor rich. He lived in balance between wisdom and ignorance, forever seeking what he lacked. 4. The satyr and the fire. When the satyr first saw fire, he was eager to kiss and embrace it. But Prometheus warned him to be cautious. He said the satyr might regret losing his beard if he got too close to something that burns everything it touches. Yet this same fire is incredibly useful to humans. It gives us light and heat, and for those who know how to use it, fire is an excellent tool in many crafts. From these examples, we learn how to deal with our enemies. By finding ways to use them for our benefit, we can turn even their apparent hostility into something useful. 4. Falstaeon and her mother. Cleobulus said, "I will tell you a story from my daughter, which she shared with her brother. She said that the moon asked her mother to weave a garment that would fit her size. The mother replied, "How can I weave it to fit your size? At one time you are full and round, at another time crescent-shaped, and at yet another only half your full size. In the same way, my dear Chersias, you can see there is no fixed measure for possessions that applies to a foolish and worthless man." 469. The Lion, the Bull, and his Horns. A lion saw a bull. Though very hungry, he feared the bull's horns. The lion knew the cure for his hunger, but couldn't use it. As hunger grew stronger, he was driven to fight the bull, but the horns still scared him. In the end, hunger overcame his fear. The lion pretended to be friendly, planning to trick the bull. When direct force seems too risky, cunning is used. "I admire your strength and beauty," said the lion. "Your head, your body, your feet and hooves are all wonderful, but those horns look heavy. Why not remove them? You'll look better and feel lighter. Why keep horns when you live in peace with me?" The bull believed the lion. Once he shed his horns, he became easy prey. The lion ate without fear. 470. The cicadas. It is truly inappropriate for anyone who loves the Muses to have never heard this story. The tale goes that these creatures, once men, lived before the birth of the Muses. When the Muses were born and song came into existence, some men were so overwhelmed with joy that they sang and sang, forgetting to eat or drink, until they eventually died. From these men, the cicada tribe was born. These cicadas have a gift from the Muses. From the moment of their birth, they need no food or drink. They sing continuously without sustenance until they die. When they do, they go to the Muses and report who has honored each of them on earth. 471. The Lice and the Farmer. A farmer was bitten by fleas while he was ploughing. He stopped his work twice to shake them out of his shirt, but when they bit him again, he burned his shirt to avoid any further interruption. 472. The Jackdaw and the Peacocks. A jackdaw, full of foolish pride, found some peacock feathers that had fallen to the ground. He picked them up and put them on, hoping to join the beautiful peacock flock. He scorned the other jackdaws, thinking himself superior. The peacocks, however, quickly tore the feathers off the jackdaw and pecked at him until he fled. Badly beaten, the jackdaw returned to his own kind, but they rejected him, mocking him for his foolishness. One of the jackdaws, whom he had previously scorned, said to him, "If you had been happy living among us and accepted what nature had given you, you would not have suffered the humiliation from the peacocks, nor would you be facing our rejection now." The Hare and the Sparrow. A hare, caught by an eagle, was weeping bitterly. A sparrow, seeing the hare's distress, mocked him, saying, "Where is your famous speed now? Why have your feet failed you?" While the sparrow was still speaking, a hawk swooped down and killed him, even as he continued to scream in vain. The hare, barely alive, said, "This makes my death easier. Just moments ago, you laughed at my misfortune thinking you were safe. Now you are crying out with a lament that mirrors my own." 474. The Wolf, the Fox, and the Monkey. The wolf accused the fox of theft, but the fox denied the charge. The judge was a monkey. Each of the parties presented their case, and the monkey then delivered the following verdict. "You, wolf, I do not believe you lost what you claim was stolen. As for you, fox, I believe you stole the goods, no matter how much you deny it. Once you get a reputation for dirty tricks, nobody is going to take you seriously, even if you are telling the truth." 475. The Cobbler and the King. A cobbler who had lost everything became completely broke. To make a living, he moved to a new town where no one knew him and started working as a doctor. He sold a so-called antidote, using a fake name for it, and made grand claims about its powers. This allowed him to gain a large reputation. When the king of the city fell seriously ill and needed a doctor, he decided to test the cobbler. The king asked for a goblet, filled it with water, and pretended to mix in a deadly poison along with the cobbler's antidote. The king then ordered the cobbler to drink the mixture, promising a reward if he did. The cobbler, terrified by the prospect of death, immediately confessed that he had no knowledge of medicine and that his reputation had been built only on the gullibility of the people. The king then called the people together and said, "How foolish are you? You trusted this man with matters of life and death, yet no one would trust him with a simple pair of shoes." This story applies to those who are deceived by the cunning of frauds who take advantage of others' ignorance. 476. The Old Man, the Donkey and the Pack Saddles. When a change of government happens, the only thing that changes for the poor is the name of their master. A fearful old man was leading his donkey out to pasture. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the enemy approaching and was terrified. He urged the donkey to run away so they wouldn't be caught. But the donkey, stubbornly, asked, "Tell me, do you think the victor will make me carry 2 pack saddles instead of 1? The old man replied that he didn't think so. "Then, what does it matter who my master is," said the donkey, "as long as I still carry only 1 saddle?" 477. The Sheep, the Stag and the Wolf. A stag asked a sheep to lend him a measure of wheat, offering the wolf as his guarantor. The sheep, suspecting deceit, replied, "The wolf always takes what he wants and disappears. You're quick to run away at the first sign of trouble. How will I find either of you when the debt is due?" When a liar seeks dishonest guarantors, he's not trying to make a deal, but to play a dirty trick. The Sheep, the Dog and the Wolf. A dog falsely accused the sheep, demanding that she pay him back a loaf of bread that he claimed she had borrowed from him. The sheep, however, insisted that she had never received any bread from him. When they appeared before a judge, the dog claimed to have witnesses. The wolf was called in, and he testified that the dog had indeed lent the bread to the sheep. Then a kite was brought in and claimed to have seen the sheep take the bread. Finally, an excipitor entered and asked the sheep, "Do you deny that you took it?" Defeated by 3 false witnesses, the sheep was forced to pay back what she had never received. To do so, she sold her wool. A few days later, the sheep found the same wolf lying dead in a ditch. "This," she said, "is the reward that gods give to liars. Wicked liars generally get their just deserts." 479. The woman in labour, a woman full term in her pregnancy, lay on the ground, moaning and weeping as she prepared to give birth. Her husband urged her to lie on the bed, thinking it would ease her burden, but the woman refused, saying, "I doubt my troubles could end in the very place where they began." No one willingly returns to a place where they were hurt. 480. The Mother Dog and Her Puppies. A dog who was about to give birth to puppies asked another dog if she could give birth in her kennel. The other dog agreed. Later, when the owner of the kennel asked for the space back, the mother dog begged for a little more time until her puppies were strong enough to follow her. When the new deadline passed, the owner of the kennel began to demand her space more forcefully. The mother dog, now defiant, replied, "If you think you can handle me and all my puppies, then come and take it." 481. The Old Lion and the Donkey. An old lion, weakened by age and about to breathe his last, lay on the ground. A wild boar approached him, filled with rage, and with his sharp tusks he stabbed the lion, avenging a past injury. Soon after, a bull came along, and with his deadly horns he attacked the lion's frail body. Finally, a donkey saw that the lion could be harmed without consequence, and he kicked the lion in the head with his hooves. Gasping his final breath, the lion cried out, "I endured the attacks of the brave beasts, but now, to suffer from you, you disgrace of nature, I die a second death." When someone loses the respect they once commanded, their pitiful state makes them an easy target for even the lowest of creatures. 482. The Dogs and the Crocodiles. Dogs drink from the Nile River while running to avoid being caught by crocodiles. One day, a dog was swiftly running along the Nile, lapping up water as he went. A crocodile noticed him and called out, "Drink as much as you like. Take your time, don't be afraid." The dog replied, "I would gladly do as you say, if I didn't know you were craving my flesh." Those who try to deceive the wise not only waste their efforts, but also become objects of ridicule. The Dog and the Vulture. A dog and a vulture were digging up human bones. The dog found a treasure and desecrated it by staying there. He was struck by a craving for wealth, which led him to pay the penalty for his sacrilege. While guarding the treasure, he forgot about food and was consumed by hunger. A vulture, standing nearby, said to him, "O dog, you deserve this suffering, for you coveted royal riches, though you were content with the crossroads and raised in filth. What good has finding these riches done for you?" This story applies to the greedy who often perish from exhaustion before they can ever satisfy their insatiable desires. 4484. The Donkey and the Wild Boar. One day a donkey met a wild boar and greeted him, saying, "Good day, brother." The boar, offended, rejected the donkey's greeting and demanded to know why the donkey would make such an outrageous claim. The donkey, in response, extended his hoof and said, "Even if you deny any resemblance, this certainly looks a lot like your snout." The boar, wanting to react in a noble way, restrained his anger and said, "I could easily avenge myself, but I don't want to stain myself with the blood of such a coward. You should have been left injured or torn apart for your insult." A foolish person often tries to get a laugh by teasing others, only to insult them, which can lead to serious trouble. 485. The Frogs and the Fighting Bulls. Two bulls were locked in a fierce battle in a meadow near a marsh. A frog, watching from the safety of the reeds, trembled with fear. "Why are you so afraid?" asked a younger frog. "Don't you understand?" the old frog replied. "The loser will be driven from the meadow and will seek refuge here. When he does, his heavy hooves will crush everything in his path, including us." The younger frog scoffed at the warning, but soon the defeated bull, forced to flee, entered the marsh. As he searched for shelter, his hooves trampled countless frogs beneath him. Now wiser but full of sorrow, the young frog understood the struggles of the powerful can bring disaster to the weak, even from afar. 486. The Doves and the Kite. A flock of doves kept fleeing from a kite, narrowly escaping death with their swift wings. The kite, thinking of a new strategy, decided to deceive them. "Why live in constant fear?" he said. "Make me your king, and I will protect you from all dangers." The doves, fooled by his words, made the kite their king. But as soon as he had power, he began devouring them one by one, using his sharp talons to maintain control. One of the surviving doves sighed, "We deserve this. We were foolish to trust our lives to our enemy. Those who seek safety from the wicked will find only destruction." 487. The Lion and the Two Men. A lion stood over a young bull he had killed when a robber appeared and demanded a share of the prey. The lion replied, "I would give you some if you weren't already in the habit of taking whatever you want." With that, the lion rejected the scoundrel's request. By chance, an innocent traveller came upon the same spot. Seeing the fierce lion, he stepped back in fear. The lion spoke gently to him, saying, "There's no need to be afraid. Please take the portion that your modesty deserves." The lion then divided the bull's body and retreated into the woods, allowing the man to approach freely. This is an admirable example of behavior, but in reality greed often thrives, while modesty remains unrewarded. 4 Eagle, the Sow, and the Cat. An eagle built her nest high in an oak tree. A cat made her home in a hollow halfway up the tree, where she gave birth to kittens. At the base of the tree, a wild sow settled with her piglets. This chance community was eventually ruined by the cat's cunning and malicious plot. First, the cat climbed to the eagle's nest and said, "We're in danger. Look at that sow digging below. She plans to uproot the tree and attack our young on the ground." Frightened, the eagle remained in her nest. Next, the cat crept down to the sow's den and warned, "Your piglets are at risk. The eagle is ready to snatch them as soon as you leave for food." Terrified, the sow stayed put. Having spread fear, the cat hid safely in her hollow. She snuck out at night to feed herself and her kittens, while pretending to be scared during the day. The eagle didn't leave her branches, fearing disaster. The sow didn't venture out, trying to protect her home from the eagle. In the end, both the eagle and the sow, along with their young, starved to death. This provided a plentiful feast for the cat and her kittens. This story shows how a deceitful person can cause great harm. 489. Tiberius Caesar and his attendant. In Rome, there is a group of people who are always bustling around, busy without a real purpose. They waste their time on trivial matters, making a big fuss over nothing. They annoy each other and are despised by everyone else. I want to try and correct this group with a true story, one that's worth listening to. Tiberius Caesar was travelling to Naples when he arrived at his estate in Misenum. This estate had been built by Lucullus on a high hill, offering views of both the Sicilian and the Tuscan seas. As Caesar walked through the lush greenery, one of his household stewards appeared. He was dressed in an Egyptian cotton tunic with fringes hanging from his shoulders. The steward started sprinkling water on the hot ground with a wooden basin, acting as though he was busy helping Caesar, but everyone just laughed at him. The steward then ran ahead, using shortcuts known only to him, and began to settle the dust in another area. When Caesar saw what he was doing, he called out, "Hey, you!" The steward hurried up to Caesar, excited, thinking a reward was coming his way. Caesar, with a touch of humour, said, "You haven't done much, and your efforts have come to nothing. If you want me to give you a slap that will set you free, it will cost you far more than that." Note, this phrase reflects the Roman practice of slave manumission. The slap that sets you free was part of the formal ritual for freeing a slave. When a master slapped the slave's cheek, it symbolized the recognition of the slave as a free person. 490. The Eagle and the Crow. An eagle carried a tortoise high into the air, but the tortoise's body was safely hidden inside its hard shell, making it impervious to harm. A crow flew by, noticing the eagle with the tortoise. "You've got quite the catch," she remarked, "but unless I show you what to do, the weight will only wear you down for nothing." The eagle, willing to share the meal, listened to the crow's suggestion. "Drop the shell onto the rocks below. It will break, and you'll be able to eat the meat inside." The eagle followed the crow's advice, and when the shell hit the rocks and shattered, the eagle feasted on the tortoise's flesh, sharing it generously with the crow. In the end, even something protected by nature's design was no match for the two of them, and the tortoise met a tragic fate. No one is truly safe from the powerful, and when a deceitful advisor is involved, even the strongest can be undone by force and trickery. The Two Mules. Two mules were walking along, each carrying different loads. One mule carried bags full of money, and the other mule carried sacks filled with barley. The rich mule, proud of his load, lifted his head high and shook the little bell around his neck. Meanwhile, his companion walked at a calm, steady pace. Suddenly, robbers ambushed the mules. In the chaos of the attack, the rich mule was wounded by a sword and lost his money, while the robbers ignored the barley. When the mule who had lost everything began to complain, the other mule said, "I'm glad to have been treated with contempt. It means I've lost nothing, and I'm unharmed." This fable shows that being poor carries little risk, while wealth can bring trouble. 492. The Stag and the Oxen. A stag, fleeing from hunters, ran to a nearby farm and hid in an ox stall. He begged the oxen to help him, and one of them replied, "Poor thing, why come here to die? You'd be safer in the woods or across the fields." The stag pleaded, "Just hide me for now. When night comes, I'll leave safely." The farmhands came to feed the oxen, but didn't notice the stag. Even the overseer, who checked everything, missed him. Relieved, the stag thanked the oxen for their help. One of them warned, "We wish you well, but beware of the man with 100 eyes. If he sees you, your life is lost." Later, the master entered the barn. Seeing his oxen were thin, he began to inspect the stall carefully. "Why is there so little fodder? No bedding, and these cobwebs." As he checked everything, he spotted the stag's antlers. He called for his servants to kill the stag and take it away. The master's sharp eye saw more in his own domain than anyone else could. 493. The Old Woman and the Wine Jar. An old woman noticed an empty wine jar lying on the ground. Though drained, the noble vessel still emitted a pleasant aroma from the remnants of the fine wine it once held. The woman eagerly inhaled the scent, drawing it deeply through her nostrils. She exclaimed, "Oh, what a delightful fragrance! How exquisite you must have been when full, if your mere traces are so wonderful." Those who know the author in his prime will understand the meaning of this tale. 494. The Panther and the People. A panther once foolishly fell into a pit. The local villagers saw her, and some of them attacked her with sticks or threw stones. Others, feeling sorry for her since she had done no harm, brought her bread to keep her strength up. Night came, and everyone went home, thinking they would find the panther dead the next day. But as soon as the panther regained her strength, she leapt out of the pit and hurried back to her den. A few days later she returned to the village, slaughtering the sheep and even killing the shepherds, laying waste to everything in a furious rampage. At this point, even those who had shown mercy to the beast began to fear what was to come. They didn't mention the damage she had caused, but begged her to spare their lives. The panther then said, "I remember who threw stones at me and who gave me bread. You need not fear. I have come back as an enemy only to those who harmed me." People who are treated with contempt often repay it in kind. Aesop and the soothsayers. People often believe that someone with real-life experience is more reliable than a soothsayer, but they can't explain why. My little fable will be the first to provide that explanation. There was a farmer who owned a flock of sheep, and one day the sheep gave birth to lambs with human heads. Alarmed by this strange sight, the farmer hurriedly went to consult the soothsayers, deeply worried. One soothsayer told him that the birth of lambs with human heads was a sign of a life and death matter for him, as the head of the household. The soothsayer insisted that a sacrifice would be needed to avert the danger. Another soothsayer, however, said that the omen meant the farmer's wife had been unfaithful to him, and that the lambs represented the children of other men. This evil omen could only be avoided through an even greater sacrifice. The soothsayers argued among themselves, each presenting their own interpretation, which only made the farmer more anxious and terrified. Aesop, the wise old man who wasn't easily fooled, was there too. He knew nature wasn't playing tricks on him. "If you want to get rid of this omen," Aesop said, "I suggest you give your shepherds wives." 4496. The Monkey and the Butcher. A man saw a monkey hanging in a butcher's shop, surrounded by other meats and goods for sale. He asked the butcher what the monkey would taste like. The butcher replied, joking, "Its flavor matches its face." I think this remark is more amusing than true. I've often met beautiful people who turned out to be terrible, and I've known many with unattractive faces who were truly excellent individuals. 497. Aesop and the Hooligan. A hooligan threw a stone at Aesop. Aesop replied, "Well done," and even gave the boy a coin. He then added, "I have no more money, but I'll show you where to get more. Look, here comes a wealthy and important man. If you throw a stone at him, the same way you threw it at me, you'll earn the reward you deserve." The hooligan, convinced, did as Aesop instructed, but his reckless daring led to his downfall. He was caught and paid the price for his crime on the cross. Success has led many to ruin. 498. The Fly and the Mule. A fly landed on a wagon pole and began to criticize the mule. "You're moving so slowly," she said. "Can't you walk faster? Watch out, or I will sting you in the neck." The mule replied, "I don't care about your words. The only one I fear is the man sitting up front, holding the pliant whip and controlling my pace with the reins. I know well when to go slow and when to run, so stop your foolish boasting." This fable mocks those who make empty threats without having the power to follow through. 499. The Children and the Mirror. A man had a daughter who was extremely ugly and a son who was remarkably handsome. While playing childish games, they happened to look into a mirror that had been left on their mother's chair. The boy boasted about his beauty, which angered the girl. She couldn't stand her brother's teasing and took everything he said as an insult to herself. Driven by jealousy, the girl ran to their father. She accused her brother of touching something meant only for women, even though he was a boy. The father hugged and kissed both children with equal affection and said, "I want you to use the mirror every day. You, my son, to remind you not to ruin your good looks with bad behavior. And you, my daughter, to remind you to make up for your appearance with good character. Remember this advice. Examine yourself often." Socrates and his friends. Socrates built himself a very modest house. I would willingly face death as Socrates did if I could achieve his fame. I would endure public disapproval if I could be vindicated after death. As expected, one of his neighbors asked, "Socrates, why would someone like you build such a tiny house?" Socrates replied, "If only I could fill it with true friends." The word friend is commonly used, but true friendship is rare. 501. Augustus and the Murder. It is dangerous to believe or to disbelieve. I will briefly offer two examples. Hippolytus died because people believed his stepmother. Troy was destroyed because Cassandra was not believed. Therefore, the truth must be thoroughly explored before making foolish judgments. But lest I burden you with too many ancient tales, I will tell you a story from my own memory. A certain man loved his wife dearly. He was preparing a pure toga for his son, who was about to reach manhood. But one day, a freedman, whom he had recently granted his freedom, took him aside. The freedman believed he could be his heir. He lied about the son and spoke even worse lies about the wife, suggesting that she was meeting with a lover and dishonoring the family's name. The man, enraged by the false accusations, pretended to go on a journey. But he secretly stayed close to town. One night, he suddenly entered his house and went straight to his wife's room, where she had put the son to bed. The wife had kept watch over him, worried for his future. The man, filled with fury, searched for the light. As they rushed to the room, the man found a head, freshly shaved, in the dark. Thinking it was the lover, he stabbed the person with his sword. The room was lit, and he saw the bloody son and the wife asleep, unaware of what had happened. Overcome with guilt and grief, the man fell on his own sword, killing himself. The wife was accused and brought to trial in Rome. She was suspected of wanting to inherit the family's wealth. Her defenders worked hard to prove her innocence. The judges, unsure of the complicated case, turned to Augustus for help. Augustus ordered the freedman who had caused all this to be punished. He then declared that the woman, having lost both her son and husband, deserved pity, not punishment. He remarked that if the man had investigated the false accusations, he would not have destroyed his family. This story serves as a reminder not to trust everything you hear, but also not to disbelieve everything without thought. Many times, even those you least suspect can deceive you. 502. The Eunuch and the Scoundrel. A eunuch was in a legal dispute with a scoundrel. The scoundrel made obscene remarks and hurled insults, mocking the eunuch for his lost body parts. The eunuch replied, "This is the one thing that troubles me greatly. I lack what testify to prove my integrity. But you fool, why do you blame me for the whims of fortune? The only thing truly shameful for a man is what he deserves to suffer." Note, the word testes in the original Latin has a double meaning, referring both to witnesses and testicles. 503. The Rooster and the Pearl. A young rooster was scratching for food in a dunghill when he discovered a pearl. He exclaimed, "What a magnificent object you are, yet in such an unworthy place. If someone who valued your worth had found you, you would have long since been restored to your former splendor. But I, who found you, prefer food much more. You can be of no use to me, nor I to you." This tale is told for those who do not understand the worth of my fables. 504. The Bees, the Drones, and the Wasp. High in an oak tree, the bees had built their honeycombs. The idle drones claimed these combs as their own. The dispute was brought to court, with a wasp as judge. The wasp, familiar with both species, proposed this to the parties. "Your bodies are similar, and your colours match, making this truly a difficult case. To avoid any hasty judgment, take these hives and fill them with wax cells. The honey's taste and the comb's shape will reveal who truly made the honeycombs in question." The drones refused this proposal, but the bees eagerly accepted. The wasp then delivered this verdict: "It's clear who cannot make honeycombs and who can. Therefore, I return to the bees the fruits of their labour." I would have passed over this fable in silence, had the drones not refused to honour the agreement. 505. Aesop and the Bow. One day in Athens, a man saw Aesop playing marbles with a group of boys. He stopped and laughed at Aesop, thinking the old man had lost his mind. Aesop, who preferred to laugh at others rather than be laughed at, noticed this. He took an unstrung bow and placed it in the middle of the road. "Hey, wise guy," Aesop called out, "explain what I just did." A crowd gathered around them. The man thought hard for a long time but couldn't figure out the answer to Aesop's challenge. Finally, he gave up. Having won this battle of wits, Aesop explained, "If you keep a bow tightly strung all the time, it will soon break. But if you let it rest, it will be ready for use whenever you need it." Aesop continued, "In the same way, the mind needs occasional amusement. This allows you to think more clearly when you return to serious matters." 506. The Dog and the Lamb among the Goats. A dog saw a lamb bleating among the goats and said, You fool, your mother is not here. The dog pointed to a flock of sheep grazing in the distance. I do not want that mother, said the lamb. She conceives when it pleases her, carries the unknown burden for several months, and finally just drops it on the ground. But I want the mother who gives me her udder, who even takes milk away from her own children so that I do not go hungry. But the one who gave birth to you is more important, said the dog. Not true, replied the lamb. What great favour was it for her to bring me into this world when I could expect the butcher at any moment? How could she even know whether I would be born black or white? And if she wanted a girl, what would she have thought of me, since I am a boy? Since she had no control over my conception, why should I prefer her over the one who took pity on me and freely gave me her love?
Parents are determined by love, not fate. 507.
The Cricket and the Owl. A cricket was making a lot of noise, which greatly disturbed the owl. The owl was used to hunting for food in the darkness of night and resting during the day inside a hollow tree branch. She asked the cricket to be quiet, but the cricket only made even more noise. The owl asked again, but the cricket's noise grew louder. Realizing her efforts were useless as the cricket ignored her requests, the owl decided to deceive the noisy insect. Since I cannot sleep because of your singing, said the owl, which one might mistake for the sweet strains of Apollo's lyre, I've decided to drink some of the nectar that Athena recently gave me as a gift. If you don't mind, come and drink with me. The cricket, feeling very thirsty and flattered by the owl's compliments, happily flew to where the owl was waiting. The owl then sealed the entrance and caught the trembling cricket, ending her life. What the cricket had refused to do while alive, she now granted in death. Those who do not treat others with respect often face the consequences of their arrogance. 508. The Gods and Their Trees. Once upon a time, the gods chose the trees they wanted to adopt as their own. Jupiter selected the oak, Venus the myrtle, Apollo the laurel, Cybele the pine, and Hercules the tall poplar. Minerva was surprised and asked why they had chosen trees that bore no fruit. Jupiter explained, "We don't want it to seem like we're giving these honours in exchange for their fruit." "For heaven's sake," Minerva replied, "you can say whatever you want, both, but I prefer the olive tree because of the fruit it produces." Then Jupiter, the father of gods and creator of mankind, said, "My daughter, you are rightly called wise by everyone. Public praise is foolish unless we can create something useful." The moral of the story: don't do anything that doesn't serve a purpose. Note, the god's name is Roman because the Latin original was translated in the absence of a Greek text. 509. Juno and the Peacock. The peacock came to see Juno, upset that the goddess had not given him the song of the nightingale. The peacock complained that the nightingale's song was wonderful to everyone, but as soon as he made any sound, everyone laughed at him. Juno, wanting to comfort the peacock, said, "You are superior in beauty and size. There is an emerald shine around your neck, and your tail is a fan of jewels and colourful feathers." The peacock protested, "What is the point of this silent beauty if I am defeated by the sound of my own voice?" Juno replied, "Your lot in life has been assigned by the fates. You have been given beauty, the eagle has strength, the nightingale has song, the raven has prophetic signs, and the crow has omens. Each is content with their own gifts. Don't chase after what you haven't been given, so your disappointed hopes don't turn into complaints. 510. Aesop and his lamp. Once, Aesop was the only slave in his master's house. He was asked to prepare dinner earlier than usual and needed to search several houses for fire to light his lamp. Finally, he found a place where he could light it. His journey had taken him on a winding path. To save time on the return, he decided to go straight through the forum. In the crowd, a talkative man shouted, "Aesop, why are you carrying a lamp in broad daylight?" Aesop replied, "I'm looking for a real man." As he hurried home, if that bothersome person had thought for a moment, he would have realized that Aesop didn't consider him a man at all, but just a nuisance, disturbing someone who had more important things to do. 511. The Mice and the Weasel. You might think I'm just kidding around, and it's true, I'm having fun with a light touch, not dealing with anything too serious. But you should pay close attention to these little stories. Sometimes small things hold great value. Appearances can be misleading. People often misjudge based on first impressions, and it takes a sharp mind to recognize something hidden in an unexpected corner. Anyway, I've been talking too much without offering anything for you to take away, so let me give you a fable, the story of the weasel and the mice. An old weasel, weakened by age, couldn't catch the quick mice anymore. So, she decided to cover herself in flour and lay in a dark corner of the house, pretending to be dead. One mouse, thinking she was something to eat, jumped at her, only to be caught and killed. Another did the same, and a third met the same fate. After a few more mice fell into the trap, a particularly old and experienced mouse arrived. He had escaped many traps and snares in his time. Seeing the weasel lying in the corner, he immediately recognized the trap. "You there, lying in the corner," he called out. "I'll believe you're made of flour, if that's really what you are." 512. The Mother and Her 3 Daughters. Sometimes one person is more clever than a crowd, as this story will show. A certain man, upon his death, left 3 daughters. One daughter was beautiful and always chasing after men with her eyes. Another was a frugal, hard-working woman who spent her time spinning wool. The third daughter was ugly and spent all her time drinking. The old man made the mother of the girls his heir, with the condition that she distribute his fortune equally among the 3 daughters, but under 2 specific rules. First, that they should neither possess nor enjoy what was given to them, and second, that once they had given up the property, each must give 100,000 sesterces to their mother. The news spread through Athens, and the mother consulted many expert lawyers, but none of them could explain how the daughters could not possess what they received, or how they could give their mother the required sum if they had nothing. A great deal of time passed with no answers, so the mother, tired of waiting, decided to ignore the legal advice and rely on common sense. She gave the beautiful daughter the clothing, jewels, and all the luxuries, including silver pitchers and eunuchs. She gave the hard-working daughter the fields, flocks, country estate, farm workers, cattle, draft animals, and farming tools. To the drinking daughter, she gave a cellar full of wine, a fine house, and beautiful gardens. Just as the mother was about to give the items to each daughter with the approval of the townspeople who knew them well, Aesop appeared and stopped the proceedings. If the father knew what was happening, Aesop said, he would be turning in his grave, seeing how the Athenians have misunderstood his will. The people, curious, asked Aesop to explain. He explained that the gifts should be distributed as follows. The spinstress should receive the house with its lovely gardens and the wine cellar. The drinker should get the clothes, jewels, and attendants, and the beautiful but frivolous daughter should receive the fields and flocks. None of them will be able to tolerate what is not suited to their nature, Aesop continued. The ugly daughter will sell the jewels to buy more wine, the promiscuous daughter will sell the fields to buy trinkets, and the hard-working daughter will sell the estate to fund her lifestyle. In this way, no daughter will possess what was given to her, and each will eventually pay their mother the required amount from the sale of the property. Thus, Aesop's wit solved what many had failed to understand. 513. The Thief and the Lamp. A thief went to Jupiter's altar and used its flame to light his lamp. Then, by the light of the god's own fire, he robbed the altar. As he left, carrying the stolen goods, a voice suddenly spoke. It was Holy Religion herself. She said, "Although these gifts were offered by wicked men and I despise them, so their theft does not upset me, you will still pay with your life when the time for your punishment comes. But to prevent this sacred fire from guiding criminals in the future, I forbid any use of this flame for evil purposes." That's why, to this day, no one may light a lamp from the sacred fire of the gods, nor use a lamp to rekindle it. The author alone, who created this story, can explain all the lessons it teaches. First, it shows that those whom you support may later turn out to be your enemies. Second, it shows that crimes are not punished by the wrath of the gods, but by the decree of fate. Finally, it teaches that good people must avoid associating with wrongdoers. 514. The Monkey and the Lion's Breath. When the animals chose the mighty lion as their king, he wanted to earn a good reputation. So he abandoned his old ways, swore never to harm the other creatures, and vowed to uphold justice with honesty. But over time he grew weary of this restraint. Unable to change his nature, he devised a trick. He would take animals aside one by one and ask if his breath smelled bad. If they said it did, he killed them. If they said it did not, he killed them all the same. In this way, he satisfied his hunger. After many had perished, the lion summoned the monkey and asked the same question. The monkey replied, "Your breath smells sweeter than cinnamon, like the altars of the gods." The lion was pleased by the flattery. Too ashamed to kill the monkey outright, he came up with another plan. Pretending to be ill, the lion called for doctors. When they examined him and found his pulse normal, they prescribed a light meal to ease his stomach. "A king may eat as he pleases," the lion said, "and I have never tasted monkey before." No sooner said than done. The monkey was killed at once, and the lion ate his fill. Speaking is a punishment, and silence is a torment. 5-15. Prometheus and Bacchus. Someone asked Aesop why lesbians and gay men existed. The old storyteller explained, it all goes back to Prometheus, the creator of our fragile human clay. One day, Prometheus was crafting genitals separately. As he prepared to attach them to the right bodies, Bacchus suddenly invited him to dinner. Prometheus returned home late, stumbling and full of heavenly wine. In his drunken, sleepy state, he mistakenly put female genitals on male bodies and male parts on females. This is why some now find pleasure in unconventional desires. 5-16. Jupiter and the Goats. When the female goats convinced Jupiter to give them beards, the male goats grew upset and began to complain. They said that now the women had the same dignity as they did. Jupiter replied, "Let them enjoy this vain source of pride and claim the badges of your office as long as they can't match your strength. Let this remind you to tolerate those who wear the same uniform, even if they aren't as strong or brave as you." Have 5-17. Jupiter and the Dogs. Once upon a time, the dogs sent ambassadors to Jupiter to ask him to improve their lives. They wanted him to save them from being mistreated by humans, who fed them nothing but bread full of bran and made them satisfy their hunger with filthy scraps. The ambassadors set out on their journey, but they were slow, sniffing for food in manure piles and not even responding when called. Mercury found them with great difficulty and dragged them up to heaven. The dogs were wild with excitement, but when they saw the face of mighty Jupiter, they became terrified and covered the palace floor with excrement. Jupiter chased them out with clubs, but he would not let them leave. Back home, the other dogs wondered why their ambassadors hadn't returned. Eventually, they concluded that the mission had failed embarrassingly, so they sent new ambassadors. After some time, they learned of their predecessors' disastrous performance and feared a repeat. So this time they filled their ambassadors' behinds with perfume. The new ambassadors were sent off, and as soon as they arrived in heaven, they were granted an audience. Jupiter, the supreme father of the gods, sat down and shook his thunderbolt, causing the universe to tremble. The dogs, startled by the sudden noise, promptly pooped, mixing their waste with the perfume. The gods were outraged and demanded that the dogs be punished. Jupiter then spoke before issuing his punishment. A king cannot refuse an ambassador's departure, and it's not hard to decide a fitting penalty. But this prank must be punished. I will not stop them from leaving, but I condemn them to starvation, so they can no longer lose control of their bowels. And those who sent such incompetent ambassadors will always be ridiculed by mankind. As a result, dogs today are still wary of new dogs. Whenever they meet a strange dog, they take a sniff of its behind. 5-18. The Fox and the Dragon. A fox, while digging her den, burrowed deeper and deeper into the ground. Eventually, she came across the cave of a dragon who was guarding a hidden treasure. When the fox saw the dragon, she said, "First, I apologize for my carelessness. Secondly, you must realize that gold means nothing to me. So I ask you kindly, what benefit do you gain from this work? What reward is so great that you would forgo sleep and live out your life here in the darkness?" The dragon replied, "I have no reward. This task was assigned to me by Jupiter above." Does that mean you take nothing for yourself and give nothing to anyone? The fox asked. Yes, that is what the fates have decreed, the dragon answered. Please do not be angry if I speak freely, the fox said. It seems to me that someone who lives like this must have been born under an unlucky star. Since you will soon depart to the place where those before you have gone, why do you torment yourself, blind to the truth? The fox continued. You, the miser, who rejoice at the future inheritance of your heirs, yet deprive the gods of incense and yourself of food. You, who are gloomy when you hear the music of the lyre, and suffer when the joyful sound of the flute reaches your ears. You, who groan at the cost of food and save every penny for your estate, burdening heaven with false promises. You even cut back on funeral expenses to ensure that not even Libitina, the goddess of undertakers, will profit from your death. 519. Simonides and the Shipwreck. A learned man always has riches within himself. Simonides, the famous poet of lyric poems, found a way to support himself by travelling through the major cities of Asia, praising victorious athletes in exchange for money. After making a fortune from this, he was ready to set sail back to his homeland, born, as they say, on the island of Chios. He boarded a ship, but a terrible storm, combined with the ship's old age, caused it to sink in the middle of the sea. Some passengers grabbed their money belts, others held on to their valuables, hoping they might survive. One passenger, more curious than the others, asked the poet, Simonides, why aren't you taking any of your things? He replied, all that is mine is right here with me. It turned out that only a few managed to swim ashore, while most drowned, weighed down by the things they were carrying. Then bandits arrived, took whatever the survivors had brought ashore, and left them naked. Fortunately, the ancient city of Clazomenae was nearby, and the shipwrecked people made their way there. In this city there was a man who loved literature and had read Simonides' works many times. He admired him from afar, and when he heard Simonides speak, he immediately recognized him and invited him to his house. He gave him clothes, money, and servants to help him recover. The rest of the survivors, however, wandered around with placards, begging for food. When Simonides saw them, he said, As I said, all that is mine is right here with me, but all that you took with you has now vanished. 520. Mountain in Labour. A mountain was in labour, groaning loudly. Great expectations spread across the land as the people waited eagerly, but in the end the mountain gave birth to a mouse. This is a tale for those who make grand threats but achieve nothing. The Ant and the Fly. The ant and the fly argued fiercely about who was more important. The fly spoke first. How can you compare yourself to my exalted status? I spend time at altars and wander through God's temples. At sacrifices, I'm the first to taste the entrails. I can sit on the king's head if I wish and enjoy forbidden kisses from married women. I don't work, yet I enjoy the best spoils. What in your life compares to mine, you country bumpkin? The ant replied, It's wonderful to dine at the gods' table, but only for invited guests, not for those they despise. You visit their altars? Yes, but you're driven away immediately. You boast of kings and women's kisses? That's shameful to mention. If you don't work, it's no surprise you have nothing when in need. I diligently store grain for winter, while you feed on woolside manure. When cold winds kill you, I'm safe in my well-stocked home. You provoke me in summer, but in winter you're silent. That should deflate your pride. This fable distinguishes between those who boast of empty deeds and those with solid accomplishments. 522. Simonides and the Twin Gods. As I have already discussed the great value people place on learning, now I will share how greatly learning is honoured by the gods. This is another story about Simonides, whom I have spoken of before. In exchange for an agreed-upon fee, the poet Simonides was hired to write a victory ode for a certain boxer. He sought out a quiet place to write, but the poor subject matter hindered his creative inspiration. As a result, Simonides relied on the usual poetic license and included the gods Castor and Pollux in his poem. He alluded to the fame the twin sons of Leda had achieved in boxing. Simonides' client praised the work, but only paid him 1/3 of the agreed fee. When Simonides asked for the rest, the patron said, Let the twins pay the rest, since their praise occupies 2/3 of the poem. But of course I don't want people to think you left in anger, so please agree to come to dinner tonight. I've invited my relatives and I want you to join us." Although Simonides had been cheated and was upset, he agreed to come, not wanting to part on bad terms and damage his reputation. When the dinner hour came, Simonides arrived. The feast was lively, filled with wine and cheer, and the house echoed with the joy of the banquet. Suddenly, 2 young men appeared. They were covered in dust and sweat, and their bodies were extraordinary, almost superhuman. They instructed one of the servants to call for Simonides, telling him to hurry, as it was an urgent matter. The startled servant woke Simonides, and the poet had barely moved a step from the dining room when the building suddenly collapsed, killing everyone inside. There were no young men to be found at the door. When word of the events spread, everyone realized that the gods had saved Simonides' life in exchange for the payment that was still owed to him. 523. Demetrius and Menander. King Demetrius of Phalerum had unlawfully seized control of Athens. As is the common custom, the people rushed in, competing with each other to salute the victor. The leading citizens kissed the hand that had captured them, while silently mourning the unfortunate change in their fate. Even the retired gentlemen and those who enjoyed leisure did not stay away, though they were the last to come, only to ensure their attendance was noted. Among them was Menander, famous for his comedies. Demetrius had read his works, and though he didn't know Menander personally, he admired his poetic talent. Menander arrived, covered in perfume and wearing flowing robes, walking with delicate, slow steps. When the king saw him at the end of the line, he asked, "Who is that fop, and how dare he strut about like that in my presence?" The men nearby answered, "That is Menander, the poet." Demetrius immediately softened and said, "Why, no man could be more handsome." 524. The 2 soldiers and the robber. 2 soldiers encountered a robber. One fled, while the other stood his ground and defended himself bravely. After the robber was driven off, the cowardly companion rushed back. He drew his sword and threw off his cloak, saying, "Let me at him. I'll make him regret attacking us." The soldier who had fought replied, "I wish you had helped with just those words earlier. I would have believed you and fought even harder. Now put away your sword and useless tongue. You might fool those who don't know you, but I've seen how quickly you run away. I know how unreliable your courage really is." This story applies to those who are brave when things are going well, but flee when the outcome is uncertain. 525. The bald man and the fly. A fly repeatedly bit a bald man on his bare head. As the man tried to swat the fly, he ended up slapping himself hard. The fly laughed and said, "You're trying to kill me, a tiny insect, for a small bite. What will you do to yourself now that you've added injury to insult?" The bald man replied, "I can easily forgive myself, knowing I didn't intend to hurt myself. But you, vile creature from a despicable race that delights in human blood, I'd gladly get rid of you even at greater cost to myself." This story shows that accidental harm should be forgiven, while intentional harm deserves full punishment. 526. The pig, the donkey, and the barley. A man had made a vow to sacrifice a pig to Hercules if the god helped him out of danger. After fulfilling his vow, he ordered that the leftover barley from the pig be given to the donkey. However, the donkey refused to touch it. "I would normally enjoy this food," the donkey said, "but not when it comes from the pig, who was slaughtered after eating it." This story made me cautious, and I have avoided risky ventures ever since. But you say, those who grab wealth get to keep it. Remember how many of them are eventually caught and punished. The ones who are punished make up the larger group. A few might profit from reckless actions, but many more are ruined by them. Note, Helios is a first-generation sun god in Greek mythology, representing the sun and driving it across the sky each day. Apollo, though also associated with the sun in later traditions, is primarily known as the god of music, prophecy, and medicine. While some traditions equate Apollo with Helios, Apollo's role in myth is broader, and he often takes over the sun god's duties in later myths. The clown, the farmer, and the pig. There was a certain wealthy man, a prominent citizen, who was about to sponsor a public entertainment. He invited anyone who had something new to perform, promising to pay them a fee. Professional performers came to compete for public acclaim, and among them was a clown known for his sophisticated sense of humor. He claimed that he had a performance unlike anything ever seen in any theater before. The news quickly spread throughout the city, and the public's interest grew. Theater seats that had been empty just before were now not enough to accommodate the crowd. After the clown appeared alone on stage, without any props or assistance, the audience fell silent in eager anticipation. Then the clown suddenly lowered his head toward his chest and mimicked the sound of a little pig. The sound was so realistic that the audience was convinced there must be a real pig hidden under his cloak. They demanded that he shake out the cloak to reveal the pig. When the cloak was shaken out and nothing was found, the audience applauded loudly, and the clown left the stage to cheers. A country bumpkin saw what happened and said, "By gosh, I can do better than that." He immediately promised to perform the same trick the next day, only better. The crowd grew even larger, and by then, favoritism had already taken hold of their minds. It was clear that they had come not so much to watch the performance, but to make fun of it. The two men appeared on stage. The clown squeaked as he had the day before, and the audience clapped and cheered. Then it was the farmer's turn. He pretended to hide a pig under his clothes. This time, however, there really was a pig hidden there. He pulled the pig's ear, causing it to squeal in pain. The audience shouted that the clown's performance was far more realistic and began to shout for the farmer to leave the stage. But the farmer then pulled the pig out from under his cloak and showed it to the audience, exposing their mistake. "Here," he said, "this little pig proves what kind of judges you are." In their groundless favoritism, people often make mistakes. They stand behind a judgment made in error until the actual fact of the matter later compels them to regret their choice. 528. The Bald Men and the Comb. A bald man happened to find a comb lying in the street. Another man, also bald, approached him and said, "Hey, you must share whatever you found." The first man showed him the comb and said, "The will of the gods was on our side, but fate must have a grudge against us. As the saying goes, we've found lumps of coal, not gold." This complaint suits anyone whose high hopes have been deceived. 529. Princeps of Flute. A flute player nicknamed Princeps was well known for accompanying the dancer Bathyllus. During a performance, the stage machinery malfunctioned, causing Princeps to fall and break his left leg. He was carried off stage, moaning in pain. After several months of recovery, theatregoers missed Princeps. A prominent citizen organizing a show persuaded Princeps to make an appearance. As Princeps arrived at the theater, rumors spread about his return. When the curtain opened, there was a thunderous sound effect, and the traditional invocation to the gods was made, as was customary in Roman theaters. Then the chorus sang an unfamiliar song with the refrain, "Rejoice, O Rome, you are safe now that the Princeps is well." The audience stood and applauded. Princeps, misunderstanding, blew kisses to the crowd, thinking they were cheering his recovery. The front row realized Princeps's mistake and laughed, demanding an encore. Princeps prostrated himself on stage, further confusing the audience. Eventually, everyone understood the error. Princeps, dressed all in white with a bandaged leg, was thrown off the stage to universal approval. He had mistakenly claimed the honors meant for Caesar, Rome's true Princeps. This tale illustrates how a person's vanity can lead to public humiliation when they overestimate their own importance. Note, Princeps is one of the titles used to refer to Caesar, and later became a title for emperors. The celebratory song about his recovery likely refers to the event in 48 BC, when Caesar was severely injured in his left arm during the Battle of Dyrrhachium, but later recovered. Opportunity. Running swiftly, balancing on a razor's edge, bald with a lock of hair on his forehead, he is naked. If you catch him from the front, you might hold him, but once he has passed, even Jupiter cannot catch him again. This represents opportunity, the brief moment when things are possible. The ancients created this image of time so that our efforts would not be hindered by laziness or hesitation. 531. The Bull and the Calf. A bull, struggling with his horns, could barely fit through the narrow doorway to his stable. A young calf, eager to help, suggested how the bull should turn his head. "Be quiet," said the bull. "I knew how to do this before you were even born. Whoever tries to correct a wiser person thinks too highly of himself." 532. The Old Dog and His Master. There was once a dog who had been quick and strong when fighting all kinds of wild animals. He never failed to do what his master asked, always succeeding in his tasks. But as time passed, he began to weaken under the weight of old age. One day he was sent to fight a wild boar. The dog grabbed the boar by the ear, but his old decaying teeth couldn't hold on to the prey, and it escaped. The hunter, upset, scolded the dog. The old dog, in response, said to the man, "It is not my spirit that has failed, but my strength. Praise me for what I once was, even if you must scold me for what I am now." Philetus, you can clearly understand the meaning of this story. High 533. The Monkey and the Fox. A monkey asked the fox to give him part of her tail to cover his bare behind decently. The fox, with malice, replied, "Even if my tail grew longer than it is now, I would rather drag it through mud and thorns than give you even a small part of it." 534. Mercury and the Two Women. Once Mercury was a guest in the home of two women who received him in a rude and stingy manner. One of the women was a mother with an infant still in his cradle, while the other was a prostitute. As he was about to leave, Mercury paused at the doorway and said, "You are looking upon a god. I will grant each of you one wish." The mother pleaded, "Let me see my son grow a beard as soon as possible." The prostitute asked, "Let anything I touch follow me." Mercury flew away, and the women went back inside. To their shock, they found the baby wailing with a full-grown beard. The sight made the prostitute laugh so hard that her nose filled with snot, as sometimes happens. She reached up to wipe it away, but as soon as she touched her nose, it stretched downward, following her hand until it dragged along the floor. Thus, the woman who laughed at another ended up being laughed at herself. 5. Prometheus and Truth. Prometheus, the potter who shaped the new age of humanity, once decided to sculpt a statue of truth. He worked with great skill, aiming to create a figure that would guide people's actions. However, just as he was finishing his work, mighty Jupiter suddenly summoned him. Before leaving, Prometheus entrusted his workshop to Trickery, a recent apprentice among the gods. Seizing the opportunity, Trickery, driven by ambition, used his cunning hands to craft a second statue, identical in size and appearance to Truth. His imitation was nearly perfect, but as he was about to finish, he ran out of clay for its feet. At that moment, Prometheus returned. Startled and afraid, Trickery quickly sat back in his seat. Prometheus was amazed at how closely the two statues resembled each other. Wanting to claim credit for both, he placed them in the kiln together. Once they were thoroughly baked, he breathed life into them. Sacred Truth stepped forward with steady, measured steps, while her incomplete twin remained stuck in place. This counterfeit figure, born of deception, became known as falsehood. And so, as many say, falsehood has no feet. Lies may sometimes gain traction at first, but in the end, truth always prevails. Phaeaoracle of Apollo. Phoebus Apollo, who dwells in Delphi and resides on beautiful Parnassus, I beg you to reveal what is best for us. At these words, the hair of the sacred priestess suddenly stood on end. The tripods shook, and religion roared from the inner sanctuary. The laurels trembled, and even the day grew pale. Struck by the god's power, the Pythian priestess spoke. "Listen, nations, to Apollo's counsel. Honor piety and fulfill your vows to the gods. Defend your homeland, parents, children, and faithful wives with arms. Drive away enemies with the sword. Support friends and show mercy to the unfortunate. Favor the good and confront the deceitful. Punish crimes and rebuke the impious. Penalize those who defile marriage beds with shameful adultery. Beware of evildoers, and trust no one too much." Having uttered these words, the virgin priestess collapsed in a frenzy. Indeed, she was frenzied, for her words were spoken in vain. 7. Aesop and the Writer. A man had read to Aesop parts of a poorly written book in which the author foolishly boasted at length about how great a writer he was. Curious about Aesop's opinion, the man asked him, "Surely you don't think I am too proud of myself? My confidence in my own genius is not misplaced, is it?" "Not at all," Aesop replied, clearly exhausted by the writer's terrible book. I think it's a very good idea for you to praise yourself, since no one else will ever do it for you. 538. Pompey and his soldier. One of Pompey's soldiers was a large, muscular man, but he spoke in a high-pitched voice and walked with a feminine gait, which led many to believe he was effeminate. One night he set an ambush for Pompey's baggage train, luring away the mules and stealing a large amount of silver, gold, and clothing. The news of the theft quickly spread throughout the camp. The soldier was arrested and brought before General Pompey, who asked, "What do you have to say for yourself? Did you rob me, comrade?" The soldier immediately spat into his left hand, flicked the spittle off his fingers, and swore, "Commander, may my eyes melt like this spittle if I ever saw or touched anything of yours." Pompey, being a trusting man, couldn't believe this soldier had the courage to commit such a crime. He ordered the man to be dismissed as a disgrace to the regiment. Not long after, an enemy soldier challenged the Romans to a duel, confident he would win. The Roman soldiers were fearful for their lives, and the officers were uncertain what to do. The soldier, who had appeared effeminate, but was as strong as Mars himself, approached one of the officers and asked in a trembling voice, "May I?" Pompey, enraged by the situation, ordered the soldier to be thrown out. However, one of Pompey's old friends advised, "It's better to test this man who is dispensable than to risk the life of a valuable warrior whose loss could be used against you as proof of recklessness." Pompey agreed and allowed the soldier to accept the challenge. To the amazement of all, the soldier swiftly beheaded his opponent. Pompey then said, "Soldier, I gladly award you the victor's crown for avenging the honor of the Roman forces. But may my eyes melt like this." Pompey mimicked the gesture the soldier had used when swearing his oath. "If you weren't the one who stole my baggage train the other night." Venus and the hen. When Juno boasted of her chastity, Venus did not want to argue with her. However, for fun and to pass the time, Venus decided to interpret the words of a hen. So she asked a hen that was in her house. "Tell me," Venus asked the hen, "how much food would be enough to satisfy you?" The hen replied, "Whatever you give me will be enough, as long as you let me use my feet to scratch for more." Venus asked, "Would a peck of wheat be enough to stop you from scratching?" "Oh, that's more than enough," said the hen, "but please let me keep scratching." "Then," Venus asked, "what would it take for you to stop scratching completely?" At that moment, the hen admitted her weakness. "Even if I had access to an entire barn of grain, I would still keep scratching." Juno is said to have laughed at Venus's joke, because through the hen, Venus had made a statement about all women in general. Note, in Latin, the title of the poem expressing the dialogue between Venus and the hen is referred to as The Lust of Women. 540. The Old Bull and the Young Bull. A father had a cruel son. When out of his father's sight, the son would severely beat the slaves and indulge in his fiery youth. Aesop therefore briefly told the father this story. A farmer once yoked an old bull to a young one. The old bull, trying to avoid the uneven yoke, pleaded that his strength had weakened with age. The farmer said to him, "Don't worry, I'm not doing this to make you work, but to tame that young bull. He has crippled many others with his kicks and horns. Likewise, unless you keep that son constantly by your side and temper his fiery nature with gentleness, beware that greater complaints may arise in your household." Kindness is the remedy for cruelty. Aesop and the athlete. Aesop, the wise man from Phrygia, once saw an athlete who had won a contest and was boasting loudly about it. Aesop asked him, "Was your opponent stronger than you?" The athlete replied, "Don't talk nonsense. I was far stronger than he was." Aesop responded, "You fool! What kind of honor do you deserve if you, being the stronger one, defeated a weaker opponent? You might have earned my respect if your opponent had been stronger and you had to use your skill to overcome him." 542. The Donkey and the Lyre. A donkey saw a lyre lying in a field. He approached it and tried to strum the strings with his hoof. The strings sounded as he touched them. "What a beautiful thing," said the donkey, "but completely useless, since I don't know anything about music. If only someone more skilled had found it, my ears would have been delighted by heavenly melodies." So it is that talents often go to waste due to some misfortune. 543. The widow and her lover. A woman had lost her beloved husband of many years and had buried his body in the ground. She could not be torn away from his grave and spent her days weeping. People praised her as a model of a faithful wife. Meanwhile, some men who had plundered the temple of Jupiter were sentenced to death for their crime against the god. After they were crucified, soldiers were stationed by the crosses so that the families of the executed criminals could not recover their bodies. This happened near the tomb where the woman had secluded herself. One night, one of the guards, feeling thirsty, asked the woman's maidservant to bring him some water. The maid had just been helping her mistress prepare for bed, as the widow had stayed awake late into the night, keeping vigil by the light of a lamp. The door was slightly open, and when the soldier peeked inside, he saw a woman of exceptional beauty. He was immediately captivated and filled with lust. Gradually, a strong desire grew within him, and he found countless reasons to visit the widow again and again. Over time, the widow became more and more inclined toward her guest, and soon their bond grew stronger. While the guard spent his nights in the widow's embrace, one of the bodies from the crosses was stolen. The soldier was disturbed by this and told the widow what had happened. The woman, ever composed, said, "Don't worry." With these words, she handed over her husband's body to be nailed to the cross again, so the soldier would not be punished for neglecting his duty. Thus, corruption takes hold even in places of great reputation. The bride and the two grooms. Two young men were in love with the same woman. The wealthy young man won her heart, as the poor man had nothing to offer but his good name and good looks. When the wedding day arrived, the heartbroken lover could not bear the pain and secluded himself in his country home just outside the city. His home was located near the grand mansion of the rich man, the future home of the bride, who was about to leave her mother's care forever. The groom's house in the city was not large enough for the occasion, so the wedding procession began with a large crowd of guests in attendance, and Hymen, the god of marriage, leading the way with a torch in his hand. There was also a donkey standing at the gate, regularly rented out by the poor man, and it so happened that the bride's family had decided to hire this donkey so she wouldn't hurt her feet on the rough road. At that moment, Venus, the goddess of love, showed her mercy. The winds stirred the clouds, and a crack of thunder shook the heavens. Dark night descended, bringing a heavy downpour, and the light was taken from everyone's eyes. Terrified guests ran in all directions, seeking shelter from the storm. Meanwhile, the donkey, finding refuge under a familiar roof nearby, announced its arrival with a loud hee-haw. The household slaves rushed out and were astonished to see a beautiful young woman in the wagon. They quickly informed their master, who was reclining at the table with a few friends, trying to drown his sorrow with wine. When he heard what had happened, he rejoiced at this unexpected turn of events. Encouraged by Bacchus and Venus, he joyfully completed the wedding ceremony, applauded by his companions. The bride's family sent the town crier to search for her, while the former groom mourned his runaway bride. When word of the event spread, the public praised the goodwill of the gods. 545. Aesop and his ugly mistress. Aesop was once the slave of an ugly woman who spent entire days applying makeup. Despite her fine clothes, pearls, silver, and gold, no one would even touch her. "May I say a few words?" asked Aesop. "Go ahead," she replied. "I believe you could achieve all your desires," Aesop said, "if only you would set aside this finery." "Do you truly think I look better without all this?" she asked. "Quite the opposite," Aesop replied. "But if you give away your jewelry, your bed will get some rest." "You're going to break every bone in your body," she shouted and ordered her slaves to whip the insolent Aesop. Soon after, a thief stole one of her silver bracelets. When she was told it was missing, the mistress was furious and called all the slaves. She threatened them with severe punishments if they didn't tell her the truth. "Threaten the others," Aesop said, "but you're not fooling me, my mistress. It's because I spoke the truth that you had me whipped." 546. The Rooster and the Cats. A rooster had cats carry him as his bearers. When a fox saw the rooster being carried around proudly, she said to him, "I warn you to beware of treachery. If you look at the faces of those cats, you'll see they're not carrying a burden, but transporting prey." Later, when the group of cats began to feel hungry, they tore their master apart and divided his remains among themselves. Excessive confidence often leads people into danger. Sire 547. The Sow and the Wolf. A pregnant sow lay groaning, about to give birth. A wolf hurried over and offered to help, saying he could act as a midwife and assist with the delivery. However, the sow, sensing the wicked intentions in the wolf's heart, rejected his offer. She told him, "It is enough if you just stay far away." Had she trusted the treacherous wolf, she would have found herself in even greater pain, mourning not just the agony of childbirth, but her own doom. It is wise to judge a person's character before entrusting yourself to their care. A slave fleeing from his harsh master encountered Aesop, known to him from the neighborhood. "Why are you so troubled?" Aesop asked. "I'll tell you plainly, father, for you deserve to be called by that name, as my complaints can be safely entrusted to you," the slave replied. "I endure constant beatings and lack of food. I'm often sent to the farm without provisions for the journey. If the master dines at home, I must stand by all night. If he's invited out, I lie in the gutter until dawn. I've earned my freedom, yet I serve with grey hair. If I were guilty of any wrongdoing, I would bear it silently. But I'm never given enough to eat, and I suffer under a cruel master. For these reasons, and others too long to list, I've decided to go wherever my feet may take me." Aesop responded, "Listen to this. If you face such hardships without having done wrong, as you say, what do you think will happen to you now that you've actually committed an offence?" With this advice, Aesop deterred the slave from his escape plan. Do not make a bad situation worse. 549. The Horse and the Miller. Old age befell a horse, and he was sent to work at a mill instead of going to battle. Forced to grind grain instead of fighting, he lamented his current fate, remembering his past glory. "Oh, how the mighty have fallen," the horse lamented. "Listen, Miller, I once served on the battlefield, my body adorned with armor, and a man attended to me as my groom. Now, I don't know what has become of me, but here I am, stuck at this mill instead of in combat." The miller replied, "Enough of your endless talk about the past, for fortune knows how to bring change to mortals in both directions." The Bear and the Crabs. When supplies run low for the bear in the woods, he runs to the rocky shore and grabs a stone. He slowly lowers his hairy legs into the shallow water. As soon as crabs cling to his fur, he jumps onto dry land and shakes off the sea's bounty. He then enjoys the food he has cleverly gathered all over his legs. This story shows how hunger can sharpen the wit, even of the foolish. Hunger sharpens the mind of living beings. The Raven and the Traveller. A man was walking through the countryside on a remote path when he heard someone say, "Hello." He paused briefly, but seeing no one, he quickened his pace. Soon after, he heard the same greeting again. Encouraged by the friendly voice, he stopped, hoping to meet whoever had spoken. The traveller stood there confused for a while, wasting time he could have spent covering another mile or more. Finally, a raven appeared, flying overhead and repeatedly croaking, "Hello, hello!" Realizing he had been fooled, the man exclaimed, "Curse you, you wretched bird! You've made me delay when I was in a hurry." People are often deceived by words. 5552. The Lizard and the Snake. A snake happened to catch a lizard from behind. As the snake opened its wide mouth to swallow the lizard grabbed a small twig lying nearby. Holding the twig sideways firmly between its teeth, the lizard cleverly blocked the snake's greedy mouth. Thus the snake failed to capture its prey, and the lizard escaped. Where strength fails, one must use cunning. "5553. The Sheep and the Crow. A hateful crow perched atop a sheep, forcing the sheep to carry it unwillingly. After a while, the sheep said, 'If you had done this to a dog with teeth, you would have been punished.' The wicked crow replied, 'I look down on the defenseless, but I yield to the strong. I know whom to attack and whom to flatter with cunning lies. That's why I extend my life for 1,000 years.' Many harass the weak and yield to the strong. 5554. Socrates and the Wicked Slave. A wicked slave was rudely addressing Socrates. This slave had seduced his master's wife, a fact that Socrates knew was well known to those present. Socrates said to him, You are pleased with yourself because you are pleasing someone you shouldn't please. But don't think you'll escape punishment, for you're not pleasing the one you truly ought to please. No reproach is more severe than one's own conscience. 5555. The young man and the treacherous prostitute. A treacherous prostitute was flattering a young man. Though he had often been hurt by her many wrongs, he still made himself easily available to the woman. The scheming woman said, "Even if all others compete with gifts, I still value you the most." The young man, remembering how often he had been deceived, replied, "My darling, I gladly hear these words, not because they are faithful, but because they are pleasing to me. Many things are pleasant to us, yet they are harmful." 5556. The Wasp and the Butterfly. A butterfly saw a wasp flying nearby and said, "What an unfair fate! When we lived in the bodies from which we received our souls, I was eloquent in peace and brave in battle. I was the best among my peers in every art. Now look at me, nothing but lightness and flying ash. You, who were once a pack mule, can now sting and hurt anyone you wish." The wasp then spoke words worth remembering. "Don't look at who we were, but who we are now." Fortune was not to be seen in the past, but in the present. 557. The Fox and the Ground Bird. There was a bird known as the ground bird, because it built its nest on the ground. One day, this bird happened to encounter a sly fox. When the bird saw the fox, it flew higher into the sky. The fox said, "Hello! Why are you flying away from me? There's plenty of food for me here in the meadow, crickets, beetles, and lots of locusts. You have nothing to fear. I really like you because of your peaceful nature and honest life." The songbird replied, "Your words sound nice, but I am no match for you on the ground. Up here, though, I can hold my own. Why don't you follow me? Here I would trust you with my life. One should never trust the wicked." 558. Two Roosters and the Hawk. A rooster, who often fought with another rooster, asked the hawk to be the judge of their dispute. The rooster hoped that when both roosters came to the hawk would devour the one who had been accused. However, when they came before the hawk to present their case, the hawk seized the rooster who had brought the case to him. The rooster cried out, "It's not me. It's the one who's running away." The hawk replied, "Do not think you will escape my talons today. It is only fair that you receive the punishment you intended for another." Those who plot the downfall of others often fail to realize what may happen to them in return. #5559. The Snail and the Mirror. A snail discovered a mirror. Enchanted by its brilliant shine, she fell in love with it. Without hesitation, she climbed onto its smooth, round surface and began to lick it. But her touch did nothing good for the mirror. Instead, she smeared it with filth and slime, tarnishing its radiant glow. Later, a monkey came across the mirror, now defiled by the snail. Shaking his head, he remarked, "This is what happens when you let someone like that walk all over you." For women who tie themselves to foolish and worthless men. 560. The Bald Man and the Gardener. A bald man asked his neighbour, a gardener, to give him some melons. The gardener mocked him and said, "Go away, Baldy. I won't give my melons to a peasant like you. May your bald head be cursed in winter and summer. May flies and horseflies swarm over your forehead, bite you, drink your blood, and then defecate on your head." The bald man grew furious. He drew his sword, grabbed the gardener by the hair, and was about to kill him. The gardener, in desperation, picked up a melon and struck the bald man on the forehead. But the bald man was stronger. He overpowered the gardener and cut off his head. For those who cannot speak kindly of their enemies, who bring enmity upon themselves, or who engage in evil among themselves. The Night Owl. The Night Owl, the Cat and the Mouse. A night owl asked a cat if it would carry him around so they could look for someone to talk to. The cat agreed and took the owl to the house of a mouse. The owl asked the cat to announce him, and the cat did so. When the mouse heard the voice of the cat, he came to the door and asked, "What do you two want from me? What do you have to say?" "We want to talk with you," said the owl and the cat. The mouse quickly realized that the two had some evil plan against him. He replied, "A curse on you, my lord cat, and a curse on the one you're carrying, a curse on your house, your sons, your daughters, and all your relatives. You should not have come here, and I hope misfortune follows you on your way back." This is a lesson for those who do not know how to speak kindly to their enemies, creating hatred and bringing trouble upon themselves. 562. The Fox and the Partridge. A partridge was sitting high on a perch when a fox approached and said, "How beautiful you are! Your legs are as red as fire, and your mouth is like coral. Oh, if only you were sleeping, you would be even more beautiful." The partridge believed the fox and closed her eyes, and the fox quickly grabbed her. With a voice full of sorrow, the partridge spoke to the fox, saying, "I beg you, by all your clever tricks, please say my name before you eat me." As the fox opened its mouth to say, "Partridge," the partridge flew away and escaped. The fox sighed and said, "Alas, why did I even speak?" The partridge too sighed and said, "Alas, why did I close my eyes when I wasn't even sleepy?" This is a story for those who speak when they should remain silent and fall asleep when they should be alert. 563. The Lion and the Shepherd. A lion, wandering in the fields, stepped on a thorn. He approached a shepherd, wagging his tail, and said, "Don't be afraid. I seek your help, not food." The lion lifted his paw and placed it in the shepherd's lap. The shepherd removed the thorn from the lion's paw, and the lion returned to the woods. Later, the shepherd was falsely accused of a crime. At the next public games, he was released from jail and thrown to the beasts. As wild animals rushed at him from all sides, the lion recognized him as the man who had healed him. Once again, the lion raised his paw and placed it in the shepherd's lap. When the king understood what had happened, he ordered that the lion be spared and the kind shepherd be sent home to his family. Because those who act righteously can never be overcome by the punishments of their adversaries. Five 64. The Gnat and the Bull. A gnat challenged a bull to a contest of strength, and all the people gathered to watch the spectacle. The tiny gnat then said, "It's enough that you've come to face me. By your own judgment, you've made me your equal." The gnat lifted itself into the air with its light wings, entertained the crowd, and ignored the bull's threats. If the bull had remembered its powerful neck, it would have scorned this contemptible enemy, and there would have been no glory for such an unworthy creature. Those who compare themselves to unworthy opponents diminish their own reputation. 565. The Horse and the Donkey. A horse, proud of its ornate trappings, encountered a donkey. The donkey, exhausted from work, slowly made way for the passing horse. The horse said, "I can barely restrain myself from crushing you with my hooves." The donkey remained silent, only groaning and calling upon the gods as witnesses. Soon after, the horse, broken from racing, was sent to work on a farm. When the donkey saw him laden with manure, he mocked him with these words, "What happened to your once glorious trappings? Now you've returned to the contemptible misery you once scorned." Those who are fortunate and look down on others should remember their uncertainty, for they don't know what the future holds. 566. The War between the Beasts and the Birds. The birds and the beasts were at war, and it was impossible to tell which side was winning and which was losing. The bat, fearing to end up on the losing side, kept switching to whichever side seemed to be prevailing. When peace was eventually restored, both the birds and the beasts realized that the bat had been a traitor. Found guilty of such a disgraceful act, the bat fled from the light and hid itself in the dark shadows of the night. Those who try to take both sides in a conflict will be rejected by both, and it is better to have no enemies than to lose the battle. 567. The Nightingale, the Hawk, and the Birdcatcher. A hawk perched in a nightingale's nest, searching for prey. He found small chicks there. The nightingale returned and begged him to spare her young. The hawk said, "I will do as you wish if you sing well for me." Though she summoned her courage, the nightingale trembled with fear. Forced and full of sorrow, she sang. The hawk who had seized his prey said, "You did not sing well." He then grabbed one of her chicks and began to devour it. From another direction, a bird-catcher approached. Silently raising his reed, he brought down the hawk with sticky birdlime. Those who set traps for others should fear being caught themselves. 568. The Wolf, the Fox, and the Shepherd. A wolf had gathered a large amount of prey in his den to enjoy delicacies for months. When the fox learned of this, she visited the wolf's den and said in a trembling voice, "I haven't seen you in days. I've been sad because you haven't been out and about." The wolf replied spitefully, "You didn't come here out of concern for me, but to get something. I know you're here to trick me." Angered by these words, the fox went to the shepherd of sheep and said, "Would you be grateful if I handed over your flock's enemy today, so you wouldn't have to worry any more?" The shepherd replied, "I'll serve you and give you whatever you want." The fox immediately showed him where the wolf was hiding. The shepherd killed the wolf with his spear and let the spiteful fox feast on someone else's stores. Later, when the fox encountered hunters, she was caught by their dogs. As she was being torn apart, she said, "I've just committed a great evil, and now I'm dying for causing another's death." Those who harm others should fear being harmed themselves. Stab 569. The Monkeys and the Two Men. Two men were travelling together. One was a liar, and the other always told the truth. Their journey took them to the land of the monkeys. There, a crowd of monkeys noticed them, and the leader of the monkeys ordered that they be detained. He wanted to know what the men thought of him, so he commanded all the other monkeys to stand in a long line before him, both to his right and to his left, and he had a seat prepared for himself. This leader had once seen an emperor, so he instructed the monkeys to line up like that, just as the emperor's attendants did. The two men were brought forward, and the chief monkey asked, "Who am I?" The liar replied, "You are the emperor." The monkey then asked, "And those whom you see standing before me, who are they?" The liar answered, "They are your noble companions, your chancellors, your officials, and commanders of your armies." Because the monkey and his followers were flattered by these lies, the chief monkey ordered that the liar be showered with gifts. The monkeys were all fooled by his flattery. Meanwhile, the man who always told the truth thought to himself, "If that liar received such rewards for telling lies, then surely I will receive an even greater reward for speaking the truth." So the chief monkey turned to the second man and said, "Now tell me, who am I, and who are these who stand before me?" The man who always spoke the truth without hesitation replied, "You are simply a monkey, and all these others standing before you are monkeys as well." The chief monkey, enraged, immediately ordered the monkeys to attack the truthful man with their teeth and claws. This story shows how wicked people who love to lie and cause trouble punish those who speak the truth. 5570. The Stork, the Goose, and the Hawk. A stork, arriving at her usual pond, found a goose repeatedly diving into the water. She asked why the goose did this. The goose replied, "It's our custom. We find food in the mud and escape the hawk's attack this way." The stork said, "I am stronger than the hawk. Be friends with me, and I will help you mock him." The goose believed her and soon asked for her help. As they went out into the field together, a hawk suddenly appeared and captured the goose with its talons. The goose cried out, "One who allies with such a pitiful protector deserves a worse death." This story shows that those who seek protection from those who cannot provide it are doomed. Slav 571. The Horse and the Donkey. A donkey asked a horse for a small amount of barley. The horse replied, "Gladly, if I could. I would give you plenty, as befits our dignity. When we return to the stable this evening, I will give you a whole sack of grain." The donkey said, "You, who refuse such a small favor now, how can I expect you to give me something greater later?" Those who make big promises but refuse small requests are slow in giving, who were quick in promising. 572. The Kid and the Wolf. A goat, having given birth, wanted to protect her offspring. She warned the naive kid not to open the door, knowing that many wild beasts prowled around the stables. After giving the warning, she left. A wolf came, imitating the mother's voice. The kid, hearing the voice, said, I hear my mother's voice, but you are deceitful and my enemy. Under my mother's voice you seek to drink our blood and eat our flesh. It is praiseworthy to follow your parents' instructions. 573. The Farmer and the Snake. A farmer's table had long nourished a snake, and the snake had grown fond of the human hand. However, the farmer's long favour suddenly turned to anger, and his wrath led him to strike the snake with an axe. The farmer, feeling the sting of his own actions, believed himself impoverished because of the wound he had inflicted. He begged the snake for forgiveness, and the snake replied, I will not feel safe as long as you wield such an axe, while this skin still remembers the wounds etched upon it. Whoever has harmed me once will likely harm me again, if given the chance. It is unwise to trust again those who have proven unfaithful. But if you truly regret your actions, I forgive all. For the size of a wounded heart, purchase forgiveness. The one who caused harm once will likely wish to do so again. The honey given by the unfaithful is, in my eyes, poison. 5574. The Eagle and the Kite. An eagle sat perched on a tree looking unusually sad. A kite noticed her and asked, Why do you appear so gloomy? The eagle replied, I'm searching for a suitable mate, but I can't find one who meets my standards. Choose me, the kite suggested. I'm even stronger than you. Intrigued, the eagle inquired, Can you truly provide for me? Of course, the kite boasted. I'm so powerful that I can carry an ostrich in my talons as if it were a mere feather. Impressed, the eagle immediately accepted the kite as her mate. After their wedding, the kite flew off to find food for his new bride. However, upon his return, all he brought back was a tiny mouse. Is this the ostrich you spoke of? The eagle asked, disgusted. The kite sheepishly admitted, To win your affection, I would have promised anything, even the impossible. This fable is for women who seek wealthy husbands, only to discover later that their spouses are worthless. 575. The Butcher and the Flock. A flock of castrated sheep and rams had gathered together. When the butcher entered, the sheep noticed but chose to ignore him. Even as they saw their companions being taken away for slaughter, they did not react. Foolishly, they said to each other, He's not touching me or you, so let him take whoever he wants. In the end, only one sheep remained. When the butcher approached to take him too, the sheep is said to have remarked, We deserve this fate. We should have acted together when we first saw you among us. We should have used our horns to crush you. This fable teaches that those who do not protect themselves and fail to act in unity will ultimately fall victim to evil. 576. The Birds, the Bird Catcher and his Tears. It was spring, and various species of birds were contentedly sitting in their nests, hidden among the branches. They noticed a bird catcher who was preparing his tools, coating a long rod with birdlime. As they observed him, they saw that he had tears in his eyes. The foolish birds, not understanding the situation, began to say to one another, This man must be incredibly kind. His great sensitivity makes him cry whenever he looks at us. However, one of the wiser birds, who was familiar with the bird catcher's tricks, called out to the others, No, no, run away, you naive birds. Save yourselves from this trap. Fly as high as you can, using your wings to escape. If you want to understand the truth, look closely at what he is doing. You will see that he is preparing to catch us in his snare. Once we are trapped, he will either kill us, strangle us, or carry us off in that basket. This fable teaches that the advice of one wise person can save many from harm. 577. The Raven and the Birds. A raven pretended to host a feast. He invited many birds to the banquet. When all the birds had entered, he closed the doors, trapping them inside. The raven then violently attacked the birds and killed them. This fable warns that many walk into their own destruction, believing they are heading towards good fortune. 578. The Horse and the Goats. Once, 3 goats saw a horse running away in fear from a lion. They mocked the horse for being afraid. The horse replied, You foolish creatures, if you knew who was chasing me, you would be just as frightened as I am. This fable teaches that those with great qualities are often insulted by those of lower status. 539. The Man and the Sword. A traveller, while walking along the road, found a sword lying on the ground. He immediately asked, Who lost you? Please tell me. The sword replied, One man lost me, but I have caused the loss of many. This fable shows that a wicked person can harm many others before ultimately meeting their own downfall. 580. Greed and jealousy. Jupiter sent Apollo to Earth to understand human nature better. Two men were praying for opposite things. One was greedy, the other jealous. Apollo offered to mediate, saying, The gods will grant your wishes, but whatever one asks for, the other will receive double. The greedy man, hoping to gain more, let the jealous man choose first. The jealous man, realizing the greedy man's intent, asked to be blinded in one eye. This condemned the greedy man to total blindness. Apollo laughed at this display of human nature and reported back to Jupiter about the wickedness of jealousy. He noted that jealousy, in its delight at others' misfortunes, willingly harms itself. This fable illustrates how greed and jealousy can lead people to make choices that harm both themselves and others. The Boy and the Thief. A boy sat crying by a well, his sobs exaggerated and dramatic. A cunning thief noticed him and asked why he was so upset. The boy lied, claiming that his rope had broken and that a golden jug had fallen into the well. Without hesitation, the thief stripped off his clothes and jumped into the well. The boy then took the thief's cloak and disappeared into the bushes. After searching in vain, the thief emerged from the well, lamenting the loss of his clothes. He is said to have sighed and complained to the gods. Just great! From now on, let anyone who thinks there might be a jug in these clear waters beware. They'll lose their shirt, as they deserve. This fable serves as a warning against being too quick to believe unlikely stories, especially when personal gain is involved. 582. The Bullock and the Farmer. A young bullock resisted the harness and refused to put its neck under the yoke. The farmer cut its horns with a curved sickle, thinking this would calm the animal. As the beast was quick with horn and hoof, the farmer carefully attached its neck to a large plough, hoping the long beam would prevent it from lashing out. But the bullock struggled angrily against the ropes, uselessly stomping the ground. It kicked up sand, which the wind blew into the farmer's face as he followed behind. The farmer shook the dirt from his hair, now stiff with grime. Defeated, the farmer groaned and said, I suppose I needed to learn about this kind of mischief, where one uses intelligence simply to cause harm. This fable illustrates how attempts to control or subdue others can sometimes backfire, leading to unexpected and unpleasant consequences. 583. The Farmer and the Pig. A pig was destroying a farmer's crops and trampling his fields. To teach the pig a lesson, the farmer cut off one of its ears, hoping it would remember the punishment and respect the crops in the future. However, the pig was caught again, damaging the fields, so the farmer cut off its other ear. Despite this, the pig returned to ruin the crops once more. The farmer then caught the pig and prepared it for his master's table. He served various parts of the pig at dinner. When the master asked about the pig's brain, the farmer, knowing the cook had stolen it, replied that the foolish pig never had a brain. Why else, he said, would it keep risking its life and getting caught by the same person over and over again? This fable warns against those who repeatedly take risks and cannot resist mischief. Halashav 584. The saltwater fish and the freshwater fish. A freshwater fish, swept from its pond by a rushing stream, found itself in the sea. It arrogantly scorned the sea fish and boasted of its noble origins. A saltwater fish, unable to tolerate this newcomer in its ancestral waters, spoke these sharp words, Cease your empty lies and boastful talk. Your very presence here disproves them. If we're both caught in the same net, I'll show you who's more valued by the crowd. You'll see that I'm bought by a connoisseur for a high price, while you're sold to a commoner for mere pennies. This fable illustrates how false pride and boasting can be quickly exposed when put to the test, and how true value is often revealed in challenging circumstances. 585. The Sick Lion, the Fox, and the Bear. Once a rumor spread that the lion, the king of the beasts, was gravely ill, nearing the end of his life. The news spread quickly, and all the animals rushed to his side, weeping and calling for doctors to help, fearing they might lose their king's great leadership. The buffaloes, the mighty aurochs, the fierce bulls, and the oxen all arrived. The spotted leopard and the broad-antlered stag were there, as well as horses, antlered deer, roe deer, and goats. The boar with gleaming tusks, the strong bear with untrimmed claws, the hare and the wolf all came. Lynxes appeared, sheep gathered, and even dogs and puppies joined in the procession. Yet the fox alone was missing, choosing not to visit the king. The bear spoke first, his voice filled with anger, repeating his accusations. "O great king, powerful and unconquerable prince of all beasts, hear my words and let your subjects listen as well. What madness has taken hold of the fox? What anger has driven such a small creature to refuse to visit the king whom all of us have seen? The fox's insolence is great, and she deserves severe punishment." Upon hearing this, the lion ordered, "Let her be torn to pieces and die." At this, the animals raised their voices in agreement, saying, "This judgment of the king is just." The fox, however, learned of this and decided to use her cunning. She gathered many torn rags, draped them over her shoulders, and made her way to the royal camp. When the lion saw her approach, he laughed calmly, curious to see what the fox would do. "What brings me here?" Standing before the king, the fox spoke, "My lord, I come to be punished as you have decreed." The fox, trembling and trying to hide her fear, quickly responded with words she had prepared. "Merciful king, our most invincible ruler, hear me. As I travelled through many lands in search of a doctor who could help cure your great illness, I eventually found an excellent healer, but I am afraid to tell you what he said." The lion, eager to know, responded, "If you speak truth, tell me what the doctor advised." The sly fox, not forgetting the bear's earlier harsh words, replied, "Listen carefully, O great king. If you wear the hide of a bear, your illness will vanish, and your health will return." Without hesitation, the lion ordered that the bear's skin be removed and draped over him. Once the lion was covered with the bear's skin, his pain disappeared. But when the fox saw the bear lying there naked, she exclaimed with joy, "Who gave you, Father Bear, this crown to wear, and who gave these sleeves to your hands?" Now the meaning of this fable is for you to discover. 586. The Calf and the Stork. A sorrowful calf was wandering through the meadows, searching for its mother. A long-legged bird came across its path and said, "Hello, brother. Why are you mooing so sadly, and why are you walking through these flowery fields in distress?" The calf replied, "Sister, it's the 3rd day now since I've had any milk, and I am starving." The bird answered, "Don't worry about such things, fool. It's been 3 years since I drank milk." The calf, upset, is said to have responded, "The food you've eaten is clear from the shape of your legs." 587. The Flea and the Gout. In ancient times it is said that a flea tormented the rich, while gout afflicted the poor. The flea would bite the wealthy man's limbs at night, but as soon as a light was brought, it would be caught. On the other hand, gout would hide in the feet of a beggar, leaving the poor man unable to stand, exhausted from the pain. Both were driven by their own bitter fates, one from the fear of death, the other from the labour of travel. Eventually they met and shared their troubles. They decided to switch places. Gout began to torment the rich man's steps, while the flea started to settle in the poor man's bed. Now, Gout rests comfortably, finding relief, while the flea continues to accompany weary bodies safely. Nashna 588. The Hawk, the Doves, and the Grand Duke. A hawk once caught and devoured a dove. The other doves sought advice on whom to complain to. They said, to the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke is a bird with a large head, larger than an eagle. So the doves complained to him about the hawk, asking for justice since it had killed their companion. After hearing the complaint, the Grand Duke responded with a loud gulp. "Clock!" Hearing this, the doves said, "How well he thundered! Surely he will make one mouthful of the hawk." Again, the hawk came and snatched another dove. The doves approached the Grand Duke, demanding justice. He responded, "Clock!" The doves said, "See how vigorously he threatens. He will deliver justice perfectly." The hawk took a third dove. The doves came a third time to the Grand Duke to seek vengeance. He again responded, "Clock!" Hearing this, they said, "Why does he always say clock and never deliver justice? Let's leave his kingdom and harass him as a false and foolish ruler." This is why doves and other birds, when they see the Grand Duke, harass him. Similarly, when the poor cry out for kings and leaders to deliver justice against wrongdoers, they say, we will, and thus make one clock, yet they never act. This also refers to false promisers who say, clock, clock, I'll give, and nothing is had from such people except one clock. The beetle, variant version. Similarly, a beetle makes a noise with its wings as if to say, I'll do well, and then it flies into your eye. So some say, I'll do well. They promise ointment and give a sting. They promise roses and give nettles. 589. The bird of Saint Martin. In Spain there is a tiny bird called Saint Martin's bird, as small as a wren. It has thin reed-like legs and long ones. One day, around the feast of Saint Martin, the bird lay next to a tree in the sun and raised its legs, saying, Hey, if the sky were to fall now, I could hold it up with my legs. Then a single leaf fell nearby, and the startled bird flew away, crying, Oh, Saint Martin, why don't you help your little bird? Many are like this, believing for a time but retreating when faced with temptation. Such was Peter, who was ready to go to prison and death for Christ. But when he saw his Lord mistreated, he denied him when a servant girl spoke, saying, Woman, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know him. The sons of Ephraim, armed and carrying bows, turned back on the day of battle. This applies to certain soldiers. When their heads are well soaked with wine or beer, they say they can stand against 3 Frenchmen and defeat the strongest. But when they are sober and see lances and swords around them, they say, O Saint Martin, help your little bird. O Saint Martin, aid our little bird. Raven, the stork, and his beak. Once a stork quarrelled with his wife and, in the heat of the argument, accidentally poked out her eye with his beak. Filled with shame for causing such harm, the stork flew away to live elsewhere. Along the way, a raven crossed his path and asked the reason for his journey. The stork explained that he had poked out his wife's eye with his beak. The raven then asked, Is this the same beak you've always had? The stork confirmed that it was. The raven then said, So what's the point of running away if you're carrying your beak with you wherever you go? Some people commit many sins and flee to another region or seek refuge in a monastery. However, they always carry their beak with them, their malice and inclination to sin, along with the devil enclosed within. They change their environment, but not their soul. Those who were wicked in the world often become even more corrupt when they try to escape to a cloister. As it says in Matthew 23:15, Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you travel across sea and land to make a single proselyte, and when he becomes a proselyte, you make him twice as much a child of hell as yourselves. The magpie and her tail. The magpie often settled on a perch and folded her wings, but her tail feathers kept twitching. Hoping to break this habit by changing her home, she flew across a vast stretch of sea. However, her efforts were in vain. As soon as the magpie landed on the distant shore, her tail feathers began shaking as usual. The magpie then realized, I thought changing my country would change my habits, but I'm in the same situation as before, even though I've traveled to the other side of the world. Changing your location doesn't alter your state of mind. Those who wish to modify their character travel the seas uselessly. 591. The toad's son and the shoes. The animals held a council. The toad sent his son there. However, the son forgot his new shoes, so the toad sought a swift animal who could hurry to the council. He thought the hare would run well. He called the hare and, agreeing on payment, asked him to deliver the new shoes to his son. The hare replied, How can I recognize your son in such a gathering? The toad said, The most beautiful among all the animals is my son. The wolf asked, Is your son a dove or a peacock? No, answered the toad, the dove has dark meat and the peacock has ugly feet. The hare inquired, So what does your son look like? The toad described, He has a head like mine, the same belly, legs and feet. That handsome one is my son. Give him the shoes. The hare went to the council with the shoes and told the lion and the other beasts how the toad praised his son above all others. The lion remarked, To one who loves a toad, it seems like the moon. If one loves a frog, he thinks the frog is Diana. The youth and the old woman, variant version. I saw a young man in love with an ugly old woman. He sought advice on how to separate from her love. someone asked him, "Why do you love her when she isn't very beautiful?" He replied that to him she was extremely beautiful. Similarly, it happens that a woman has a handsome husband, yet she loves an ugly scoundrel more than her husband. The cat who became a monk. In a certain refectory there was a cat who caught and killed all the mice except for one large rat. The cat pondered how to deceive and devour this big rat. Finally he had his head shaved, put on a cowl, and made himself a monk. He sat among the other monks and ate with them. Seeing this, the rat rejoiced, believing the cat would not harm him. The rat jumped here and there, while the cat pretended to avert his eyes from vanity. At last the rat approached the cat confidently. The cat vigorously seized the rat with his claws and held him firmly. The rat said, "Why are you being so cruel? Why don't you let me go? Aren't you a monk now?" The cat replied, "You will never preach well enough for me to release you, brother. When I want, I'm a monk. When I want, I'm a canon." And he devoured the rat. Similarly, when many cannot obtain riches and other things they desire, they fast and pretend to be good and holy. They are hypocrites and demons, disguising themselves as angels of light. Others become monks to be cellarers, priors, abbots, or bishops. They have their heads shaved to catch a rat. Moreover, when they illicitly obtain what they desire, you will never preach enough for them to give up their rat. The spider variant version. Likewise, a spider draws out its thread, weaves its web, and completely disembowels itself to catch a single fly. Then comes the wind, scattering and carrying away the entire web with the spider and the fly. So do clerics, courtiers, and scholars labor in cold and heat, through winds and rains, over mountains and valleys. They completely disembowel themselves to catch a single benefice, a single church, that is, a single fly. The diligent explorer circles, follows, serves, crawls on hands and feet, if by some means he might insert himself into the patrimony of the crucified. The fly variant version. The fly is manifold, either stinging or staining or swarming. When someone has a church and greedily and avariciously clings to it, anxious about how to preserve and multiply temporal goods, then he has a stinging fly. When he lives luxuriously and gluttonously from the benefice, he has a staining fly. When he has a large retinue, many horses, and great pomp from the benefice, then he has a swarming fly. Finally comes the puffing wind and carries it all away. The gust that comes is death or fire, adversity, which destroys one's entire status and fortune. Deceitful fortune, which a single syllable destroys. This syllable, death, destroys all of man's happiness. 593. The fox, the wolf, and the well bucket. A fox accidentally fell into a well through a bucket. A wolf came by and asked what she was doing there. The fox responded, "Good friend, I have many large fish here. If only you could share them with me." The wolf asked, "How can I get down there?" The little fox said, "There's a bucket above. Get in, and you'll come down." There were two buckets. When one went up, the other came down. The wolf climbed into the bucket that was above and descended, while the little fox went up in the other bucket. When they met midway, the wolf asked, "Good friend, where are you going?" The fox replied, "I've eaten enough and am going up. You go down and you'll find wonders." The poor wolf descended, but found nothing but water. The next morning, peasants arrived, pulled the wolf out, and beat him nearly to death. The little fox represents the devil, who says to man, "Come down to me in the well of sin, and you'll find pleasures and many good things." The fool agrees and descends into the well of guilt, where he finds no nourishment. Eventually enemies come, drag the wicked one out, strike him, and kill him. The devil promised Adam many good things, but delivered only evil. 594. The cheese, the rat, and the cat. A man had cheese in his chest, and a rat came. It began to gnaw at it. The head of the household pondered what to do. Finally, after consideration, he placed a cat inside, and the cat devoured both the rat and the cheese. Similarly, many bishops place a parish under the care of a chaplain who devours the parish. Then they appoint an archdeacon who devours both the parish and the chaplain, that is, the cheese and the rat. The dogs and the crows, variant version. Likewise, when dogs devour a carcass, crows wait on trees until the sated dogs leave. Then the crows come and devour what remains around the bones. Certainly, it sometimes happens that cardinals, legates, bishops, and archdeacons devour chaplains and poor clerics. Afterwards, Servants and messengers come and devour whatever remains around the bones of the priests. The mouse, the frog, and the kite. Once a mouse wanted to cross water and asked a frog to carry it across. The frog said, "Tie yourself to my leg, thus I'll take you over." The mouse did so. A kite came and carried away both. This is when a parish is given to someone foolish and incompetent. The devil comes and carries away both the kaplan and the parish. 595. The Wolf Who Wanted to Be a Monk. The wolf once wished to become a monk. After much pleading, he obtained the chapter's consent. He received the tonsure, cowl, and other monastic garments. Finally, they set him to learn letters. He was supposed to learn the Lord's Prayer, but he always replied, "lamb" or "ram." They taught him to look at the crucifix during the sacrifice, but he always turned his eyes towards the rams. Many become monks in this way. They always say "ram," always call for good wine, and always have their eyes on the fat morsel in their bowl. Hence it is said, though you make the wolf a priest and set him to learn psalms, his ears will always turn to the grove. Similarly, if you try to instruct an old fool, he will never abandon his old ways. An old twisted branch can be broken but not bent. An old nag never learns to amble. Some are of such asinine nature that they never want to give up their old habits. Thus, comb a donkey, wash a donkey, shave a donkey, you will never turn a donkey into a good horse. Jeremiah says, "Can the leopard change its spots or the Ethiopian his skin? Neither can you do good who are accustomed to doing evil. For a horse retains in its nature what it learned in training. It is difficult to abandon habitual ways. Those steeped in filth cannot leave their dirt behind." Note, in the original text, the name Isengrin is used instead of the common noun wolf. Isengrin is a character from medieval European beast epics, typically portrayed as a greedy and dull-witted wolf. He often appears as a corrupt churchman, symbolizing the degenerate clergy of the period. The name Isengrin is derived from Old Dutch Ysengrin, meaning fierce as iron. 596. The sheep complained to the lion about the wolf. Against wealthy plunderers and extortioners, the sheep came before the lion, lamenting the wolf, who had devoured their kin both in secret and in the open. The lion called a council and asked the pigs and other animals how the wolf conducted himself among them. The pigs answered, "Lord, the wolf is courteous, generous, and kind." They said this because the wolf often invited them to feast on lambs and rams he had stolen. The lion said, "That is not what the sheep say. Let us hear them." One sheep stepped forward and spoke, "Lord King, the wolf took both my parents, devoured my son, and I barely escaped." The other sheep cried out in agreement. The lion declared, "Let judgment be rendered, the wolf shall be hanged, and likewise the pigs who knowingly ate from such plunder." And so it was done. The wolves are the wealthy of this world, who seize and flay Christ's sheep, the poor, and give to pigs, that is, to other rich men, to clothe and feed them in pursuit of human favour. The Lord will come to judge. The sheep will cry out against these wolves. The pigs may praise such a wolf, but it will be in vain, for the Lord will cast both wolves and pigs into the depths of hell. A man entrusts 12 sheep to his wolf companion. It happened that a certain master had 12 sheep. He wished to set out on a pilgrimage and entrusted his flock to Isengrim, the wolf, his sworn companion. Isengrim solemnly vowed to guard them well. The master departed at once. Meanwhile, Isengrim turned his thoughts to the sheep. One day he ate one. The next day he ate another. By the time the master returned, scarcely 3 remained. The master asked his companion what had become of the rest. Isengrim replied, "A natural death befell them." The master said, "Then give me their skins," and upon inspection, the marks of the wolf's teeth were found. The master declared, "You are guilty of death," and had the wolf hanged. Thus Christ entrusted his sheep to priests for safekeeping, but many destroy Christ's flock through corruption or negligence. A wicked prelate is worthy of as many deaths as the number of depraved examples he sets for his followers. When the true master returns, he will see to it that such men, these wolves, are cast into the torments of hell. The fox who confessed his sins to the rooster. A fox once entered a hen house. Men arrived with sticks and beat the fox so severely that it barely escaped through a hole. The fox retreated as best as it could, threw itself onto a haystack and began groaning. It then asked for a chaplain to come and hear its sins. So Chanticleer, the rooster who serves as the chaplain to the animals, came. Fearing Renard's ways, the rooster sat at a distance. Renard confessed his sins and, among other things, pointed his snout towards the chaplain. The chaplain asked, "Why are you coming closer to me?" Renard replied, "A great illness compels me to do this. Please forgive me." Then once again Renard confessed more sins. With his mouth open, he put his head toward the rooster, seized him, and devoured him. Many monks, subordinates, and lay people are like this. They pretend to be sick and weak, but always have the intention of devouring their chaplains and superiors. 598. The dispute between the wasp and the spider. The wasp said to the spider, "You are worthless. You always live in a hole. I can fly farther in one day than you can in 10. The spider replied, "I will make a wager." "What will you wager?" "A gallon of wine." The wasp responded, "Let's drink first, and whoever runs out of wine will pay." The wasp said, "Let's drink in this tree." But the spider said, "Not at all. I have prepared a white and beautiful curtain for your use. Let us both sit here and drink." This is why spiders' webs are called Lombard curtains. The wasp descended onto the curtain, that is, the spider's web. Immediately its feet and head were entangled, and it began to shake itself with its wings, but could not escape. It cried, "Cursed be such a curtain, for I cannot get out." "Indeed," said the spider, "you will never escape alive." And it approached and devoured the wasp. This curtain is a beautiful woman, the pleasantness of the world, the curiosity of riches. These are called the devil's curtains. Those who enter them are devoured by the devil. Job, he has sent his feet into the net, and he walks in its mesh. The beetle, variant version, against those who savour earthly things more than spiritual ones, and so forth. A beetle once flew through almond trees in bloom, through orchards, through roses, lilies, and other flowers. Finally, it threw itself into a dunghill where there was horse and ox dung, and found its wife there, who asked where it had come from. The beetle said, I have circled thee cross it, seen almond blossoms, roses and lilies, but I have never seen such a pleasant and delightful place as this, pointing to the dunghill. Thus many clerics, monks and laypeople hear the lives of saints, pass through the lilies of the valleys, the roses of martyrs, the violets of confessors, but nothing ever seems as pleasing and pleasant to them as a harlot, a tavern, or the practice of lawsuits, all of which is a foul dunghill and a gathering of sins. Therefore it is said in Ecclesiasticus, every woman who is a fornicator shall be trodden upon as dung in the way. Cursed and unnatural is such a beetle, such an impious one, to whom the dung of sin tastes better than Christ, the devil's places and swallows droppings that blind, rather than the life and examples of saints. As Augustine says, these have a corrupt palate of the heart from the fever of iniquity. Five, the eagle and the crow. Doctor, once an eagle had pain in its eyes and called for the crow, who was known as the physician of birds. The eagle asked, What should I do for this pain in my eyes? The crow replied, I will bring the best herb that will heal your eyes. The eagle answered, If you do this, I will reward you greatly. The crow then took an onion and a sponge, mixed them together, and applied the mixture to the eagle's eyes. This caused the eagle to go blind. The crow then came, devoured the eagle's chicks, and repeatedly attacked the eagle. The eagle cried, Cursed be your medicine! Now I cannot see, and you have eaten my chicks. The crow replied, As long as you could see, I was never able to taste your chicks, although I longed for it. Now my desire is fulfilled. 600. The donkey and the pig. A donkey often saw that the pig in the house was given bread, pottage, draught, and such things, and did no work except when it had eaten well, then went to sleep. The donkey thought, This pig has it good, eats and drinks well, and does no work. I labour all day and eat little. I will pretend to be sick. So he did. He lay still. His master urged him to get up, but he refused and groaned. The master said to his wife, Our donkey is ill. The mistress said, Since that is so, let us give him bread, flour, and bring him water. They did so. The donkey ate little at first, then plenty, and grew fat. And the donkey said to himself, Now I have a good life. Then, when the pig was fattened, the master of the house brought a butcher with an axe and knife to kill the pig. The butcher struck the pig on the head with the axe, causing it to fall, and with the knife drew blood from its throat. Seeing this, the donkey was terrified, fearing they might kill him too, since he had grown fat, and he said to himself, "Certainly I prefer to work and lead my former life than to be killed like this." He left the stable and jumped before his master. Seeing this, the master restored him to his former duty, and he died a good death. 601. The Chicken and the Kite. A hen often gathers her chicks under her wings, especially to protect them from the kite. One day a kite flew over her chicks, and she called them. All of the chicks came under her wings, except for one that found a worm and began to peck at it. Meanwhile, the kite swooped down and snatched that chick. 602. The Lion's Feast with the Cat and Others. The lion invited the animals to a grand feast. Among them was the cat. Wishing to please everyone, the lion asked each guest what they would most like to eat. The cat replied, "Rats and mice." The lion considered this and thought it would be improper if not everyone could share the same dish. So he ordered a general course of rats to be served. The cat ate heartily. The other animals grumbled in disgust, exclaiming, "Ugh! What is this?" Because of this, the entire feast was ruined. So it is with many great banquets. Among the guests there are always some cats. Nothing pleases them unless it is the filth of drunkenness, and for their sake the host keeps everyone, willing or not, until nightfall, so that all may drink to excess, filling their bellies and losing their souls. 603. The Goose and the Crow. A fat and heavy goose asked a crow to help her fly high so she could see the mountain tops and tree tops. The crow agreed and placed his feet beneath her to lift her up, but the goose was so heavy that he couldn't move her at all. The goose asked, "Why aren't you lifting me?" The crow replied, "No matter how much I try to raise you, you weigh me down so much that I simply can't do it." Likewise, a righteous man prayed for a sinner who had asked him to. But later, the sinner returned and said, "Sir, I don't feel your prayers helping me, for I sin and fall just as before." The righteous man said, "Come with me." They walked together, and along the way a sack fell from a horse. The righteous man said, "Let's lift the sack." "All right," said the sinner. Both placed their hands on it. The sinner tried to lift the sack, but the righteous man kept pulling the other end down to the ground. "Why aren't you lifting it?" the righteous man asked. "I can't because you're holding it down," the sinner replied. The righteous man said, "That is what you do to me. I try to lift you up with my prayers, but you keep pulling yourself down with your sins. If you truly made an effort to rise, together we could lift you." A foolish man. A man passed by the Pope, the Emperor, kings and princes. At last he came to a poor man. The poor man asked him to stay. The man replied, "How could I stay with you when I have left behind so many nobles? I would be a fool to do so." So it is with riches. They may stay with the wealthy for a time, but I would never believe they will remain forever. The Enchanter. An enchanter passed by kings and princes and blinded them all. Would you ever let such a man enter your house? And if he sought to take your eye, would you allow him in? Certainly not. You would chase him away. This servant is called Robert the Rich. These are the riches that blind the eyes of the wealthy. Since kings wage war for land and wealth and commit murder for the love of riches, do not welcome them. The game of chess. It is the same with the wealthy as in the game of chess. When the pieces are taken out of the bag, some are called kings, some knights, some bishops, and some pawns. The players move them about. Whoever can defeat another is called skillful. Then, when the game is over, the pieces are put back into the bag without order. So it is with mankind. All are born from the same sack, the mother's womb. In life, one man plays against another. One wins, another loses, another is defeated. Whoever can overcome others is praised as great and powerful. But in the end, all are cast into the same sack once more, their bodies into the earth, their souls into hell, where there is no order, only eternal terror. The Kite and the Partridges. A kite once examined its wings, feet, and talons and said, "Am I not as well armed as a hawk or falcon? I have wings, feet, and talons just like theirs. Why can't I catch partridges?" The kite knew a place where many partridges walked and swooped down upon them. It caught one with its beak, two with its wings, and two with its feet. However, unable to hold on to all of them, it lost them all. As the saying goes, he who grasps at too much loses everything. From then on, the kite never attempted to catch wild birds again. On the tricks of the fox and the cat. Reynard the fox met Tybert the cat. Reynard asked, "How many tricks or skills do you know?" The cat replied, "Truly, I know only one." Reynard inquired, "What is that?" The cat responded, "When dogs chase me, I know how to climb trees and escape." The cat then asked, "And you, how many do you know?" Reynard answered, "I know 17, and I have a whole sack full of tricks. Come with me, and I will teach you my ways so the dogs won't catch you." The cat agreed, and they set off together. As they were running, hunters and dogs began chasing them. The cat said, "I hear the dogs. I am frightened now." Reynard reassured, "Do not worry, I will show you how to escape." But as the dogs and hunters drew closer, the cat said, "I will not go any further with you. I wish to use my own trick." And with that, the cat jumped up into a tree. The dogs, ignoring the cat, continued to chase Reynard. Eventually, the dogs caught him, seizing him by the legs, belly, back, and head. From high above, the cat shouted, "Reynard, Reynard, open your sack! Surely none of your tricks are worth an egg." In this fable, the cat represents the simple, the righteous, who rely on one skill, to escape to safety, symbolized by the tree. Reynard, on the other hand, represents the deceitful, such as lawyers, advocates, and tricksters, who have many tricks and false methods, symbolized by the sack full of tricks. The dogs and hunters represent the dangers and trials of life, while the tree symbolizes the refuge of the righteous. When the righteous escape the threats of evil, they can look down and say, "Reynard, Reynard, open your sack. Your tricks cannot save you from the consequences of your deceit." The crow and the dove's chick. A crow once snatched a dove's chick. The dove went to the crow's nest, begging him to return her chick. The crow said, "Can you sing?" The dove replied, "I can, but not very well." The crow said, "Then sing." So the dove sang as best she could. The crow said, "Sing better, or you will not get your chick." The dove said, "I cannot, nor do I know how to sing better." The crow replied, "Then you will not get your chick." And the crow, along with his wife, devoured the dove's chick. Thus, the rich and bailiffs seize an ox or sheep from a simple person and impose a false or unjust accusation. The simple person comes, asks for the pledge, or requests its release, promising 5 shillings or more or less, depending on their means. The bailiff says to him, "Friend, can't you sing better? If you don't sing better, you won't get your pledge." The simple person replies, "Truly, I do not know, nor can I sing better, because I am needy and poor, and I cannot give more." Then the rich man either keeps the pledge or afflicts him in another way, and thus devours the poor man. 607. The Wolf's Funeral. It happened that a wolf died. The lion gathered the beasts and held a funeral. The hare carried the holy water, hedgehogs bore candles, goats rang bells, badgers dug the grave, and foxes carried the dead on a bier. Berengarius the bear celebrated Mass, the ox read the Gospel, and the donkey read the Epistle. After the Mass was celebrated and Isengrim was buried, the animals feasted splendidly on his belongings and longed for a similar funeral. 608. The Dog Defecating. It happened that a dog wanted to relieve himself near a group of rushes. One of the rushes sharply pricked the dog's hindquarters. The dog moved away and barked at the rushes from a distance. The rush said, "I would rather have you bark at me from afar than soil me up close." Likewise, it is better to expel fools and troublemakers from our company, even if they bark through criticism, than to be contaminated by their presence. As it is written in Ecclesiasticus, "He who touches pitch will be defiled by it." A unicorn chased a man. As he fled, the man found a tree with beautiful fruit. Below was a pit full of serpents, toads, and reptiles. 2 worms, one white and one black, were gnawing at the tree. The man climbed the tree and ate the fruit, delighting in the leaves, not noticing the worms gnawing at the tree. It fell, and the wretched man tumbled into the pit. Mystically interpreted, the unicorn is death, which no one can resist. The tree is the world. Its fruits are various pleasures, food, drink, beautiful women and such things. The leaves are flattering words. The two worms gnawing at the tree are day and night, which consume everything. The foolish man takes pleasure in these fruits and doesn't pay attention until he falls into the pit of hell, where various kinds of reptiles eternally torment the wretched man. He stands poorly secure who is about to fall immediately. Note, this story is similar to a parable from the Buddhist scripture Parables Sutra. Parables Sutra is believed to have been established between the 3rd and 1st centuries BCE, which predates the stories of Odo of Cheriton, 12th to 13th century CE. Furthermore, many of Aesop's fables have Eastern origins, and Greek myth spread to Eastern Asia before the Middle Ages. This demonstrates the long history of cultural exchanges between the East and West. 610. The Fox. Once a fox wanted to cross a river by boat. She promised the boatman a reward. The boatman took the fox across the river. When they reached the other side, the boatman asked for his reward. The fox said, "I'll give it to you right away." Then she urinated on her tail and splashed the water into the boatman's eyes. The boatman shouted, "You've given me a terrible reward." From this, it is said, he who serves evil loses his service. The Fox and the Hens. A hungry and cold fox came to a hen house and asked the hens to let him in. They replied, "We won't open the door because you're our enemy and have always harmed us." The fox said, "I won't harm you, I swear by all the saints." The hens replied, "We don't believe you." The fox continued, "You can believe me, because I am about to die from hunger and cold. If I die, God will hold you accountable." Moved by pity, the rooster and hens opened the door. The fox entered and rested for a while. Once warmed up, he forgot his promise. He caught one hen, killed her, and ate her. Then he caught another, causing great disturbance among them all. 612. The Falcon and the Kite. Once, a falcon caught a kite and held it tightly with one foot. The falcon said, "Wretched creature, don't you have a body, head, and beak as large as mine, and feet and claws as strong? Why do you let me hold you like this and quickly end your life?" The kite responded, "I know well that I am as strong and have limbs as robust as yours, but my heart fails me. Similarly, many are as strong, powerful, and wealthy enough to spend freely, yet they lack heart. Likewise, many can endure fasting and the hardships of religious life just like others, but they lack heart." The Mice and the Cat. Once, the mice held a council to figure out how to protect themselves from the cat. A wise mouse suggested, "Let's tie a bell around the cat's neck, and then we can hear it wherever it goes and avoid its traps." Everyone liked this idea, but one mouse asked, "Who will tie the bell around the cat's neck?" One mouse answered, "Certainly not I." Another said, "Nor would I approach it even for the whole world." 614. The Rose and the Birds. The birds gathered one day and discovered a beautiful early blooming rose. They argued about who should receive it, deciding that the most beautiful bird should be the one to claim it. They debated which bird was the most beautiful. Some said the parrot, others the dove, and still others the peacock. Then the owl appeared and claimed that it was the most beautiful, and thus deserved the rose. The other birds burst into laughter, saying, "You're only the most beautiful in an ironic sense, because you're actually the ugliest." They decided to wait until morning for the final judgment. That night, while the other birds slept and the owl could see clearly in the dark, the owl stole the rose. When the theft was discovered the next morning, the birds decreed that the owl should never fly during the day or live among them. The owl, being able to see better in the dark, would be harassed by the other birds with shouts and attacks if it appeared during the day. A mouse once fell into the foam of beer while it was bubbling. A cat passing by heard the mouse squeaking because it could not get out. The cat asked, "Why are you crying?" The mouse replied, "Because I cannot get out." The cat asked, "What will you give me if I pull you out?" The mouse said, "Whatever you ask." The cat said, "If I free you this time, will you come to me when I call you?" The mouse replied, "I firmly promise this." The cat said, "Swear to me." And the mouse swore. The cat pulled the mouse out and let it go. Later, when the cat was hungry, it came to the mouse's hole and called for it to come out. The mouse said, "I will not." The cat replied, "Didn't you swear to me?" The mouse said, "Brother, I was drunk when I swore." This is how many people act. When they are in danger or sickness, in prison or in any peril, they make promises to improve their lives, fast, or do other such things. But once the danger is over, they forget about their vow, saying, "I was in danger, so I am not bound to keep it."
The flea?
It is said that an abbot caught a flea, saying, "Now I have you. You often pricked me, waking me from my sleep. I will never let you go, but kill you immediately." The flea said, "Holy Father, since you intend to kill me, place me in your palm, so that I may confess my sins freely. Once I have confessed, you may kill me." Moved by compassion, the abbot placed the flea in the center of his palm. The flea immediately jumped and escaped. The abbot called out loudly for the flea, but it refused to return. Many people, when in a tight spot, make promises, but when they escape, they fail to fulfill them.
Alexander in danger.
It is said of a certain Alexander that when he was at sea, he promised God that if God would bring him safely to port, he would always be good and never offend God again. When he reached the port and was safe on land, he said, "Jesus, Jesus, I have deceived you. I still do not wish to be good." The barn. He says that a barn full of grain caught fire and was about to burn down completely. Seeing this, the owner of the barn prayed, "Lord God, extinguish the fire, and I will give the grain to the poor for your love." Immediately, the fire was extinguished and the grain was saved. However, as promised, he did not distribute it to the poor, for they believe for a time, but when temptation comes, they fall away. 6:16. The contest between the wolf and the hare. A wolf and a hare met, and the wolf said, "You are the most timid of all animals. Would you dare to compete with any animal?" The hare replied, "Certainly, even with you, though you have a large body and I a small one." The wolf, indignant, said, "I'll wager 10 gold coins against one that I'll beat you." The hare agreed, provided he was assured of the wager. They both gave guarantors. This done, the wolf and hare were placed in a field to fight. The wolf ran towards the hare to catch and devour it. The hare fled, and the wolf pursued as best he could, but the hare ran faster. The wolf, now tired, stopped and threw himself on the ground. He could run no more. The hare said, "You are now defeated and prostrate on the ground." The wolf asked, "How? Won't you wait for me?" The hare replied, "Indeed, it's true. What kind of fight would it be, since you're 3 times my size? With your open mouth, you could swallow my whole head. I don't fight except with my feet, by fleeing. I've often fought dogs this way and won, and you, defeated, must pay what you owe." This dispute arose, and the lion judged that the wolf was defeated. Similarly, one who wishes to fight against Venus, lust, and the world fights more safely and certainly wins by fleeing. The man who put a serpent in his bosom. A serpent lay on frozen ground, shivering from the cold. A man, moved by pity, picked it up and placed it in his bosom to warm it. But once the serpent was warm, it bit him sharply. The man cried out, "Why did you harm me when I saved you?" The serpent replied, "Don't you know that my kind and yours are sworn enemies? I was born to hate you. Haven't you heard that a serpent in the bosom, a mouse in the bag, and fire in the lap always betray their hosts? Captured Saracens, whenever they can, kill their masters and escape. Likewise, an evil man, even if he receives kindness from someone he hates, will harm him the moment he gets the chance. As someone once said, I will hate when I can. If not, I will love unwillingly. In the same way, a wicked man will always follow his nature when given the opportunity. Therefore, never associate with a man of corrupt nature, and never put your trust in him. Note, this story is similar to number 176. 6:18. The ungrateful man and the poorly rewarded companion. A certain man showed great honor to a servant of the king. That servant then accused him alone. The man was called to court and charged. Knowing who had arranged this, he called the servant aside and said, "Did I not serve you as best I could? I never did anything to displease you. Why do you work to harm me?" The other replied, "I know well that you honored me and never did me harm. But this is our nature in this land. We always repay evil to those who have done good to us. This is the nature of the devil, who always does evil to his friends and not to others. He rewards worse those who serve him." 6:19. The mouse who wanted to marry. Once upon a time, a mouse decided to get married and thought to herself that she wanted the strongest husband. She pondered who might be the mightiest. After much thought, she concluded that the wind must be the strongest, for it knocks down cedars, towers, and houses. So she sent messengers to the wind to ask it to be her husband. The wind asked, "Why does she want to marry me?" The messengers replied, "Because you are the strongest of all creatures." The wind responded, "No, the castle of Narbonne is stronger than me. It has withstood my force for over 1,000 years, breaking my strength without ever being knocked down by me." The messengers returned with the wind's response, and the mouse said, "Since the castle is stronger, I want it to be my husband." She sent her request to the castle. The castle asked, "Why does she want to marry me?" The messengers answered, "Because you are the strongest, even mightier than the wind." The castle replied, "No, mice are stronger than I, for they bore through me all day, breaking and making paths within me." After much deliberation, the mouse realized that she should marry another mouse. Thus, many people devise grand plans and lofty goals only to end up with something much smaller and more ridiculous than they imagined. 620. The Stork and the Serpent. A stork came to the serpent's hole and called for it to come out. The serpent replied, "Who are you, daring to disturb me?" The stork said, "I am a stork, and I would gladly contend with you." The serpent retorted, "Miserable creature, with your thin, fragile legs and long, slender neck, how could you fight me? I defeated the mightiest animal, Adam, the first man created by God and his wife, and I killed many people in the desert. 100 storks like you couldn't defeat a single man. How do you presume to contend with me?" The stork replied, "Just come out of your hole and you'll see." Angered, the serpent came out hissing and with its mouth open, as if to devour the stork whole. The stork immediately struck the serpent's head with its beak, and the serpent fell, saying, "Look, you've killed me." The stork said, "Indeed, if Adam and other humans knew where your life and strength lie, and had used this technique, striking you on the head, they would never have been defeated by you." This tale teaches that one should resist at the beginning. Medicine prepared too late is useless when evils have grown strong through long delays. When you feel the first motions of lust or anger, resist immediately. A peacock, adorned with beautiful feathers and vibrant colors, stood out among the other birds. Elegant and proud, it attended a gathering of birds. A crow approached the peacock and asked for 2 feathers. The peacock responded, "What will you give me in return?" The crow replied, "I will sing your praises loudly in the presence of other birds." The peacock agreed and gave the crow the feathers. Similarly, a rook, a cuckoo, and many other birds came to the peacock, asking for feathers, which it generously gave them. Soon the peacock was completely plucked. It should have been protecting its chicks, but it could not, for it no longer had any feathers. Then the cold weather arrived and the peacock perished. Its chicks, left without it, survived as best they could. 622. The Toad and the Frog. A toad, living on land, asked a frog, who lived in the river, for some water to drink. The frog agreed and gave the toad as much water as it wanted. Later, when the frog became hungry, it asked the toad for some earth. The toad replied, "I will certainly not give you any, because I, fearing it will run out, don't even eat enough myself." The Dog and 2 Men. Variant version. A dog follows 2 men. It is not clear whose dog it is, but when they part ways, the dog follows its true master. Concerning a certain Athenian. In Athens, it was a common practice that anyone who wished to be seen as a philosopher would be severely beaten. If they endured the pain without complaint, they would be considered a philosopher. A certain man was undergoing a harsh beating. Before it was determined whether he should be acknowledged as a philosopher, he immediately cried out, "I am truly worthy to be called a philosopher." Someone responded to him, "Brother, if you had stayed silent, you would have been a philosopher." The Old Father and his Son. Another man, having an old father who was coughing, said, "This peasant, with his cough and spitting, annoys us. Throw him out and dress him in an old sheepskin." The father, with nothing else to wear, nearly died. The young son of that man took the old skin and hung it on the wall. His father asked what he intended to do with it. The son replied, "I am saving it for you when you grow old, because this is how you treat your father. From you I learn how I should behave towards your old age." Do not despise a man in his old age, for some of us grow old. The Wolf and the Fox. A wolf, meeting a fox, said, "Cousin, where are you coming from?" The fox replied, "From a fish pond, where I caught excellent fish and ate my fill." The wolf asked, "How did you catch them?" The fox said, "I put my tail in the water and held it there for a long time. The fish, thinking it was something edible or that I was dead, clung to my tail. I pulled them to shore and ate them." The wolf inquired, "Could I catch fish like that too?" The fox answered, "Certainly, since you're stronger than I am." So the wolf hurried to the pond, put his tail in the water, and held it there for a long time until it froze, as it was very cold. After a long while he tried to pull out his tail, believing many fish were attached to it. But he couldn't because of the ice that held his tail. He was stuck there until morning. People came and beat the wolf nearly to death. When he barely escaped, he cursed his cousin, who had promised him fish but delivered beatings, wounds, and near death. Once upon a time, birds discovered a nest woven from roses and aromatic flowers. The eagle declared that this nest should be given to the noblest bird. She called a gathering of all the birds of the sky and asked, "Who is the noblest bird?" The cuckoo replied, "Cuck, cuck." The eagle then asked, "Who is the swiftest bird?" Again the cuckoo answered, "Cuck, cuck." The eagle inquired further, "Who is the most beautiful bird?" The cuckoo responded, "Cuck, cuck." Finally the eagle asked, "Who is the best singer?" Once more the cuckoo said, "Cuck, cuck." Angered, the eagle exclaimed, "Wretched cuckoo, you always praise yourself. For this I pronounce the harshest judgment against you. You shall never have this nest or any other." This is why the cuckoo always lays its eggs in other birds' nests. Many people constantly commend themselves and exalt their own work. If you ask religious orders which is the best, the Franciscans say Friars Minor. The Cistercian monks claim ours is better. The Dominicans do the same, and so do others, all singing cuck, cuck, praising themselves. Similarly, many teachers declare their opinions and treatises to be superior. Soldiers and all other types of people always sing cuck, cuck, but the righteous and humble always belittle themselves. 6:27. The Nightingale and the Archer. An archer caught a small bird named Philomela. Just as he was about to kill her, she was granted a voice and said, "What good will it do you to kill me? I cannot even fill your stomach. But if you let me go, I will offer you 3 pieces of advice. If you follow them carefully, you could gain great benefit." The archer, amazed by her speech, promised to release her if she shared her advice. Philomela said, "First, never try to catch what cannot be caught. Second, never grieve over something that is lost and cannot be recovered. Third, never believe an unbelievable story. Keep these, and you will fare well." As promised, the archer released her. Philomela, flying through the air, then said, "Woe to you, man! What poor judgment you had, and what a great treasure you lost today. For inside me is a pearl larger than an ostrich egg." Upon hearing this, the archer became very sad for letting her go. He tried to catch her again, saying, "Come to my house. I will treat you with kindness and release you with honor." Philomela replied, "Now I know for certain that you are a fool. You gained nothing from what I told you. You grieve over what is lost and irrecoverable. You tried to catch me when you could not, and you believed there was a pearl so large inside me when I am not even as big as an ostrich egg. Thus fools are those who trust in idols, worshipping what they have created, and thinking that what they guard can protect them. 6:28. The Wolf, the Fox, and the Donkey. Once a wolf heard the confessions of animals. After many confessed to having committed great sins, the fox finally spoke and admitted that she had stolen and eaten many chickens without blessing them, and so on. Then the donkey came forward and confessed, saying, "I took one small bundle of hay that had fallen from someone's cart, and I did this because of the hunger I was suffering." The wolf turned to the fox and said, "You have not sinned, for it is innate and natural for you to steal chickens. But cursed be the donkey who took what belonged to another." And so, the wolf ordered the donkey to be beaten and sentenced him to be hanged, while the fox was let off unharmed. How a rustic was invited by his lord to dinner. A certain rustic was invited by his lord to a feast. Upon arriving at the gates of the lord's house, he saw stagnant water in a pit. Feeling a little thirsty, he drank from it. His stomach filled with the foul liquid, despite his companion's warning. "Brother, the Lord has prepared the best food and wine for you. Stay away from this filth." But he ignored the advice. When lunchtime arrived, he could not enjoy the finest foods. Instead, in front of everyone, he drank more of the stagnant water. The lion who invited the beasts. Once, a lion held a grand feast with other beasts. He invited many animals and served them various types of meat and many delicacies. After the celebration, the beasts returned to their homes. On the way, the wolf met a sow eating draff. The sow asked, "Where are you coming from, Isengrim?" He replied, "I come from the lion's noble feast. Were you there?" The sow inquired, "Were there beautiful dishes and many delicacies?" The wolf affirmed, "Indeed, there were many, beautiful and well prepared." The sow asked, "Was there draff or pig food?" The wolf exclaimed, "Curse you! What are you asking? God forbid such vile food should be served at such a feast." Thus are many who value nothing but draff, their own desires, good wine, or pleasures of the flesh. The scarab and the dung heap. A scarab beetle once flew through blooming almond trees, orchards, roses, lilies, and other flowers. Finally it landed in a dung heap where there were horse and cattle droppings. There it found its wife, who asked where it had been. The scarab said, "I've travelled the earth and flown across it. I've seen almond blossoms, roses, and lilies. But I've never seen a place as pleasant and delightful as this one," pointing to the dung heap. 31. The Sword of Damocles. In ancient Syracuse, a city in Sicily, there lived a king named Dionysius. He had a courtier named Damocles, who often praised the king's wealth and power. One day Dionysius said to Damocles, "Since you think my life is so pleasant, would you like to try it for yourself?" Damocles eagerly accepted. The king ordered Damocles to sit on the royal throne. Servants attended him and offered him delicious food and wine. Damocles felt happy and important. Then Dionysius told him to look up. Damocles saw a sharp sword hanging above his head, held only by a single horsehair. His joy vanished instantly. "Do you now understand what it is to be king?" Dionysius asked. "This sword hangs over my head every day. I never know when it might fall. Great power brings great danger." Damocles begged to leave and said he no longer wanted to be as fortunate as the king. 32. Julian the Apostate. Julian the Apostate, when he wanted to descend into Persia, sent a demon to the west to bring back a response about what he should do. When the demon arrived at a place where a religious man was praying, he stood there for 10 days, motionless, and could not pass because the holy man did not cease praying day and night. The demon returned without accomplishing his task. Julian asked him, "Why were you so delayed?" The demon replied, "I could not pass due to these circumstances." Then Julian, angered, said, "When I return, I will punish him." But after a few days he was killed by a soldier whom the Blessed Virgin had raised. Seeing this, a man who was with Julian became a monk. 633. The 4 kinds of trees. There are 4 kinds of trees, each representing different human characteristics. The first tree neither grows green nor bears fruit. It represents a wicked person, hardened in sin, who produces nothing good. This tree will be cut down and cast into eternal fire. The second tree sprouts leaves and flowers but bears no fruit. Like the fig tree cursed by Jesus, it represents a hypocrite. Outwardly they appear virtuous but lack true goodness. They fast, pray, and give alms for the sake of vain glory, not true virtue. The third tree bears evil fruit. As written in Matthew, every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. This represents those who openly commit evil deeds and set a bad example for others. The fourth tree bears good and lasting fruit. This represents a person who does good and perseveres in it until the end of their life. As it is said, he who perseveres to the end will be saved. The Fox and the Wolf. A fox was eating fish by the river when a hungry wolf approached and asked for a share. The fox refused, saying it wasn't fitting for the wolf to eat his leftovers. Instead, the fox offered to teach the wolf how to fish. The wolf fetched a basket from a village as instructed. The fox tied a heavy bag to the wolf's tail and told him to drag the basket across the river to catch fish. As the wolf struggled, the fox secretly threw stones into the basket to make it heavier. When the wolf couldn't move, the fox pretended the basket was full of fish and went to get help to pull it out. The fox then went to the village and alerted the villagers that the wolf, who had been eating their sheep, was now stealing fish from the river. The villagers came and attacked the wolf, who barely escaped with his tail broken off. Later, when the Lion King was ill, the wolf suggested using the fox's skin as medicine. The fox overheard this and rolled in mud before visiting the king. He told the king that the real cure was to skin the short-tailed wolf instead. The lion followed this advice, leaving the wolf without his skin while the fox escaped. This fable warns against seeking revenge through deceit and slander, as it often backfires on the vengeful party. 635. The judgments of God revealed by an angel. A devout hermit, seeing many wicked people and sinners enjoying worldly prosperity, while those who lived justly and piously suffered tribulations, infirmities, poverty, and reproach, often murmured against the Lord. God, wishing to reveal the reason for such puzzling events to his servant, sent an angel to him. The angel came and instructed the hermit to follow him. On the first night, they stayed with a pious man who loved God and lived devoutly. The man received them hospitably, offering all the necessities and serving them a drink from a cherished cup, which he valued above all worldly possessions. In the morning, the angel took the precious cup, seen only by the hermit. The following night, they stayed with a wicked man who reluctantly received them. The angel gave him the cup that had been taken. On the third night, they were received at the palace of a powerful man, where a seneschal managed all the affairs of the Lord. In the morning, the angel seized the seneschal on a bridge and threw him into a deep river, where he perished. On the fourth night, they stayed with a married man who had a newborn son. The man joyfully welcomed them and provided for their needs. At dawn, the angel strangled the infant in its cradle. The hermit, horrified and bewildered, turned to the angel and said, "Surely you are not a good angel, but a demon, for your deeds clearly show evil." The angel replied, "Brother, believe me, I am truly God's angel, sent to you so that through the deeds you have witnessed, you may understand and learn not to judge the works of God or dare to murmur against him, for it is rash and forbidden by God. I have come to reveal his will to you." The angel then explained his actions. He took the cup from the pious man to prevent his attachment to it from diminishing his love for God. He gave it to the wicked man as a reward for his hospitality, as he was deprived of eternal goods. The seneschal was killed to prevent him from accumulating further sins and suffering worse torment in hell. The infant was strangled because its parents, once charitable, had become greedy after its birth and would have been damned by their love for the child and their avarice. With these words, the angel vanished. The hermit, now fully enlightened, returned home, expelled such thoughts from his mind, and gave thanks to God in all things. The wolf and the sheep kissing each other. The king of animals summoned all the creatures and ordered that they kiss one another wherever they met, as a sign of alliance, peace, and love. Later, a wolf encountered a sheep, who had long kept her distance from him, fearing his malice. The wolf said to her, "Come, dearest, let us obey the king's recent decree," mixing in many flattering words. The sheep, not trusting his promises, replied, knowing his harmful nature, especially towards animals like herself. The wolf then agreed that he would lie on his back with his eyes closed, allowing her to kiss him without breaking the king's command. The unsuspecting sheep agreed, and when she approached and kissed him, she barely escaped his wicked jaws. She said, "Although you speak sweetly, pretending love, your habitual malice cannot be hidden in your actions." This story serves as a symbol of false lovers and those who are accustomed to causing harm. 637. The tame. A certain householder had tamed an asp so well that every day it would come out of its chamber and approach his table gently, as if seeking food without harming anyone. Over time, the asp brought 2 of its offspring with it, one of which was not yet tamed. The untamed offspring poisoned the householder's son. Witnessing this ingratitude, the mother asp cruelly killed her own offspring in front of those present. As if overcome with shame and embarrassment, she retreated to her chamber and never appeared again. 638. the ass with the privilege, the fox and the wolf. The lion decreed that all animals should appear before him. When they gathered, he asked if any animal was missing. He was told that a certain donkey was missing, leisurely grazing in a pleasant green meadow. To bring him, the lion sent the wolf, known for his strength, and the fox, known for his wisdom, on the advice of his council. Approaching the donkey, they announced that he should appear before his lord like the others, to humbly hear his decree. The donkey replied that he was protected by a privilege exempting him from all summons and decrees. The messengers asked to read his privilege, which the donkey allowed. An argument arose between the wolf and the fox about who should read it. The lot fell to the fox, who asked to be shown the privilege. The donkey said, "Read confidently under my raised right foot." As the fox approached, the donkey struck and tore out his eyes. The wolf, taking caution, said, "Those who prove to be more learned clerks are not more cautious in action." The lion represents reason, which governs all that man does. The wolf represents strength, the fox prudence, and the donkey the heavy flesh that craves delights, which scorns to obey reason and blinds and confounds prudence that comes too close. The dispute between the eagle and the rat. Aquila the eagle and Rattus the rat argued about who could see more clearly. Rattus claimed that he could see better in dark places, while Aquila boasted about his ability to see from great heights. Aquila said, "I am the king of all flying creatures. With my wings I soar higher than any bird. From the sky I can see valleys, mountains, plains, fences, forests, and ditches all at once. I can choose and take whatever I desire." Rattus replied, "Let's test your claim." Aquila agreed to carry Rattus on his shoulders, flying high into the sky. When they reached a height where Rattus could no longer see anything of the land, Aquila said, "Now I see the land, mountains, valleys, ditches, and corpses ready for plunder." Rattus, unable to see anything, asked Aquila to descend in order to prove his claims. As they neared the ground, Rattus saw a hunter setting traps. He quickly jumped off Aquila's shoulders and escaped. Aquila, still focused on the supposed corpses, was caught in the hunter's snare. Rattus rebuked Aquila, saying, "You boasted about seeing the world more clearly, yet you missed the trap set by your own kind. I saw the danger and escaped through foresight. My vision proved truer, as your poor eyesight has left you in this predicament." This story illustrates how those in high positions, symbolized by the eagle, may overlook immediate dangers due to their lofty perspective. Meanwhile, the humble and cautious, symbolized by the rat, often perceive and avoid nearby threats more effectively. 640. The Soldier and the Serpent. A knight was riding through a forest when he saw two snakes fighting. One of the snakes, near defeat, cried out, "Brave soldier, you see that I am about to die. Help me and I will repay you." The knight got off his horse and used his lance to separate the two snakes, saving the weaker one. After being saved, the snake climbed up the soldier's lance and tried to strangle him. The soldier cried out, "Vicious creature, why do you attack me after I helped you?" The snake replied, "I am repaying you as promised. This is the way of the world, evil for good." The soldier protested, but the snake suggested that they seek judgment from the first three animals they came across. They agreed, and soon they met an old horse. After hearing the story, the horse said, "I served my master faithfully for many years, but now that I am old and weak, I have been cast aside. This is how the world repays kindness." Next, they came across an old ox who told a similar story of long years of service, only to be neglected in old age. The snake turned to the soldier and said, "You see, soldier, this is the judgment of the wise." Finally, they met a clever fox. The fox listened to their story and suggested that they reenact their positions, the soldier on horseback with his lance and the snake on the ground. Once they were in position, the fox gave his judgment. "Soldier, ride free and avoid meddling with the wicked. Snake, return to your nature, crawl on your belly and eat dust." This story shows that even when good people help the unjust, they may face malice in return. However, it also demonstrates that wisdom and prudence can overcome such ingratitude and restore justice. 641. The Wolf and the Priest. A wolf came to a donkey to confess, eyeing it with one eye while keeping the other on the priest and the nearby sheep. He said to the priest, Grant me swift penance, for I have matters to attend to. I see a flock of sheep on that mountain, and they are already starting to descend. This happened on his last day, as he was preparing to leave this world. Many people act in a similar way, only seeking repentance on the last day of Lent. When they bow before the priest, women and others look at him with one eye, their minds still on worldly matters. They do not truly wish to leave the land of sin and enter the realm of purity. The beneficial nature of weakness. A soldier, afflicted with an illness, sought a religious man and asked him to pray to God for his deliverance from the disease. The religious man asked, "Tell me, brother, in which state do you turn your thoughts more towards God? Is it when you are healthy or when you are suffering from illness?" The soldier replied, "When illness troubles me, I sigh for God with all my heart. But when I feel healthy, I yearn entirely for worldly matters." The religious man responded, "Then I pray that God may keep you in the state where you fear him." 643, a note about the monkey and the master. It is told of a certain man who kept a monkey in his shop. This monkey was so clever that no one could steal anything from the shop without being noticed by it. One day, a merchant came and claimed he could steal something from the shop, even with the monkey guarding it. The shopkeeper made a deal with the merchant for a certain sum of money to see if this was true. The merchant entered the shop and began making various gestures in front of the monkey, opening his mouth, bending his nose, and closing his eyes with 2 fingers. The monkey, wanting to imitate him, also closed its eyes with 2 fingers. While the monkey's eyes were shut, the merchant stole some money. When the shopkeeper saw how the monkey had been tricked, he struck it and explained that it had been deceived by the merchant. The next day, the merchant returned and tried to trick the monkey in the same way by closing its eyes with 2 fingers. However, this time, the monkey forcefully opened its eyes wide with 2 fingers instead, showing that it would not be fooled again. This story illustrates how even cleverness can be outwitted, but also how experience can lead to wisdom. 644. The Buzzard and the Hawk. A buzzard laid one of her eggs in a hawk's nest. The hawk, believing it to be her own, incubated it alongside her own eggs. When the egg hatched, the hawk raised the young buzzard as if it were one of her brood. The hawk's chicks were careful to cast their droppings outside the nest, but the young buzzard soiled it. Noticing this, the hawk asked her young, "Who is fouling the nest like this?" All of them denied responsibility, saying, "Not I." Eventually, after closer examination, the hawk's chicks pointed to the buzzard chick with its large head and said, "It's that one." Angered by this discovery, the hawk seized the young buzzard by its head and threw it out of the nest. She exclaimed, "I hatched you from an egg, but I could not change your nature." As Horace wrote, "Naturam expellus furca, tamen usque recurret." You may drive out nature with a pitchfork, yet she will always return. 645. The Lion and the Unicorn. The lion pretended to be sick and limped up to the unicorn, his chief enemy, and greeted him. He said, "Whatever has happened between us up until now, let it be forgotten. I can no longer harm anyone, as you can see, for I am old and weakened by many illnesses. But before I die, I deeply wish to speak one last time with my wife, who is in the desert. I ask you, if you would be so kind, to lend me your horn so that I can use it as a walking stick on my journey, because your horn is long and strong. I will return it to you as soon as I reach my wife. I give you my word on that." The unicorn believed the lion's words and, moved by his supposed suffering, kindly lent him his horn, leaving himself defenseless. The lion then moved forward and attacked. He seriously wounded the unicorn with the unicorn's own horn, and thus defeated him. A capon, sensing that his time for slaughter was near, started avoiding the farmhands and servants like they were carrying knives. One day, as the master approached, the capon bolted like his feathers were on fire. A hawk, perched nearby, tilted his head and asked, "Why are you running like someone's chasing you with a pot of boiling water?" Panting and out of breath, the capon replied, "Whenever the master gets close, bad things happen. Last time he gave me the look. You know, the dinner is you look." The hawk burst out laughing and said, "Bad things, buddy, I'm a hawk. I am the bad thing. You think I lose sleep over that? The merchant and his wife. A merchant lived with his wife in a cottage by the shore. His long voyages often kept him away from home for months. After one particularly lengthy journey, the merchant returned to find his wife with an infant child. Surprised and displeased, he questioned her, as he had been at sea for nearly a year. The wife explained, "This is not your son. He's a miracle, a snow child. One winter day, returning from church, I slipped on ice and fell into a snowbank. 9 months later, I gave birth to this snow child. Isn't he wonderful?" The merchant had to admit the child was indeed a wonder, with his bleached white hair and skin. He seemed to accept this new family member. Years later, on a hot summer's day, the merchant announced to his wife, "I'm going to the market in the next village. I'll take the snow child for an outing." That evening, the merchant returned alone. "Where is our son?" asked the anxious mother. "Something terrible happened," the husband replied. "We were walking across a broad meadow in the hot sun, and the husband hesitated. He melted." The man, the boy, and the donkey. A man and his son were taking their donkey to the market. As they walked beside it, a passerby remarked, "How foolish! What's a donkey for if not to ride?" So the man put his son on the donkey. Soon after, they passed some men, one of whom commented, "Look at that lazy boy riding while his father walks." The man then told his son to get off, and he rode the donkey himself. Not long after, they encountered 2 women. One said to the other, "Shame on that man for riding while his poor son walks." Unsure what to do, the man finally had his son sit in front of him on the donkey. When they reached town, people began to mock them. The man asked why, and someone replied, "Aren't you ashamed of overloading that poor donkey with yourself and your big son?" The man and boy dismounted, pondering their next move. Eventually, they cut a pole, tied the donkey's feet to it, and carried the animal on their shoulders. People laughed as they passed. At the bridge to the market, the donkey kicked free one foot, causing the boy to drop the pole. In the struggle, the donkey fell over the bridge and drowned, its feet still bound. An old man who had been following them said, "That will teach you. Try to please everyone, and you'll please no one." 49. The Donkey and the Grammarian. A certain grammarian boasted that he was so skilled in his craft that, if given proper payment, he could teach not only boys but even a donkey. A prince, hearing this man's audacity, asked him if he would be confident in teaching a donkey to read and write within 10 years for 50 gold pieces. The impudent man replied that he would not refuse to be put to death if, after 10 years, the donkey couldn't read and write. Hearing this, the grammarian's friends were amazed and criticized him for promising to do something not only difficult but impossible. They feared that, when the time was up, the prince would have him killed. The grammarian, however, responded, "Before this time elapses, either the donkey will die, or the prince, or I." This story suggests that in times of danger, delay can sometimes be a helpful solution. The rustic seeking to cross a river. A countryman needed to cross a river. He searched up and down to find the best place to ford it. After trying different spots, he made an observation. Where the water flowed smoothly, it was deepest. Where it made the most noise, it was shallowest. There's more danger in a reserved and silent enemy than in a noisy, babbling one. 651. The Fly on the Chariot Wheel. A fly sat on the axle of a chariot during a race. As the chariot moved, the fly looked at the dust it was raising and boasted, "Look at the dust I'm raising." The chariot kept speeding along, but the fly thought it was causing the great stir. It didn't realize that the dust was actually caused by the wheels and the horses, not by its tiny presence. This fable teaches us that some people who think they are very important fail to see that they are insignificant in the grand scheme of things. They imagine they are the source of great effects, but in reality they are just small players in a much larger picture. 652. Out of the frying pan into the fire. Several fish were being fried in hot oil. One fish said to the others, "We must jump out to save ourselves." The other fish agreed and leaped out of the pan. However, they landed on hot coals below. As they lay dying, they cursed their foolish friend, saying, "We thought we had escaped one danger, only to meet a worse fate." This tale warns that in trying to avoid present dangers, we may fall into even greater peril. 653. The Lion's Son and the Man. A lion warned his son not to fight humans, but the young lion ignored his father's words. When he grew up, he ventured out and saw oxen in a field. He asked them, "Are you humans?" "No," they replied. "We only bear the yoke humans put on us." Then he saw a horse and asked, "Are you a human?" "Not at all," said the horse. "I am a horse, but I serve humans." Later he spotted someone in the forest splitting wood with wedges. "You must be a human," the lion said. "Then fight me." "Gladly," the man replied, "but first help me split this tree." Eagerly, the lion dug his claws into the tree's crack to remove the wedge. But as he did, the wedge fell out and the wood snapped shut, trapping his paw. He struggled with all his strength and finally tore himself free, his paws bleeding. Limping back to his father, he said, "Father, if I had listened to your advice, I wouldn't have lost my claws." 654. The Fox and the Moon. One night a fox was walking along a stream. He saw the moon's reflection in the water and mistook it for a wheel of cheese. Hoping to reach it, he began lapping up the water, thinking that once the stream dried up, the cheese would be his. He kept drinking and drinking until he drowned. The Fox Announcing Peace. A fox once saw a rooster perched in a tree. "Come down," the fox called. "I want to talk with you about many things. It's been so long since we last met." "How kind of you," the rooster replied, "but I feel safer up here." "Haven't you heard the news?" said the fox. "All animals have declared peace. From now on, we are all friends." The rooster said nothing but kept looking into the distance. "What are you staring at?" the fox asked. "If I'm not mistaken," the rooster said, "I see hunting dogs running this way." "If that's true," the fox said, "I'd better leave at once." "Wait," the rooster called. "Why not stay a little longer? Aren't all animals at peace now?" "That's true," the fox replied, "but perhaps the hounds haven't heard the news yet." 656. The Wolf and the Boatman. A wolf, wanting to cross into another land, came to a river and asked a boatman to take him across. "I'll give you whatever you want," said the wolf. "Just let me aboard." The boatman agreed and told him to step in. The boat pushed off from the shore. Then the wolf asked, "What payment should I give you?" "Tell me 3 truths," the boatman replied. The wolf agreed and immediately said, "He who does good, does well." Halfway across the river, he spoke the second. "He who does not, does worse." The boatman asked for the third. The wolf said, "I don't have it ready, but I'll think of one as we reach the shore." As they neared the bank, the wolf suddenly leapt from the boat. Standing safely on dry land, he said, "Any good done for the wicked is completely wasted." 67. The Wolf, the Crow, and the Ram. A wolf once saw a crow perched on a ram. With a deep sigh, he said, "That crow is lucky, born under a good sign. No matter where he sits, no matter what he says or does, no one speaks ill of him. But if I were in his place, everyone who saw me would shout and rush to chase me away, as if they were saving the ram." 658. The Wolf and the Priest. A priest taught a wolf the alphabet. The priest said A, and the wolf repeated it. The priest said B, and the wolf repeated it. The priest said C, and the wolf repeated it. "Now put them together and make syllables," said the priest. The wolf replied, "I don't know how to make syllables." "Then say whatever sounds best to you," said the priest. The wolf thought for a moment and then said, "Lamb." The priest sighed. "What is in the heart comes out through the mouth," he said. 2 wolves met and talked about how humans hate wolves by nature and drive them away, even when they mean no harm. One said, "Humans have never seen us do anything good, but if they witness us doing good just once, they might believe we always mean well. Let's leave the forest and help them gather their sheaves." So they left the woods and went to a field. They gathered the sheaves, just as they had planned. But as soon as the humans saw wolves in the field, they cried out and chased them away. The wolves were startled. "Why do they shout at us?" one said. "We were doing good, not harm." "Let's go back," said the other. "We should just act as we always have. Whether we do good or evil, humans will always hate us." 660. The Monkey and the Bear. A monkey, who loved her offspring more than any other animal, was once holding her baby in her arms and showing it to a bear. The bear suddenly attacked the monkey, snatched the baby, and devoured it. The monkey, overwhelmed with grief, began to plot her revenge. She gathered wood and, under the cover of night, arranged it in a circle around the tethered bear. Then, setting it alight, she burned the bear, who had previously disregarded any harm the monkey could inflict with her strength. Many servants, when wronged, have sometimes killed their masters or set fire to their houses. 661. The deer, the fawn, and the archer. A deer was instructing her fawn in the pastures when they encountered a hunter. She said, "This is the one you must fear the most." The fawn replied, "I know him, but he's not to be feared." I saw he was afraid. When he dismounted his horse, he placed it between us because he was scared. I also noticed his fear as he moved stealthily, hiding in dense thickets. "But what's that he's carrying in his hand?" The mother answered, "That curved wood is very dangerous, and what's held in the middle of the string is most fearsome." The young one asked, "If they're so dangerous, why does he pull them towards himself with all his might?" The mother explained, "The more he draws them to himself, the faster they'll reach us." 662. The hare desiring horns. A hare saw a deer, magnificent with its large body and upright antlers. Unhappy with his own small stature, the hare approached Jupiter, wishing to complain about his humble condition. He said to Jupiter, "As you are the creator and lord, I complain about my lowly state. While other beasts pride themselves on nature's various gifts, I have nothing but the swiftness of my feet for flight. I ask you, Creator, to give me horns like those of the deer." Jupiter granted his wish, but with his forehead burdened by the horns, the hare could no longer run and could barely crawl. He had asked for more than he could bear. Thus many yearn for great honours, but when they attain them, they become more worthless than before, unable to manage their newfound status. 63. The hedgehog and the wolf. Stealing a sheep. A wolf and a hedgehog in alliance came to a farm and stole a sheep. The wolf, carrying the sheep, fled, leaving his companion behind. But the hedgehog called out to the wolf, "You could at least give me a farewell kiss." The wolf approached and kissed him. The hedgehog, seizing the wolf's lips with his teeth, clung on. As the dogs gave chase, the wolf was forced to carry his clinging companion. The wolf said, "Let me go, or we'll both be caught." The hedgehog replied, "Such faithful companions should either escape together or be captured together." They reached the forest, and seeing he could escape, the hedgehog released his grip. "Go," said the wolf, "you miserable creature. I'll flee into the forest's hiding places to save myself." The hedgehog responded, "You're shamefully breaking our pact, returning to the sheep and leaving me behind." Thus it happens that the deceiver deceives himself. The hedgehog and the trapped wolf. A wolf and a hedgehog formed an alliance. One day, the wolf, walking carelessly, stepped into a trap and got caught by the foot. He asked his friend, the hedgehog, to help him faithfully, as a good companion should. The hedgehog responded, "I cannot help you until the saints who have bound you release you. I believe you have made many vows to atone for your excesses, such as abstaining from meat and similar things, which you have not properly fulfilled. They have become offended and allowed you to fall into this snare. You must seek their favor. If you obtain it, I may be able to help you. Otherwise, I cannot, for I dare not oppose divine will." 6 of 65. The hedgehog and the deer. There was a contest between a hedgehog and a deer to see who could cross the meadow faster. "Alas," said the hedgehog, "it's impossible for me to win." Complaining and crying, he returned home. When his wife saw him grieving, she asked what was wrong. The hedgehog explained the situation. His wife replied, "You know well that we are so alike that no one can tell us apart. So, here's a plan. You and the deer will start together, but I will be at the finish line. When the deer runs to me, I will shout, 'I arrived faster, so I deny you the meadows.' This will tire and deceive the deer." The hedgehogs followed this plan, and the deer, contrary to its expectations, left the meadow defeated. 666. The badger and the piglets. There was a great abundance of acorns, and pigs were sent with shepherds to the woods. A badger, a native of the forest who usually lived on acorns, saw the pigs devouring them and joined them, claiming to be of the same kind and therefore deserving to share in their pastures. But when he later saw the fattened pigs being slaughtered, fearing the same fate for himself, He said to the butchers, "You should not harm me, for I am by nature and breed a dog not fit for human consumption." He showed them his claws as proof and began to scratch the ground like a dog. 6667. The Mouse, the Cat, and the Rooster. A mouse instructed her daughter not to leave their hole. However, the daughter went out and saw a rooster scratching through the straw with his feet and crowing loudly. She was frightened. She also saw a cat near the fireplace, approaching her slowly and gently. Without waiting, she ran back into the hole, trembling. When her mother found her shaking, the daughter explained what she had seen. The rooster seemed like a devil, and the cat like a hermit. The mother said, "Do not fear the one who seems so evil, but beware of the one who appears saintly." 6668. The Rats, Mice, and Cat. A cat sat on top of a furnace, wearing a mitre and leaning on his staff. Calling the mice and rats, he declared himself a bishop and ordered them to bow for his blessing and become obedient to him. An old rat replied, "I would rather die a pagan than be made a Christian under your hand." Then the mice and rats, fleeing from his blessing, hid in their burrows. The cat, taking off his mitre, gave up his bishopric. The Donkey and the Wolf together. A wolf met a donkey and said, "Oh, brother donkey, I will eat you." The donkey replied, "Do as you please, but I don't want you to eat me here on the road. If you do, the neighbours will see and say, 'How did our little donkey let himself be eaten by a wolf?' Let's go into the forest. Tie me by the chest as if I were your servant, and I will tie you by the neck as if you were my master. Then lead me to the depths of the forest and eat me there." The wolf agreed. "Let's do that." They went on, and the wolf tied the donkey by the chest, while the donkey tied the wolf by the neck. The donkey then began walking toward his master's house. When the wolf realized the trick, he tried to retreat, but the donkey forcefully dragged him to his master's door. The master and his entire household came out and beat the wolf nearly to death. The Horse and the Thorns. A hungry horse saw a field of grain, but didn't notice the thorns blocking the way until he felt the severe pain from the wounds in his belly. Thus the greedy see what they desire, but not considering the thorny obstacles, they rush toward their profits and end up with losses instead of gains. 671. The Horse and its Master. A farmer had only one horse. He thought that if he had another, he could plough better and tend his field more effectively. So he prayed to God, made offerings and gave alms, hoping to acquire another horse through divine favour. While he frequently made these vows, tiring God with his prayers, a thief happened to steal his only horse. After losing his horse, the man changed his vows and prayers, saying, "Lord God, if you return the stolen horse, I will no longer knock on your gates for another." The Ox and the Wolf. An ox seeking pasture in a valley saw a wolf approaching nearby. Unable to flee, the ox said, "Behold, I am ready for your wishes. I only ask one favour from you. Let me climb this mountain and pray to the Lord there for my soul and your well-being. Once done, I will immediately come down to you." The wolf replied, "Go, but pray briefly and be careful not to linger there." The ox climbed to the mountain top and bellowed so terribly that his roar alerted the shepherds to the threat of a wolf approaching the flocks. Hearing this, the shepherds rushed over with their dogs, who tore the wolf apart with dreadful bites. Howling, the wolf said to the ox, "Brother, you prayed badly for me." The ox replied, "I knew I would get no mercy from you, so I had to be concerned for myself." The ox hauling manure. A farmer placed a yoke on his ox and used a cart to haul manure. He prodded the ox's sides with a sharp goad and gave it a heavy load to pull. The ox turned and began to reproach his master for all the services he had rendered and how much he had sweated in cultivating his fields. He said, "I have often helped with your work. I have tilled your lands usefully since my youth, and now you compel me to laboriously haul this filth." The man responded, "I ask you, who piled up this manure?" The ox said, "I did. I trampled it with my feet." "Therefore," said the master, "since you accumulated the filth, you should not be reluctant to laboriously remove it." 674. The ram dressed in a dog's skin. A certain head of household had a flock of sheep, and a very large and fierce dog stayed with them for protection. Eventually, the dog died. An arrogant ram said to the shepherds, "Remove my wool and cut off my horns, then dress me in the dead dog's skin, and I will frighten all the wolves by sight." When the wolves came as usual, as soon as they saw the ram from afar, dressed in the dog's skin, they fled in great fear. But one day a very hungry wolf came, took a lamb and fled. As the ram pursued more urgently, thorns placed near the road tore the dog's skin that the ram was wearing, and suddenly the sheep's skin appeared. Seeing this, the wolf understood the trick and immediately killed and ate him. This fable teaches that the foolish and weak should not rashly presume to deceive the wise and strong through trickery. A wolf came across two rams fighting in a meadow and said, "I will eat one of you." One of the rams replied, "Do as you wish. But first, judge fairly between us. This meadow belonged to our ancestors, and we are fighting because we don't know how to divide it." The wolf said, "I'll do as you wish if you tell me the method." Then one ram said, "Stand in the middle of the meadow, Lord. I will go to one end, and the other will go to the other. Whichever of us reaches you first gets the meadow, and you can eat the other." The wolf agreed. "Do so." The rams went to opposite ends of the meadow and charged at the wolf with great speed. They hit him from both sides so hard that he was covered in blood. With his ribs broken, the rams left, leaving him half dead. 676. The goats in the oven and the wolf. A wolf saw goats standing on an oven and said, "Thank the gods for seeing such a delicious meal." He began to approach them, but when the goats saw him coming, they hid inside the oven. The wolf, coming before the furnace, said, "Greetings, sisters. Surely I will eat my fill of you." The goats replied, "Listen, Lord, we came here only to celebrate sacred rites. Please allow us to sing. Afterwards, when the rites are finished, we will come out and do as you please." The wolf, pretending to be a priest, began to howl loudly before the oven. The villagers, hearing the wolf's howls, came out with clubs and dogs and beat him nearly to death. He barely escaped, half alive. 677. The Goat and His Shadow. A wolf was chasing a goat who climbed to a high rock. The wolf besieged him, and after 3 days, when the wolf was hungry and the goat thirsty, they both left. The wolf first to find food, and the goat later to drink. After drinking his fill, the goat saw his reflection in the water and said, "What a beautiful beard and large horns I have, yet the wolf chases me. From now on, I will resist him." The wolf, silently behind him, heard all these words. Sinking his teeth firmly into the goat's thigh, he said, "What's this you're saying, brother goat?" The goat, realizing he was caught, said, "Oh, my lord wolf, I beg for mercy. I acknowledge my fault, for a goat talks nonsense after drinking." But the wolf didn't spare him and devoured him. 678. The sow, her piglets, and the wolf. A wolf found a sow with her piglets grazing and said, "I will eat some of your piglets, my sister." The sow replied, "Do as you wish, but I ask that they first be washed in pure water, for they are not clean according to our custom. Then you can eat them as you wish." The wolf said, "Show me the fountain." The sow led him to a canal that flowed water into a mill and said, "Behold the sacred fountain." The wolf, standing at the top of the canal and pretending to be a priest, tried to grab a piglet and dip it in the water. Then the sow, with a loud grunt, violently pushed the wolf through the middle of the canal. The force of the water carried him to a wooden wheel, and the wheel's spokes severely crushed his limbs. 679. The Boar and the Wolf. A small boar lived among a herd of pigs. Filled with pride, he spun in circles, grunting and making noise. When no one feared him, he angrily said, "What good is it for me to stay here?" He moved among a flock of lambs and stood in their midst, turning in circles and grunting loudly. The frightened lambs all fled. The boar said, "This is where I should stay." One day a wolf came to the lambs. Seeing him from a distance, they all ran away. However, the boar did not bother to flee. The wolf caught him and carried him into the forest. By chance, they came upon a herd of pigs. The boar, recognizing them, cried out loudly. The pigs, knowing his voice, rose up together against the wolf and rescued their brother. Then the boar, full of shame, said, "In good times and bad, you should always stay with your own kind." The Dog in the Manger and the Ox. A dog was lying in a manger full of hay. An ox came to eat the hay, but the dog immediately stood up and barked loudly. The ox said, May the gods destroy you with your envy, for you neither eat the hay yourself, nor allow me to eat it. 681. The Eagle and the Old Vulture. A greedy vulture, now weakened by old age, sick and featherless, secretly snatched the eagle's chicks and lay in her nest, hoping the mother would feed him instead of her young. He hid there for a long time. The eagle, puzzled by the delay, often tried to drive him away, but he blamed nature for the delay. One day a great storm arose and thunder terrified the world. When sunlight returned after the rain, the eagle cried out, shaking her wet feathers, "I have never seen such a violent storm, though my age is often renewed." The foolish vulture replied, "I've seen far worse," and with these words quickly hid in fear. It is said the eagle responded, "Since no one can be born before their mother, how can you be older than me? Answer, fool, since you've given yourself away, why try to hide? Get out!" And she tore him from the nest and ripped him apart. 682. The Heron and the Hawk. The eagle was angry with the hawk, and on her orders the other birds chased him as he fled bay. The hawk hid in a cave to escape death. The birds waited outside, and when he didn't come out after a long time, they wondered how to draw him out. They decided the heron should go in and seize him. But as the heron pecked at him with her beak, the hawk grabbed her extended neck and held her captive. Overcome with fear, she defecated, soiling the birds below. Finally, freeing her neck, she decided to cross the sea and set off. A crow met her and asked where she was going. The heron said, "Shame drives me from my homeland, and I hurry to cross the seas." The crow replied, "You'll return home in disgrace, for wherever you flee, your rear end will always follow you." 683. The Sparrow and the Statue. A statue of a man stood in a field, with a bow drawn to destroy birds. Large and small birds, seeing this image, immediately fled and didn't dare to seek food in the field. Then a bold sparrow, seeing this, approached the statue, but it did not move. He got closer to its feet, and still it did not move. He climbed onto its head, and it didn't move. He flew onto the bow and arrow, and nothing happened. Finally, he flew onto its nose and defecated on its mouth, and the other birds followed suit. 684. The Cuckoo and the Small Bird. Once, when the birds gathered to choose a king, they heard the distant voice of a cuckoo singing. All the birds praised the melodious voice, but didn't know which bird had made the sound. They agreed that a bird with such eloquence would be worthy of ruling. So they sent a small bird to observe the cuckoo's appearance. The small bird came and perched on a tree next to the cuckoo. Wanting to test the cuckoo's character, the small bird defecated on its back, but the cuckoo didn't move at all. The small bird returned to the council and, disgusted by the cuckoo's indifference, reported its dishonor to the other birds. "How," it said, "can the cuckoo defend itself against a large bird when it didn't even dare resist me, the smallest of birds? We should not choose such a one as our leader, but instead someone wise, strong, and brave." With everyone's agreement, they made the eagle their king, judging it worthy of rule. 685. The Dove and the Wolf. A wolf saw a wild dove gathering twigs and said, "I see you collecting wood all day, but I've never seen you have a good house or make a good fire." The dove replied, "Ever since we've been neighbors, I've seen you dragging and gathering sheep, but I've never seen you better dressed or with a larger family." Ye doves, the eagle, and the hawk. We have it from ancient tradition that the eagle is king of all birds. Once it perched at the top of an oak tree. The hawk, called the judge of birds, sat below the eagle on a branch closer to the ground. On the ground, doves played with light wing flapping, satiated with grains of wheat. The hawk spoke to them. "What audacity gives you the confidence to frolic so in my presence, who am called your judge and master? Know for certain that if the eagle, our king, were not sitting above me, I would quickly involve you in other games. It is useful for a judge to be subject to a higher power, by whose fear he restrains his anger within its proper limits." 687. The Dragon and the Man. A dragon formed a friendship pact with a man, and they lived together. It happened that the dragon entrusted its treasures to the man's care. Later, the cunning dragon, wanting to test its companion's loyalty, brought out an egg and said, "There is another treasure of mine, not much less than these, which you must see and guard. So guard this egg in good faith, because my life and all my well-being depend on it." Having said this, the dragon went on its way, leaving the man to guard its possessions. But the man, greedy for gold, thought about obtaining the treasure for himself and decided to break the egg, in which he believed the dragon's life resided. He carried out his plan without delay. Therefore, when the dragon returned hurriedly to its companion and found the egg broken, it openly recognized its companion's lack of faith. The beetle flying high. A beetle, leaving its dung heap well fed, saw an eagle soaring high above. It said to its companions, "Behold the eagle, fierce of beak and talons, strong in body, swift of wing. At will, it ascends to the clouds and swiftly descends as it pleases. We, however, are counted neither among worms nor birds. Yet the eagle is neither sweeter in voice nor brighter in colour than I. Henceforth, I shall not enter the dung heap. Instead, I will join the birds and fly with them everywhere." Then, rising high, it began to buzz with an ugly sound. As it tried to follow the eagle in the heights, unable to withstand the harsher air, it fell, shaken and stunned, far beyond its usual bounds. There, in danger of starvation, it said sadly, "I wouldn't care whether I was considered a worm or a bird, if only I could return to my old dung heap." 689. The beetle and the wolf. A wolf was sleeping with its rear end open. A beetle entered and began to tickle the sleeper. The wolf, sensing an enemy inside, feared great danger. The beetle then exited the way it came. The wolf was indignant that such a tiny creature had caused it fear, and a battle was promised. The wolf summoned the beasts, who chose a stag as their leader. But the wolf warned his allies, "O noble beasts, do not fear the strength of these tiny creatures. Just take care they don't enter our rear ends." So each tied a board to its backside. Wasps, bees, flies, and the beetle leader himself arrived. The stag, experiencing the fiercest enemy's weapons, released wind with a sound, breaking the board. Thus the leader turned tail, shattering the board in which the entire army's strength was trusted. So the whole army is easily shaken when it sees its leader turn tail. The beetle and the thief. A notorious thief, exhausted from his nightly rounds, came to a meadow adorned with flowers and grass. Delighted by the pleasant spot, he lay down in the grass. But as sleep overcame him, a beetle immediately entered him through his lower regions. The thief, feeling the discomfort of his unwelcome guest, quickly awoke and began to feel pain. He went to the doctors, who said he was pregnant. This strange and astonishing news spread throughout the neighbourhood, and those who heard were amazed and greatly afraid, saying it portended evil. They watched the labouring and groaning thief, sitting around him to see the outcome and the danger it seemed to foretell. As he groaned and cried out as if about to give birth, behold, the beetle, exhausted from its long struggle, came out the way it had entered. And so the beetle, a stimulator of horses, was found to be a stimulator of the thief. A villager once caught a mountain dwarf. To be released, the dwarf offered the man 3 wishes. The wife asked her husband to let her choose, claiming she knew better what to wish for. The man granted his wife 2 wishes. She waited for the right moment to make her wish. One day she was gnawing on a ram's backbone. Unable to reach the marrow she craved, she handed the bone to her husband and said, "I wish you had an iron beak to easily extract this marrow." Instantly, her husband sat there with an iron beak. Then the wife said, "I wish your face was without the beak." Immediately, her husband sat there without the beak, but also without a nose. Then he said to his wife, "I wish my face was as it was before." Thus their wishes brought them no benefit. 692. The condemned man choosing a tree. A foolish man, condemned to be hanged, was granted the right to choose the tree from which he would be suspended. Led through the woods, he found no tree that pleased him for hanging, and thus he was freed. 693. The peasant raised in dung. A peasant raised in smoke and animal dung passed by an apothecary where aromatic spices were being ground. Unable to bear the smell, he collapsed, half dead, and could not recover or be comforted until he was carried home and returned to the stench of smoke and dung. 694. The ploughman and the hunter. A hunter with dogs was chasing a small hare. As the hare fled, it happened to pass by a ploughman. The ploughman struck it with his staff, hid it under a furrow, and covered it with earth. Later, the hunter approached from afar and called out, "Ploughman, did you see a hare pass by?" The ploughman replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." The hunter lamented, "Oh, how good it would have been with pepper." Then the ploughman, prodding his oxen with a goad, said, "Go on, for it will be excellent with salt." 695. The Hermit and the Mouse. A hermit, wanting to test his servant's faithfulness, hid a mouse under a vessel and said to the servant, "I must go visit my fellow brothers. You will remain to guard the cell. If you need to take anything, nothing is forbidden to you. But do not touch or move that overturned vessel there. I don't want you to know what's underneath it." When the master left, the servant wondered about the forbidden object. He thought he could easily find out without his master knowing. Approaching the vessel, he carelessly removed it and freed the hidden mouse. When the hermit returned, he immediately asked the servant if he had seen the vessel's secret. The servant said, "I did see it, but I wish I hadn't." 696. The Unruly Wife and Her Husband. A woman, while crossing a river in a boat, met with a bitter fate and lost her life in the middle of the waters. Her husband hurried to find her lifeless body so he could give proper funeral honours to his dear wife's remains. A crowd gathered unaware of the tragic event and was travelling along the bank of the deadly river. "Have you seen any trace of my wife?" the husband asked. One person replied, "We haven't seen anything." To find her drowned body, sail downstream in a light boat where the current flows swiftly over the shallow ford. "Don't look there," another said with a smile. "Instead, turn your boat around and go upstream. No matter how fast the river carried her away, her rebellious nature would have compelled the stubborn woman to go against the current." The Angry Lion. Once, a lion, enraged and consumed by hatred, was searching for another lion that had escaped, intending to kill it. He came upon a well and looked into it. There he saw his own reflection in the water. Believing it to be the enemy he sought, he leaped in and perished. Those who are consumed by fury often harm themselves more than they harm others. 698. The Lion's Feast. A lion prepared an elaborate banquet for the other wild animals, which included chickens, thrushes, and other birds, both roasted and boiled. The dog, cat, and other carnivorous animals greatly enjoyed this feast. However, the herbivores who fed on grass and barley found the meal unappetizing. This fable highlights how difficult it is to satisfy the diverse tastes of the masses. 699. The Lion and His Battle Line. The lion, king of the quadrupeds, was preparing for battle against the birds. As he arranged his battle lines, the bear asked him how the donkey's laziness or the hare's timidity could contribute to victory, seeing them among the other soldiers. The lion replied, "The donkey will rally the soldiers to battle with the sound of his trumpet, while the hare, with his swift feet, will act as a messenger." This fable shows that no one is so insignificant that they cannot be useful in some way. 700. The Lion King and His Royal Court. Once, King Lion decided to review the various species of animals under his rule. He ordered each type to send representatives to him. A letter sealed with the royal seal was circulated, informing everyone that the king would host his subjects for a full month, with a grand feast prepared. Through this generosity, the king displayed his power to his subjects. The animals arrived at the royal court. But what kind of court was it? A charnel house, whose stench was enough to make them nauseous. The bear, disgusted, closed his nostrils. Offended by the bear's reaction, the lion banished the fastidious bear to Pluto's realm. The monkey, applauding the lion's anger and praising his foul-smelling den with excessive flattery, was punished for the insincere praise. This Lion King was much like Caligula. The fox, standing nearby, said, "What do you smell? Tell me and don't pretend." The fox then added, "Please excuse me, for I have a cold and have lost my sense of smell." Thus the fox managed to extricate herself. The lion, the fox, and the monkey. The lion, having gained power over the animals, commanded that those without the honor of a tail be exiled from his kingdom. The fox, frightened, began gathering her belongings in preparation for exile. The monkey, also preparing to leave, reassured her, saying, "The edict doesn't apply to you, as you have enough tail to survive." "You speak the truth," replied the fox, "and your advice is sound. But how do I know whether the lion will count me among those without a tail? This fable teaches that those living under a tyrant, even if innocent, are often punished as though guilty. The Caught Lion and the Fox. A lion, caught in a snare, struggled with all his strength to break free. The harder he pulled, the tighter the snare became. A fox, passing by and observing this, said, "My king, you will not escape by strength, but by cunning. The snare needs to be loosened and untied, not pulled." When the lion followed her advice and loosened the snare, he was immediately freed and escaped. This fable shows that intelligence is far superior to brute force. Low Son, the Bears and the Foxes. A lion had 3 sons. After their mother died, the lion sought another wife. He entrusted the kingdom to his eldest son and left. The son married a bear's daughter. The father also got engaged to a fox's daughter and prepared to return to his kingdom for the wedding. But the son told his father to find another kingdom, as this one should be his. Troubled, the father informed his fiancée's parents. The foxes came, and war was declared. The foxes, relying more on their cunning than weapons, ordered deep pits to be dug and covered with honey-coated branches. On the appointed day, the lion's son arrived with a large army of bears. But as soon as the bears smelled the honey, they approached the coated branches and fell into the pits. Thus, victory went to the father, and he reclaimed the kingdom that had been denied to him. Tash 704. The Fox and Her Wishes. A fox, about to enter a farmer's house where she had heard chickens, wished for the hole she had to pass through to be wider. But later, as she fled with a stolen chicken and heard a dog barking, she prayed to the gods that the hole would be narrow so the dog couldn't get out. This fable shows that mortals change their wishes according to their circumstances. 705. The Fox and the Ant. A fox, tired of her den and hiding place, decided to live in a more open and elevated location to enjoy better weather. She was already gathering wood and stones to build her house when an ant met her. After inquiring about the fox's plan, the ant approved of her enjoying healthier air but warned it wouldn't be safer. The ant seriously advised her not to change her home if she wanted to ensure her safety and security, to trust this advice, and to remember how much the common people hated her. Deterred by the ant's counsel, the fox returned the stones and wood and no longer thought about changing or building a new home. This teaches that before undertaking any work, one should consider its end result. 6. The Little Fox and the Bell. A little fox lived near a river. Not far away, a bell was tied to a tree, and when blown by the winds, it made the whole area resound. The little fox, unfamiliar with this sound, feared it might be from some wild and monstrous beast. Finally, creeping up slowly and carefully, and seeing the emptiness of the bell, whose noise had no strength behind it, she said, "From now on I won't let my mind be easily frightened by appearances and assumptions. Many things are magnified by imagination, which when present are most contemptible." 707. The Fox, the Vulture, and the Oyster. Once, a vulture found a large oyster, but when the hard shell kept the prey closed, he struggled in vain to satisfy his hunger. So he asked the fox for advice. The fox, also craving the delicate meal, said, "You'll waste all your effort trying to break the tough shell with your beak. Instead, fly high into the air as much as you can. Then drop the hard shell onto that rock below. It will break easily and offer you an open meal." The foolish vulture readily obeyed this advice. But the cunning fox, seeing the oyster freed from its prison, ate it and fled, leaving only the shells for the vulture. This fable teaches that it's unwise to seek advice from those who may benefit from their own counsel. The Fox, the Crow, and the Rooster. Once a crow and a fox joined forces. When they were hungry, the fox devised a trick. He put on a monk's hood, knelt down, placed a book before him, and raised his front paws like hands, lifting his eyes to the sky, as if lamenting his past sins, begging for forgiveness, and imploring divine mercy. The crow then went to a flock of chickens and told them marvelous stories about the fox's religiosity, his beneficial teachings, his improved life, and his holiness. "But why use words?" he said. "If you come a little way into this grove, you can see for yourselves the excellent little fox, now devoted to divine worship and adoration." The foolish birds were moved by the crow's speech and began to follow him. But the rooster, noticing the deception, called them back and warned them to see who was leading them and where. Be careful whom you trust. 709. The fox begging help from the rooster. A hungry fox, trying to lure and catch a rooster she had spotted, threw herself on the ground and closed one eye. She pitifully complained and begged the rooster for help, asking him to remove a thorn from her eye that she claimed had gotten stuck while walking through brambles earlier. The rooster, understanding the trick, said, "I'm no doctor, and if I carelessly put my claws near your eyes, there's a risk that my spurs might damage even your healthy eye. But if you want to wait a bit, I'll fly home and fetch someone who can treat you." The fox herself realized the rooster was acting deceitfully, so she said she would endure what was necessary, as she had often heard that one shouldn't use too many doctors. The captured fox and the rooster. A farmer had set traps for a fox that had eaten many of his chickens. The fox got caught in them. Captured, she begged a rooster, who was the only one to see her, to help her escape. Above all, she asked him not to tell the master about her. The rooster promised what she asked. But hurrying home, with no intention of keeping faith with the faithless, he told the master that the fox had fallen into the traps and was held bound. The master, excited and armed with an axe, ran to the spot. Seeing this, the fox realized she had been betrayed and said, "Oh, how foolish I am! I thought the rooster, whose females I had often strangled and devoured, would be a faithful friend to me." The fox, the rooster, and the farmer. Once a hungry fox went to a farm. Approaching a rooster, she said, "Oh, my lord rooster, how beautiful your father's voice was. I came here to hear your voice. So I ask you to sing loudly, so I can hear whether your voice or your father's is more beautiful." Then the rooster, with pride and eyes closed, began to sing. But the fox, leaping at him, carried him off into the woods. The people of the farm, chasing after her, shouted, "The fox is carrying off our rooster." Hearing this, the rooster said to the fox, "Do you hear what the villagers are saying? Tell them, I'm carrying my rooster, not yours." Then the fox, releasing the rooster from her mouth, said, "I'm carrying my rooster, not yours." But the rooster, flying into a tree, said, "You lie, my lady. I belong to them, not to you." The fox captured by a farmer. A fox, caught by a farmer whose chickens she had killed, begged him with flattering words to release her, solemnly swearing she would cause him no further harm. The farmer replied, "I would gladly forgive you and let you go unharmed if I didn't know you to be a deceitful and treacherous animal. I know for certain that a dead fox can do me no harm, but I'm not so sure about a live one." The fox feigning death and the farmer. A cunning fox came to a farm one night. There she devoured many chicks and hens. But then she couldn't return through the same crack she had entered. At dawn, the farmer began to inspect his farm. He couldn't find many of the chickens he had seen the night before. Soon, however, he spotted the fox, lying on the ground as if dead. So he grabbed the fox's tail and threw her over the wall. But as soon as the fox touched the ground, she leapt up without delay, and before the farmer could recover, the clever animal reached safety. 714. The fox feigning death and the dog. A fox, pretending to be dead so that birds would approach her as if to a carcass, lay on her back covered in mud in a field, waiting for crows, ravens, and other predatory birds to feast on her. But a dog came along and, seizing her with his teeth, began to tear her apart. Realizing this, she said, "I suffer deservedly, for while I try to catch birds by trickery, I am caught by another." 715. The fox and the badger. When a fox was to be hanged and a badger was leading her to the lion's court after confessing all her sins, she saw chickens near someone's house. She said to the badger, "That is the way we should go, near that house we see." The badger replied, "Wretch, today you confessed all your sins to me, including that you had devoured many chickens, and you promised God through my hand that you would abstain from such things. Yet here you are." The fox said, "You speak the truth, but I had forgotten about that." The fox and the women. A fox, passing by a village, saw a group of women silently eating many well-roasted chickens. Turning to them, she said, "What shouts and barking of dogs there would be against me if I were doing what you are doing?" An old woman replied, "Worst of creatures, we are eating what is ours. You steal from others." The fox dripping with blood. A fox had snatched and devoured a rooster. However, a strong dog, still dripping with the fresh blood of its own recent kill, caught the fox and devoured her, tearing apart her limbs with frequent bites. Expect from another what you have done to someone else. Thus 7:18, the fox and wolf before Jupiter. A wolf and a fox agreed to approach Jupiter to ask him for what each thought they lacked. The greedy wolf sought the fox's cunning, and the clever fox wanted the wolf's strength and aggression. They hoped this would allow each to hunt more effectively. Jupiter rejected the requests of the cruel animals, deeming them unjust and harmful to others. He replied, "From the beginning of the world, gifts were given generously to each creature, but not all to one." 7:19. The fox fallen into a well and the wolf. A fox, having accidentally fallen into a well, saw a wolf passing by on the bank and called out to him, asking if he could find a rope and help pull her out of such great danger. The wolf responded, "Unfortunate fox, I pity your misfortune. Tell me, how did you fall into this well?" The fox replied, "No time for lengthy explanations. Just get a rope and I'll explain everything afterward. Those in imminent danger seek not excessive words, but immediate help." The fox and the wolf fallen into a pit. The fox, seeing a wolf caught in a hunting pit, mocked him and joyfully danced around the edges, calling him a fool for not noticing the traps set by humans. But while she was dancing carelessly, the ground beneath her gave way, and she fell headlong into the pit. The wolf, watching this, said, "Now at last I will take solace in my death, seeing the fox who mocked me perish with me." The fox and wolf in the larder. A wolf met a fox and said, "I'm so hungry, I don't know where I can find any prey." The fox replied, "If you follow me, we'll feast abundantly." The wolf responded, "I'll gladly follow. Let's go quickly, my hunger torments me." The fox led him to a larder, entered first through a small hole, with the wolf following but struggling due to the narrowness of the hole. Inside, they found a large supply of meat and fish. The fox, remembering the tight hole she had passed through, ate sparingly. The wolf, however, gorged himself. Meanwhile, they heard a commotion from the household, and servants arrived with dogs and clubs entering the larder. The fox, hearing this, quickly fled through the hole and escaped. The wolf, however, was unable to escape due to his bloated belly and was caught, beaten, and torn apart by the dogs. The fox, the wolf, and the cheese. While the calm water of a well reflected the image of the full moon like a mirror, a hungry fox happened to come by, searching for food. Her ill-advised hunger made her believe that a fat piece of cheese was floating on the water's surface. The fox, noticing the two alternating buckets, decided to jump into the one at the top. However, once she had fallen in, she quickly regretted her decision and feared she would perish. 2 days passed before a wolf finally arrived. Spotting him, the fox said, "Quickly, get into the bucket. I found a rich cheese here. I've eaten as much as I wanted. Now that I'm full, I must leave this cheese so worn down, as you can see." The moon had waned, and with it its reflection. The gullible wolf obeyed. He helped the fox up, and with little concern for what would happen to him, left the fox stuck in the shallow water. The wolves and the farmer. A farmer was carrying a skinned ram to the market, followed by wolves. The farmer asked them, "How long do you intend to follow me?" The wolves replied, "How long?" "As long as you carry the ram." The farmer said, "I'd rather let go of the ram than have such companions," and immediately he threw away the ram. 74. The wolf and two dogs. A wolf, watching from a high vantage point, saw two dogs, guardians of a flock of sheep, fighting each other and tearing at each other with bites. He thought he could safely attack the sheep. So, with great speed, he rushed at the flock. When he seized an especially fat sheep, he quickly fled. The dogs, seeing this, abandoned their domestic fight and pursued the fleeing wolf, inflicting such wounds on him that he could barely escape. Later, another wolf asked him why he had attacked the flock alone when there were such strong defenders. He replied, "I was deceived by their domestic quarrel." The wolf and the shepherd, godfathers. A certain head of household had 12 sheep. He planned to travel and entrusted his sheep to a wolf, his godfather, who swore to guard them well. The man left immediately. Meanwhile, the wolf, thinking about the sheep, ate one each day. When the man returned, he found only 3 sheep left. The man asked his godfather what had happened to the others. The wolf replied that death had come upon them naturally. The man said, "Give me the skins," and the marks of the wolf's teeth were found. The man said, "You are guilty of death," and had the wolf hanged. 6. The Wolves and the Shepherds. When Phaedrus was about to make a treaty with the Athenians, with the condition that they hand over their orators, Demosthenes told the people a fable to illustrate the king's cunning plan. He said that once wolves made a pact with the shepherds that they would never again attack the flocks if they were given the dogs. The foolish shepherds agreed to the condition, but when the wolves saw the sheepfolds unguarded, they attacked and tore apart the whole flock. The wolf in the shepherd's clothing. A wolf, who rarely managed to steal a sheep from a nearby shepherd, decided he needed the cunning of a fox. So he resolved to wear a disguise. Taking a shepherd's cloak, he also grabbed a staff and a flute to complete the act. Holding the staff between his front paws, he crept toward the shepherd, who was sound asleep on the grass, while the dog and sheep also slept. The flute remained silent. At first, the wolf stayed quiet, but soon, wanting to imitate the shepherd's voice as well, he tried to speak. However, unable to mimic the voice properly, he suddenly let out a howl that echoed through the woods. At once, everyone, the shepherd, the dog, and the sheep, woke up and saw through his deception. The miserable wolf, tangled in his stolen clothing, could neither flee from the crowd nor defend himself. Deception is always uncovered. A wolf should act like a wolf. The wolf in sheepskin. A wolf, dressed in sheepskin, blended into the flock and killed a sheep every day. But when the shepherd noticed, he captured the wolf and hung him from the tallest tree. When other shepherds asked why he had hung a sheep, he replied, "The skin, as you see, is that of a sheep, but the deeds were those of a wolf." Psalm 729. 2 wolves, sheep, and a shepherd. 2 hungry wolves eyed a flock, but hesitated out of fear. The sheep were defenseless, but the shepherd was strong, and the dogs were alert. What to do? 1 wolf hid behind dark bushes, lying in wait. The other boldly rushed toward the woolly flock. As soon as the dogs spotted him, they barked furiously and charged. The shepherd, filled with rage, shouted, "Get him! I'll strike him down!" But the wolf, swift on his feet, dashed into the forest and soon escaped his pursuers. The shepherd, disheartened, returned to his flock, still shaken from the chase. Alas! While he was away, the second wolf attacked, snatched his prey, and slipped away by familiar paths to where his companion waited, jaws dry with hunger. Not all danger lies where it seems most obvious. 7:30. The wolf and the lamb following a goat. A wolf came across a lamb walking behind a goat and asked, "Why have you left your mother to follow that foul-smelling creature? You should go back to her. Her udders are still full of milk." But the lamb replied, "O wolf, my mother entrusted me to this goat. He is responsible for my safety. I must obey my parent rather than you, who would lure me away with sweet words only to tear me apart."